women in Brazil.
First quarterfinal here in the Jeunesse Arena, and the first time these two teams will be taken to this very stage. Let's get it on.
Yeah, but watch, there's more, because Zywoo's here and opens the door, didn't check. Kito, what's going on? Zywoo! The triple dig! Look at the damage, destruction, hopes and dreams of a nuke win fading away with that play. Zywoo not ready for this. Crimbo faces on the defuse, Crimbo saves Big Clan cleanly. That's a quad kill in the round. Just as the flash pops, he finds a lethality, Apex a double. Deagle, the nade, and now Zywoo looking to clutch up, cut down to half. Beautiful read of this. Zywoo, he closes with style and vitality, securing it in two, just like that. Big Clan not going to be happy with that one. Considering the form they found and stepping onto the stage, the individuals seemed awake and aware. Heroic versus Furia, it felt destined. Furia want revenge versus the team that cut short their journey last time they were in Rio. In this moment, Furia know it. Guns get swapped around. What are the captain looks to try and do it for Furia! Cadian, the captain, capable in the clutch. One man left standing, safes him behind him. Cadian, and leads by example.
Puts up a kill, he needs more. It's now just Yuri. They can Gabby's on the stick, but Yuri pokes his head out, and the sharpened fangs of Furia steal that pistol round.
Yappy doesn't activate in time. Stoud left in the clutch, playing with the hearts, playing with the minds of everyone, but he can't take it. Heroic close this out. They're going to the semi-finals. They don't let Furia rise up and battle their demons. They become the big bad. They embody it in Rio de Janeiro. The last time Na'Vi walked out on this stage, they were left alone against the voices of thousands. But that changes now, right? They are the heroes against Heroic on their quest for vengeance in Rio de Janeiro. Perfecto! Sends them packing in! B is closed! Shush to take all the glory. They fight in every step of the way, just relentless aggression. NPL having to do it alone! And what a round from the rookie! Pulls the steel play out of Perfecto. He walked through B. You know you've got safe passage. Bombs get it planted, but it's on! The timing on it! What a way to go into OT! Na'Vi scramble bodies down into the B side. They've got no other choice here. Shush flash through, making plays in the 2v2 as they rise to the occasion. Resilient throughout by the Heroic squad to make this the map that it was. It's now just simple. Some sort of massive plays got to be made. Heroic can feel this. One man left to stop them, and the Heroic tide washes over Na'Vi. They wanted vengeance, and they now have the chance to get it. And a quick headshot. Axel, multi-kill again. Look at the aggression. Shiro wants to keep him trapped, and he's missed his first. Spins the finish with a headshot and flourish. It's Shiro to secure it. Cloud9. Maybe Magisk has got it in him. Can he inject some life into the ranks? That's a no! Does find one. Oh, the trigger discipline. You know! Hobbit takes them both down! Salt in the wound! Magisk has an opportunity. Play the numbers. Hold on to that advantage as long as you can and extends it. Great play in the end of things. Okay, it all comes out in the wash. Spotting, spraying, delivers. Napoli alone, isolated, an overpass is on the way. Because Vitality. A 1 versus 4 on the AK-47. So that's the perfect headshot. He's playing it beautiful. The wire. Excel on these jiggles. That's the first fight he's looking for. And does just manage to distract. Takes engagement. He gets another one. No. Timel's doing it. Only Excel remains. Cloud9 hopes and dreams fall apart, and Vitality sail to the grand finals of IEM Rio.
It's time to bring the hype!
In this gorgeous corner of the world, today we will bear witness to the beating heart of competition that every single fan of Counter-Strike lives for. A grand final with two teams at their peak, a grand final that feels too close to call. 1, 2, 3, the sweet Counter-Strike adrenaline that we all love. Let's get into it, shall we? Things knocked out, quite the man to lose, but we know what he can bring to the table here. Him and ZywOo churn through heroic, no survivors, no second chances. It's ZywOo and Dupree. Now Shush laying weeks on this B defense over the top of this smoke, but that's exactly what Shush wanted. ZywOo and Magisk are ready to defend, and they'll lay down the pain. Magisk lives for these stage games. Down is fearful. Space could be anywhere. Last seen flanking. Oh, from downtown.
They're getting desperate right now, running smokes and running guns, but Cadian closes the gap. 2-on-2.
Oh! Cadian with a phenomenal round, and there's no questioning that this guy wants the redemption arc.
Try and fight. How does Apex win that battle?
And Apex, unrelenting, that hero gun that he brought up, finds them.
You risk everything you've got. You need this round. You need this win. Oh, there's a gap. He sees one. Handle business. There might be no time. There's no way. And this is Vitality running it over the line.
Sure, it's the pyramids themselves. Apex is eternal, and Vitality have overcome those demons. The stars arrive. The veteran players carry them through. Your champions in IEM Rio. It's Team Vitality!
I think he's a really talented and smart guy. He thinks in multiple layers and depths of being an in-game leader. Joining Astralis, some people might see it as a bit of a redemption arc, but I kind of think that that's how majority of my career has been for the past few years, is kind of bouncing back from some difficulties, but also hitting a new ceiling and a new level. And my goal with Astralis is to win.
You can't win Pro League like this! You can't win Pro League like this! Call it a no! You're an animal!
The dynamics that he brings is a lot of energy, of course. He brings a different perception of the game from maybe what I have, but I think that me and him work really closely together and have a lot of talks about how we think about CS, what we want to do in the server on the different maps and all of that. So I think that he is a very reflective guy, as I am myself, and we try to develop both team and as individuals all the time. Joining Astralis, of course, there was a history with Stavn and Yabi, but prior to coming to the team, we already had many talks about how things were in the past, and I think maybe there was a 5% where we had some disagreements regarding to things, but there was also 95 things where we saw things the same way, and we know that we can elevate each other in game, and we're also having a lot of fun.
When it comes to Astralis, adding Cadian, and as to whether that's going to be, you know, something that builds them up or knocks them down, I think is something that is open to interpretation, speculation. We know there's a real chance for some drama, it's already happened, but I can't help but feel the fact that you've kind of buried the hatchet, you're side by side once again. I could see a way where that actually brings them closer than ever, and they can develop into kind of reiterating on the heroic Counter-Strike that was so powerful. I definitely think they could benefit from some of the more emotional style of calling that Cadian has had. I think it's very feeling-based, and I think it led to some incredibly potent highs.
I think it's more about feeling the game and intuition, whereas I think the original oldest Astralis, we were mostly about playing the percentages and trying to manipulate the map. With how many years Device has been playing, like, of course his work ethic is up there. Everyone who's been around him knew that already. For me, also focusing on the orbing is going to be fine. I'm not too worried about that. I've done that for half my life, so it's going to be all good. I think turning into a rifler is definitely a new chapter of my career. Becoming a top 20 player last year, you know, that's not just with the AWP, so I am not concerned, and my teammates is not either, so.
I got guns, I don't care. I'm from the hood, fucking the bear. Should have been in prison, it's nice. I've been living like half of my life. This shit's like a summer home. Pretty soon I'm gonna go. Deep blue in the gutter go. Got nothing to lose, hand me the blues. Y'all can see me on the news.
In terms of reigniting and returning to glory, which I'm sure Astralis are looking for as an organization to be the winningest of all. And this Cadian move is a step towards that, and how this goes down, it's up to them. There's no doubt there's firepower, there's no doubt there's good leadership, there's no doubt there's good AWPing. If he's in a system where his voice is heard and it's acknowledged, it could take shape into something quite beautiful.
Going to the quarterfinals instead of the semifinals, do you think there's maybe a positive to take from that? You get an extra stage game to warm up, or would you just rather obviously just skip into the semis?
I mean, to me, obviously going into the semis would be maybe a bit better. We would have another day off to practice, I mean, just to see our mistakes or to review some of the games in more detail. But at the same time, it doesn't really matter. Like, when you have a game like that where you're gonna be in the playoffs regardless, it's not the most important one. Like, I still think that whatever happened yesterday happened, and we still have a good shot in the tournament. You know, we're in the playoffs, in the quarterfinals, so it doesn't really matter. But yeah, I mean, obviously I'm taking... I don't want to lose a game in a tournament, so obviously I would have wanted to win yesterday, but it is what it is.
Well, quick thoughts on your opponent, Virtus.pro, a team that have been struggling recently, maybe played a bit better in the group stages here, but, you know, going into the playoffs against VP, they've got a lot of experienced players. They won in Rio 2 years ago at the major, but what are your thoughts on your opponent now?
Yeah, I think they made some progress. They struggled before this tournament. They struggled on the opening match, but since then they've been doing really solid, and they've been improving on some of the maps in their map pool as well. I don't know, for me it's like a team that when you play on stage against them, like we will treat them as any other team, and they actually are past teammates of Valera, for example. So it's just they are experienced. We also played against them on the stage as well. I think it's going to be an interesting game and a team to take serious.
Well, if you would turn around and show us the name on the back of your jersey, there's a couple of fans asking, what does Biskella mean? So if you could tell us what that means, Alexei, that would be great to know.
I mean, it's just my name backwards. Some people haven't managed to piece that puzzle. Yeah. But I mean, just a nickname the Brazilians gave me. And I'm proudly wearing this shirt here, like Navi gave me this, so that's nice.
Yeah, it's a nice way to get the fans on side, hopefully, but not a lot of detectives in the scene, clearly, not being able to read it backwards. If you go past the mirror, maybe we'll see it, but cheers, Alexei. I'll let you go do your hero shots, so thank you very much. Perfect. Hey, Dexter, good morning, good morning. How are you feeling this morning? Well rested?
I feel great.
Yeah. You have a day off now. You made it to the semi-finals. That must feel amazing. I mean, being away from the game for so long, you're back in CS2, finally able to play with Heroic, and now you're going to play in the semi-finals in Brazil. That must feel pretty awesome.
Yes, that's awesome. I heard how many people will be on the stage, and I'm super excited right now.
Yeah, no, your play style is pretty exciting. So, like in an arena where you have a crowd that's super excited, I mean, the energy you can bring with some of your op plays might be perfect for what people are wanting to see.
Well, to be honest, when I have been told that there will be like 10,000 people, I was already excited, and now I'm a bit sad that we're not playing today or tomorrow.
Yeah, you want even more games. Well, I mean, for you coming into CS2, you haven't quite got to the level you were at in CS:GO, but do you feel like it's just getting better and better?
Yes, for sure. I truly believe that in future, with the time, it will be there.
And obviously, there was a period of time where you just couldn't come to the events. Now you're here. Are you feeling like what is the biggest thing that's improved so far since you've joined the squad and being finally able to get some good practice and come to the events with them?
I mean, everything gets to be improved. There is nothing one thing which we just focus on. Like we first time ever had so much time playing together since I joined. And we are working on everything what we can, and we are looking at each game, and we are finding some stuff that can be improved, can be changed, and all of that are helping us to play better each game.
And as an opera, we heard in the past some of your in-game leaders would say you're very willing to make a call around yourself. You're willing to make a play with your own initiative. Would you say that's the same in this Heroic team? Do you feel like you've got a lot of freedom to play with?
Well, I don't really want to talk about some other people that are talking about that, but the thing is, in this team, I think it's working in a perfect way, where we can call and I can call together. So, in my eyes, that's how it should work, and it's working well in that team, yeah.
And quick thoughts on, obviously, your opponents, either Navi or it's VP. Who would you rather play in that match? We had Nerds earlier today saying he would rather play against Navi, feels more comfortable against them. Would you agree?
Well, I didn't play against Navi in CS2, to be honest, with this European roster, but to be honest, I don't have so much focus on the team that we're going to play against in semifinals. I think the most important is how we're going to play, how we're going to prep, and how we're going to do our things. And honestly, it might be interesting to play against Navi because they are doing a good job in this season and in the previous season, I think. So, but to be honest, I don't have huge percentage of who I want to play against.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much, Dexter. I'll let you get on with the rest of your day, but thank you and good luck in the arena.
Thank you.
I actually don't think it looks too bad.
That's great.
Okay, this is Twist.
Twist and Flamesy. No?
Elige. Elige eyes, but with twist glasses.
Twist Elige?
The hair is Twist, the bottom is Elige.
Is Elige there? I couldn't figure him out, yeah.
It's just Mazinho, no? Mazinho and...
That's my man, Device with Blitz. No?
It's not Device. Device? What the fuck? Mauzinho and Device.
Mzinho Device. Mzinho, actually, it does look like Blitz though. If you think about it, then Blitz is Device plus Mzinho combined.
This looks like... Suhi. Hopefully they don't have a child together. No. Kerrigan and... It's Shuhi and Kerrigan.
Yeah, Kerrigan Suhi? Oh my god, this is Suhi with Kerrigan. Look at that. Damn, that's some competition for Pexi B right there. I love it.
No idea who. No, zero.
You were correct.
It was...
Kerrigan and Suhi.
Really? Yeah, Kerrigan and Suhi. Oh, Wow, that would be a legendary player. Fallen and Zaibu.
Fallen Ziu. That's me and Zayu, goddamn. I love it. Zayu hair fits well on me. I love it.
This is great. Whoever did this, points, mate.
That's Jamie and Nico. That's great. I love it, Joe.
Jim Nico?
Is that Ren?
I don't know. Looks like a Brazilian player, to be honest.
JL?
Where's me?
Rangel?
JL was like, that's not me.
There is no way it's me. There's zero chance. It doesn't look like me. No. No chance. What the f***? Oh, it's Yabi and Elish?
God damn, who is that?
Whoa, this one. Oh, this is a weird one. Yabi and Taz?
Grim? That's Green for sure.
Is it a coach? I have no idea. It's Grim.
Yabi.
Yeah, okay. Grim and Yabi.
Yabi. Damn, they mess Yabi pretty hard here.
This is Rops and Phelps. Rops, it's Rops. Phelps and Rops.
Phelps, Rops. I like that.
This is Ralph.
It's good looking though. I like it.
Yeah, oh my god, what the f***? It actually looks really good. I don't know.
God damn. What's that one? This is Beat though.
Okay, it's Bit. Spinks and Bit. Bit and Spinks.
Spinks, actually? Couldn't see him there.
It's funny. Oh, Olzerk and my coach. Halzerk and Extaz. Yeah, that's the first coach we have.
Extaz and Narzerk.
Looks like Yakandar actually. Sorry, Yakandar. Can I take a photo of that? This is hilarious.
The one in Stranger Things. You know, he looks like it.
Oh my god, mate. This is golden.
I am with...
Looks very angry. I am and Torzi.
Torsiem. Oh, this is Tarzi.
Even Tarzi? Okay, this is Cychron's face. That does not look real at all.
Synchron, the coach. With the hair, I'm Zinio again.
Oh my god, this is so weird. It looks like Apex actually.
This picture is going through my mind, bro.
What the f is that?
I have Magix, but who the f is the other one?
Magix. And who is this?
The hair is Magix.
Ah, it's Lotan, it's Spinks.
Ah, Spinks. Yeah, that's a great one. It looked like so many players. I love it. Pixie Pex. The hair is so like CB, the face is so Apex, yeah.
Oh, he looks like a criminal.
Greatest idea of all time, Apex CB.
He looks like someone would kidnap me.
Looks a gangster, man. So weird.
I wouldn't want this as an IGL.
Fernando!
I prefer Annabelle to kiss me.
I just need a picture of this.
Yes.
Something like that.
Making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of match. It's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. Astralis win. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Novi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
It comes down to the Final Four at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024, where by the end of this weekend, we are guaranteed to be crowning a brand new champion. That is because defending champions Vitality, alongside 2022 major victors Virtus Pro, both met their end yesterday, which does tee up Mouse to face the wrath of Rio as they take on Furia this evening. But before that happens, Na'Vi are looking to continue their playoffs crusade and make it to their 6th consecutive Grand Final. final. In order for Alexi's army to do that successfully, however, they'll have to take down Heroic. And although it is a surprise to see them making playoffs berth, they didn't do it by fluke. They had to tear down G2, Astralis, and Vitality to earn a guaranteed top 4 placing. And while some people may say there are no guarantees in life, I can assure you one thing. Today, the arena is gonna get
wild, all from start to finish. It's going to be a crazy party here, and that party is going to start in the arena very, very soon. We're expecting to see probably the best arena we've ever seen in Rio.
Yeah. I'm excited to watch the Furia, and it will be a difficult game today, and we expect Brazilians to go to final, obviously.
You expect them to go to the final, right?
Yeah.
Do you think they can win the whole event?
Sorry?
They can win all of this event? They can win Rio?
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
You believe?
I believe.
Everyone believes with this. Now, first game though, we've got Na'Vi taking on Heroic. Who are you cheering for there?
I'm cheering for Na'Vi, but I guess I really like Biscala, so I would like to win. But I guess I would prefer Heroic to get Furia because it's easier to go through them.
Ah, so if Heroic win and Furia face them, it's easier for Furia.
Yes.
I like the mentality. I like what she's thinking here. The party is only just getting started. It's going to be all time long. Guys, we good?
Yesterday was very exciting as we had 2 teams eliminated from the playoffs. First and foremost, we had Na'Vi taking on VP in what used to be a close game back in the days, but not yesterday.
Not at all. I mean, we saw a 2-0 and one of the maps was a 13-4. Very quick defeat. They're out. They're gone.
They're gone. Just like Vitality losing out to Mouse yesterday. How big of a surprise is that for you?
That was a little bit of a surprise there. Mouse has been looking better, but that good? Now, on the other hand, Vitality, some tough losses recently. This is just another one on that list.
That was one of the main MVP candidates out of the tournament in Saivu, but we still have 4 left that we got to touch a little bit upon. First one, Exertion from Mouse yesterday. Played fantastic, great in the entry fragment department. Still one of the guys who can claim the MVP, I guess.
He's definitely up there. One of the big things was that nuke map as well. It really kept Mouse alive, and then just so well with a lot of these opening duels as well for the team. Such high success rate. Good job.
Speaking of keeping people alive, JL, the guy who always brings the mood for Na'Vi as well, having another fantastic tournament. Do you think he's in the race for the MVP as well?
He's in the race there for sure. There's always that question mark about what happens when you get to the grand finals, though. So that's something to keep an eye on.
And then we'll look at the main heavy hitters right now. Tessus from Heroic had a fantastic group stage. We get to see him play in the playoff today. He's in the race as well?
Yeah, as you said, maybe the best Danish player at the moment, or potentially life game. We'll see what happens when he has to sit in the semi-final.
Well, from a maybe best Danish player in the world right now to the best Brazilian player, Quesarado had a fantastic group stage. My main favorite for the MVP. Would you echo with that sentiment?
I echo with that sentiment. His performances has been great. His teammates have been setting him up perfectly, though, to make this happen, too.
I mean, if you want to win the MVP, you got to win your games today. You got to claim your spot in the grand final. So let's see how that's going to go.
This is what we're going to hear all day long. It is a huge party when it comes to Rio. And these guys, they're not just here when it comes to Rio. I saw them at Cologne last year as well. They've been traveling around as a group. But when they're in Rio, when they're in Brazil, it's bigger, it's better, it's louder, and it's more crazy. It's a lot of hype, and they just bring the fun from start to finish. This is what the passion is all about. They love it, and we love it, and it's going to be a party all day long.
Oh yes, things are going to be getting even louder as we do enter semi-final Saturday at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024. My name is Ferris Spears, joined by Pimp and Steel. Gentlemen, how was your first day in the arena yesterday?
Yesterday was really fun. I think Jacob got to experience the whole day. I only got to experience a little portion of that, but I got to see Vitality book another quarterfinal exit.
Yeah, I was very impressed by the crowd and the turnout of the crowd. You know, it was a Friday, it was a normal day, work day, school day. They still came in and they still made a lot of noise. But as you said, Freya, today it's going to be a different caliber.
8,546 fans, to be exact. Sold out arena. You had that little chant. That's going to be ingrained in your brain forever, by the way, Steel. So I'm just warning you. We're going to hear the ba 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 forever. It's always going to be there.
It is, and it's a staple at this point, right? We've been in Brazil for a couple of years now, and I remember watching watching a couple of the tournaments from home, and even if you're not inside the arena, people at home watching this tournament will be forever indulged into the whole
My only mission was to get you to do it, and you actually took the bait.
So here's a question. Are you watching that Furia game then from here instead of going back to the green room?
Hell yeah. Yeah, you got to be... I mean, if there's a seat in the house...
We got couches.
We do have the couches. They are still there. That looks like a pretty comfy spot. Anyway, we came into this tournament with basically every single one of the top 16 teams. Only Team Spirit did choose to dodge this event for some unknown reason, which means that when you're looking at the top 6, there are definitely going to be heartbreaks with a few names not making it through to the playoffs, yeah?
Yeah, I think we covered a few of them. Obviously, you're looking at the likes of G2, who came in with a victory in Copenhagen a week after they bow out in last place here and couldn't get anything going. You have your FaZe clan as well. Again, struggling a little bit. I'm not sure if that's too big of a surprise, because I feel like we've seen the tendency in FaZe not performing well. So there's definitely some big household names who didn't make it. Then, of course, EF, you know, a team that made to the final of the Pro League, are not in the playoff either. So you're bound to have teams missing out and be disappointed.
That's the nature of the game. If you're not good enough, you don't get through every single tournament. And, you know, some teams are making some slight changes here and there, but to go out in the fashion that they go out, especially G2...
Yeah, let's maybe look onwards and upwards towards what will be the end of the season, because finally we do have a major actually rounding off the end of the season, which I absolutely love, and how we're going to be rating the teams going towards that, because we obviously have RMRs before then to qualify for that major. Let's begin with G2. How do you rate them going into the end of 2024?
I think they're gonna be just fine in the sense that I don't worry about G2 not making the major. They'll qualify for the RMR. They go to Singapore as well. And the thing with G2 is that the nature of the team, as we spoke about, it's a team that relies a lot on the individuals. So if Nico is motivated, if m0NESY is motivated to finish off the year strong from an individual point of view, they'll be fine. But it's not a team that I have high faith in consistently placing high at Singapore, at the major as well. They can occasionally come in and interrupt certain teams and go into a playoff, but winning another tournament this year, I doubt it.
This was an anomaly performance for Nico. He had such a horrible performance, but you're not going to get that out of him again. And the core of him with m0NESY, now adding in Mulbs, having Hunter, you know, here and there sometimes, you have enough firepower that they can just brute force their way most of the way there in most situations. I don't know how strategically and tactically if they're going to continue this fashion, getting Snacks out middle in like such important positions while he's constantly losing duels. It's not going to fly.
Were you keeping up with the stat that we were looking at in Copenhagen with Snacks's negative KD rating? Did that continue?
Still on.
It's still on. What's he at now?
I
Like
think it was
35?
31, at least 31.
32 maps in a row without a positive KD. And to be completely honest, that is ridiculous. That is so bad that I can't even describe, you know, from an individual standpoint. We spoke about his Snacks. He's maybe forcing the issue a little bit, but imagine playing 32 maps without having a positive KD.
When you guys first initially brought that up, I was curious. I looked back at mine, and say what you want about me as a player. My most was 6 in a row, and that was like the worst stretch ever. 6. He's got 5 times that. That's just
you hear that, G2? Sign Steel.
Yeah.
5 times the player. That's never going to be.
Exactly what I'm saying.
Yeah? Let's move the conversation on to FaZe. Obviously, faltering at the final hurdle, not making it through to the playoffs because Mao's finally managing to get the better of them. Does that set any alarm bells off for you, Jacob?
Yeah, I think the alarm bells have been ringing for quite some time in FaZe. I think they are a team made to win championships. They're a team, you know, who has for such a long time, especially with the beginning of CS2, done such a great job of getting into the finals and constantly, I guess, challenge for the trophies. That's not the case anymore. I'm looking at a FaZe clan heading into the RMR. They'll qualify for the major, no worries. They'll probably be part of the playoff at the major, maybe, but I think FaZe clan are looking into a period now. If they don't win a trophy or get into a final, we're looking at a roster change for FaZe clan for next year.
Okay. What would you change?
Well, I don't know. Right now, it's so hard to just figure things out because Rops is looking like he's getting back into form like he was at the start of CS2. And despite how they exited, he actually looked really good. They lost a lot of maps, and he's still putting up a good performance. You know, Brokey was missing a lot of shots, but he's also been dubbed the playoff player, right? When you get to the arena games, that's when he locks in and starts putting up those big numbers. But you need to see more out of him before that even happens.
That's the issue with FaZe. Who will you remove, you know? And I don't think there's anyone who is necessarily the problem within FaZe, but I think when you've been together for such a long time, when you have a core who's been playing together with, you know, Kerrigan, Rain, Robs for that matter as well coming into it, Brokey's been with them for years and years, sometimes you just run out of energy. You run out of new ideas, and some things you just need a fresh breath of air. And I think we're getting to the point where FaZe, unless they can somehow re-innovate themselves and discover some happiness about playing Counter-Strike again, someone is going to leave at some point, and that could be Kerrigan. Kerrigan, that could be Rain, that could be Robs for that matter as well. Something will change unless FaZe is starting to win stuff.
Yeah, they will be at World Finals as well, so hopefully they can, I mean, at least use that to get some reps in before the RMR, right? It's been a stacked schedule for both them and G2.
Well, you could do what G2 did. You know, they brought in Taz as a coach, and then they got Snacks as the IGL. Maybe Kerrigan starts dipping his toes, looking at who he used to play with, maybe for a coaching role or maybe to replace him, and maybe they end up with Glaive or something, some sort of lateral move, if you want to consider it like even remotely that close.
We're getting
these
crazy
days.
now, huh?
Well, this is why you ain't a GM still, I'm sorry. Liquid, the final team that will be going to World Finals in Singapore before getting to the aforementioned RMR. How do you rate them?
I think they're okay. You know, I think the sentiment for me is that they are a decent team building their foundation right now, trying to find their identity. They're not ready yet to be a playoff contender at a major for my liking. I think they still lack a bit of firepower, first and foremost. I think Yakinda is a massive issue right now, and the way he's playing, I think that's going to be an issue for them. Ultimate, unproven, you know, we've seen the high highs, we've seen what kind of impact he can have on the server, but he's also shown a bit of inconsistency, which is normal for a new player gaining experience. So I'm not worried on behalf of Liquid. I think the sentiment for me is that they're not ready to be at a playoff at a major yet, but they're still decent.
I'll disagree about the firepower statement. I think there's plenty of it. I will agree, though, about the time. There needs to be more time. You're introducing Twist as an IGL, first time in the role, and, you know, that's going to take time for him to develop and understand through trial and error. You can't teach experience, right? And that's what all these other top teams have on him. So this might not work out in the long run, and that might be, you know, Liquid has to decide if that's okay or not, but you need to give them the time to be able to figure out how to support each other. Everyone wants to point fingers at Yakinda or Ultimate or whatever, this, that, and the other, but it's a team effort right now, and they're all failing each other.
Fact of the matter is, Yakinda went from being arguably the best entry fragger in the game, arguably the most influential T player the game had seen for a year's time when he was in VP, to now being the biggest issue within Team Liquid. He's still in the same roles. He's still trying to force the issue. He's still involved in a lot of duels. He's not winning them at the moment. I think Liquid could be a fantastic team if Yakinda were back at the level we saw a couple of years ago. But as I said, it's been a couple of years and I'm starting to lose faith in that.
It's such a surface level take, though. It's like you're not even watching the games if you say something like this, because yes, you're right that he's not getting the same impact, but is he getting the same support? Is he getting the same people, the spacing, the trades? Are people going off the information he's getting? Are the extremity players moving up and taking that space, or is he overcompensating and going for more because nothing's happening around the map?
When has Yakinda ever gotten any support from any teammates? He's always been a player who created the game by himself. He's playing the same brand of Counter-Strike he did 2 years ago. The problem for him is he's not hitting his shots.
Final team that we want to put under the spotlight, a team that aren't going to World Finals, is Eternal Fire. Now, obviously, they're even more so on our radar because of that EPL Season 20, making it to the Grand Final, having a competitive Grand Final versus Na'Vi as well.
It's a shock that they went out in the fashion they did. I mean, they lost to Mongols. It's not like the worst thing ever, but they did win the latest head-to-head before that, and they were looking like they were on an upward trajectory. And for them to falter here, and it wasn't even in an arena game, it wasn't a playoff game, it was before that. So they have a lot of good pieces, but there's still struggles. I see that there's maybe too many people that are trying to be the heroes on the team. Everyone wants to go for the kills, but, you know, it's just like Madger's there that is trying to put all the pieces together, and the rest of the team, I don't know, Woxic was talking about how, oh, finally he's back in form because he can get left-handed view model, but then what happened, like the very next game after he has that interview, they dropped the ball.
I think they're where they're supposed to be. You know, I look at Eternal Fire and I look at the material they have to work with, the quality of the players. Santeros, great example. Voxic, great example. They have the high highs, but in terms of being a team that I consistently would put in the top 5, no, they're not good enough for that. So it's, again, you know, managing your expectations. I think for them going into the Pro League final, fantastic. For them to qualify for the major, fantastic. But it's not a team I expect to be part of the playoff every time.
I mean, remember back in Copenhagen, they did make it to the major playoffs, right? Would you expect them to still be able to make it to the top 8 coming into the end of the year?
I feel like you can make an argument for like that 5th to 8th spot, maybe one just notch below it, depending on the matchup, depending on, you know, it's all about style and rock, paper, scissors. You know, you're not going to beat everyone and you're going to be playing better against other teams. There is a good chance that they get into that kind of gatekeeper-esque era, like territory, where they keep all the other teams out, but they're not going to take out the top 4.
Well, we are going to have to wait a little bit of time to get to see those 4 teams taken to the stage. But I'll tell you something we can see right away. It's James with the Colex unboxing.
With another Colex unboxing. If you haven't seen them already, the Colex cards are the collectible trading cards, all of your favorite Counter-Strike players. This is the end of an era box, and what you can get inside these cards is the whole celebration of Counter-Strike as a whole, as we went from CSGO into CS2. You can get autograph cards in here. You can get some awesome collector cards in there, some special graphic ones as well. I will show you everything as we go through it, so let's start opening. Ooh, 3 bits in 1 card, that's a good pack. And then a symbol at the end as well. Automatic, Brookie, Fulham, Dexter still in the Fnatic jersey, ESL Pro League Season 10, and ESL Pro League Season 15. Changes in Robs. Down again. Oh, back-to-back save stones. Now, Tabson, Tessers, Crims, Naf, Apex, into Robs. We are collecting multiple Robs at this point. Robs again and again and again. The great thing about having the app and also being part of the Codex Discord is if you do get any doubles, you can trade them with other people. You can trade it on the app. People also buy and sell the cards. Fulham, Zaiwu, Automatic. No. This is huge. Config, bit of a blast from the past, Nip jersey. So after opening these 2 boxes, I am a very happy man because we had one hell of a haul. This is great from just 2 boxes of opening. I'm going to explain some of this down for you guys at home as well. So here we have our rookie card that we got of Exertion. This is signed for him here at the ESL events. The players are doing this all the time. You'll see it on media day. This A1 is huge because not only is A1, it's 1 of 15, is also his rookie card as well. So in the future, for collectors and people looking at it who are fans of him as his career grows, this is what you want to be looking at. We will be sending this off for grading, so it comes in nice like that as soon as possible and get it authenticated. That's a must, and have it well protected. A great haul of cards, an epic set here, and this, remember, is celebrating the end of era. You can get it on the ESL shop now, and it's all about the end of CSGO as we've moved into CS2. There's plenty more cards to come out as well, more boxes to be found, more of these beautiful signatures to be there as well, but I'm very happy with this one.
It is almost game time for an org with 2 Rio Major Grand Final appearances, but no trophy to their name. But now they've got a chance to change that tune. So let's get a quick vibe check from Dexter.
Hello, Dexter. How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing very good, thank you. It's quite a special day for you, right? Because I did my research and 2022 World Final was the last big stage you stepped foot on. How much are you excited for this one?
I mean, I'm super hyped. I would like to see the crowd. I would like to see the fans screaming. I want to take their emotions inside of me and do everything what I can to show them the best possible level of Counter-Strike.
And with it being so long, right, it seems crazy that it's been that long since you to be on a stage, be able to play like this. Do you feel like you have something to prove?
Well, I don't feel that I have something to prove, but I do want to show the best level of CS and make the result win for us.
And what is it like in Heroic right now? Because this seems to be an incredibly impressive run so far.
Well, we are all happy that our work is showing up right now.
It definitely is showing up right now. And how confident are you for the win over Na'Vi?
Well, I'm super confident in the things that we are doing, in the work that we did, and I truly believe that that's going to show up today as well.
I look forward to seeing it, man. Thank you very much. Good luck. Thank you.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Yeah,
They want me to quit, I can't stop it. I'm out of this world, I'm like a rocket. And we got the drip, no other options. You breaking the noise, okay, let's get it rocking. Hey, turn the energy up. We got the juice and it spills on everything that we touch, yeah. And you can never be us. We not afraid of the pressure, cause we good in the clutch, yeah. We taking over the game, we on fire, call it octane. I made it through all the pain, yeah. You gon' remember the name, yeah. Yeah. Hey, turn the energy up. We got the juice and it spills on everything that we touch, yeah. And you can never be us. We not afraid of the pressure, cause we good in the clutches. Look, even at a red light, you couldn't stop me. You can't defeat me by yourself, you'll need a posse. I'm so original, my life is a motion picture. I practice what I preach, I guess it's something like a scripture. When I started out, nobody believed. I just put in all the work, now I'm who they wanna be, We out of your league, we don't play the same game. Got a vision and a plan, we don't want the same things now. We're taking over the game, Hey, we on fire, call it octane, I made it through all the pain, yeah. You gon' remember the name, yeah. They want me to quit, I can't stop it. I'm out of this world, I'm like a rocket. And we got the drip, no other options. You bringing the noise, okay, let's get it rockin'. They want me to quit, I can't stop it. I'm out of this world, I'm like a rocket. And we got the drip, no other options. You bringing the noise, okay, let's get it rockin'. Yeah, it's checkmate if we playin' chess. If you got a problem, better say it with the chest. I'm the number one contender, ain't no number two. Cause even if I fall back, I'm still ahead of you. Yeah, cause we the winners, now we can't lose. Ain't no mission impossible, now we can't lose. Even though we outside, still get it in. You want the crown, get in line, there's too many men. Stop me, can't nobody stop me. Lately I've been on my own, can't nobody stop me. All this tough talking for the birds, now I'm furious. This will never end, so I'll never need a period. So we gotta fly high. If you ever had a dream, put your hands in the sky. Yeah, cause we never going down. When it's all said and done, we gon' still be around. Yeah, it doesn't matter what nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. I know they counted you out and they left you for dead. It don't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. If they counted you out, it doesn't matter, you're still gonna win. It doesn't matter when nobody tells you. Believe in yourself, power comes from within. Win, win, win.
There will be no repeat for the reigning Rio Royals. As Sulfuria have their contender, Maus march into the semi-finals.
ESL presents Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, Qiddiya, Monster Energy, the United States Air Force, 1xBet, White Market, and Logitech G.
A team that know nothing but deep playoff runs. 5 consecutive grand finals. Now Na'Vi must take down Heroic to secure their 6th. They struggled back in Dallas, but let's get an update upon their return to Rio.
Good morning. How you doing?
Really good. Really.
How did you enjoy that crowd yesterday?
Enjoy it. Really good. But I didn't see a lot of crowd because I was just playing game. But I hope I will enjoy it today more.
Full focus. And in terms of enjoying it today more, how is the confidence in the team and the mentality in the team? Do we feel like we've got the Na'Vi back after that Fury game?
I think everything is much better right now.
Yeah?
Yeah.
And making it to another grand final. Is this in your mind?
No.
No?
Just play the game.
Just play the game, just win?
Yes. Why do you need to think about final? Just play.
Just play, get there in the end. How confident do you feel going against this Heroic, though?
Super confident.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Not a team you play too often?
No, we lost. I played versus them only one time in Dallas, but we were not in good shape. But now we are in good shape.
So different stories today?
Of course.
And he's got a smile on his face. I'm going to let you get on. Thank you very much, wonderful. Good luck, my man.
Yeah, wonderful is indeed correct. It's been a minute since Na'Vi have had to face off against Heroic, but I'm also buying into what that man is saying, because they look like a totally different team compared to that Furia game back in groups versus VP just yesterday.
They do look much different, and I like what he was saying about just play the game. It's one of those, I guess, sports psychologists are going to help a lot of players and teams out and just say, like, normalize winning. It's just every game is the same. You don't celebrate this one more than that one. The way that you take losses needs to be the same. Everything needs to be consistent. It's just like another day at the office type of thing.
Easier said than done, but I love that mentality as well. And I think Na'Vi is one of the few teams who can pride themselves of having that kind of mentality. They also have a big support cast around them. We know Blade to be the best coach in the world, to constantly prepping the team, constantly keeping that at bay. As you said, winning the major, not losing a map, still wasn't great enough. Still rooms for improvement back in the days. And the support cast around them. From a psychology point of view, they have the sports psychologists with them at all tournaments, pretty much hanging around with the players, having individual conversations with them. Whenever you walk to the player hostel, there's always a one-on-one going on between some Na'Vi players. So I think that's something they focus a lot on, and that's one of the strengths as well.
I think it's been super impressive. I love that you touch upon Ursula's impact there. One thing she's definitely be able to do is give the crowd a run for their money, because she gets so loud when they're watching Na'Vi play, right? It's insane. But speaking of Na'Vi's runs recently, we talk about these grand finals back to back to back to back, potentially another back on top of that if they take down Heroic today.
Yeah, they are the most consistent team in the world, and they've shown that the past couple of months. And I think part of the reason is that they are the best. You know, there's no consistent team out there apart from Na'Vi right now. You look at your Spirits, they can win a tournament, they can not show up at all. You look at G2 winning a tournament a week ago, bow out of this tournament. So in terms of consistency, they are by far the best team out there, and that's going to be an issue for Heroic because they've been very much up and down as well.
I agree with this, and one thing that we do need to really keep note of, though, at this event is that the things that should happen don't happen. So you would expect another grand final booking here for the side of Na'Vi, going to the grand finals, and then either they're, did they win last week? No, okay, then they win this week. Well, maybe this is where the streak gets broken and they don't even make it that far. Heroic that looks like revitalized here.
Anything can happen in Brazil, truly. Let's talk about the game versus VP just yesterday, because I feel like the first map, a complete whitewash. Na'Vi looked so strong in that. Ancient, though, a bit more competitive, and it came down to JL pulling off some great clutches to kind of keep them in that and not go to the third.
Yeah, there was two sides to that game yesterday, because I do want to give credit to VP for playing good Counter-Strike, especially on Ancient. You're right, Inferno, there was not too much to talk about. I think Na'Vi came in a bit more poised, very proactive on the server, started on the CT side, constantly re-aggressing. I had a couple of rounds that I showed yesterday where they were, by far being the most proactive team on the server, and I think that's a way of winning Counter-Strike in this day and age. However, on Ancient, off to a slow start, down 6-0, I believe, and then JL came into question, and I think that's another great sign for Na'Vi. The fact that you can get off to a slow start and still fight your way back into a game against a well-playing VP, that was a strong performance yesterday.
Well, speaking of JL, let's get a few words from him, courtesy of James Banks.
Na'Vi looked damn good on this stage just yesterday, but now a tougher battle is ahead of them. I want to look at the fact that you played that game against VP. It was pretty solid, but after review, did you notice that you had not been doing the things that were kind of causing you some problems throughout the group stage? Is it some positive signs you're able to take away from it?
Yeah, of course. I mean, we talked about it, and I mean, if you focus in it, you really can't go wrong. If you know the issue, all you have to do is solve it. That's it.
And you feel like you've solved that so far enough to take you here?
Yeah, and we'll focus on that today as well.
I like that. I like what I'm hearing. Now, it has been lack of practice for you guys, though, with so many back-to-back events, right? And I know preparation is key for you guys as well. How is it preparing for Heroic in that way, especially as you don't have much data on them in the sense that you've not played them yourselves, right? So the last time was Dallas. What has that done in terms of getting ready for them?
I mean, Dallas was so long ago, and for every team that plays actively, you have a lot of information on how they play, what they do, and it just, if you put your time to analyze them, it's pretty straightforward.
And Mirage, obviously, is something they've been picking again and again. They've been looking damn good in it as well. But it is the Na'Vi home best map, really. Do you want to point to prove on this one, make sure you show up?
There's no point to prove, maybe to ourselves, but yeah, we're looking for a good match, a tough one, and we'll see how it goes.
6th final in a row, though. Is that on your minds? Is this something you guys are thinking about?
For sure not. It's all about winning the game we have right now, and when it comes to the grand final, we'll think about it then. Right now it's heroic, and that's as far as we see.
And what do you think it is about Heroic this event, though, that maybe made them look better than what we've seen in the past? Have you noticed a change? Have you been able to see that and say, okay, look, we got to stop this?
I mean, the thing is, they had a lot of problems with the roster, visa issues, they couldn't attend, and they're hungry to win, for sure. They're fired up, and they have a point to prove, and yeah, let's see if we can stop them in the tracks.
Let's see, indeed. JR ready to take to the stage once again and deliver for Na'Vi. Let's see what happens when we get to it.
I love that mentality from JR when James touched upon, the prospect of that 6th consecutive grand final, because you can probably attest to this more than me actually being a professional player, but you can't count your chickens before they've hatched, right? You can't have that in the back of your mind before you've even got there.
You have to take it one game at a time, and that's an appropriate mentality. I think most pro players have it. I like one of the things he said, though, about specifically when he was asked about Heroic's playstyle. He was saying that because they're so active, you have info on what they do, and that's kind of the opposite of how Na'Vi play, where their entire playstyle is shrouding their true intentions. So they show the same openings, and you don't know if it's one person there, 3 people there, 5 people there. You have no idea if they're going to do a fast tempo or if it's a fake. And it's the opposite. And what he's saying is Heroic, because they're so active moving around, they're telling you one player here, one player there, one player there. You know exactly what their setup is, what their intentions are, and what the timings of the actual threat is going to be.
It's a brilliant point because it exemplifies the difference between the two teams and also why one team is more consistent than the other. Being constantly proactive, moving around, it will cause scenarios where if it's working out in a game, if you got the right reads, if you're feeling it, your communication is spot on, you're more likely to win said games. But if you're constantly moving around and a player is maybe not having a great game or the communication is lacking a little bit, you are going to be a little bit inconsistent. Whereas for Na'Vi, as you said, the way they set up themselves, they have built a foundation on consistency, on having, a way of playing, a deep playbook. LXB's told us as well, we have so many different ways of opening up rounds by now that it's hard for him to pick one because there's so many to choose from. So it's just a different environment.
You mentioned the word consistency, and a player that springs to my mind is IEM, because I think at the beginning of the year, a lot of people were kind of putting his head on the chopping block, maybe saying, this wasn't the bright young star that we were perhaps promised coming into Na'Vi, but I feel like he's been on the uptick.
He's had a fantastic turnaround, let's be completely honest. Even when they won the major in Copenhagen, people were still calling for the question, should IEM be replaced with Simple? Because Simple was out there on the bench, could come into the team. Ever since the major in Copenhagen, IEM has been fantastic. He's been putting up MVP-like performances at this tournament so far. He's had a couple of pop-ups as well. I think the way he's playing on the server as well is still the same. He's still very initiative. He's still very aggressive in the way he's playing. But I think he's found comfortable now within the system of Blade and LXB, and it's elevated IEM back to the level we saw almost back in the Paris major.
Sometimes it just takes time for everything to click into place, especially new systems. People are going to take a little dip in a performance before they're able to really just skyrocket off of, oh, wait, this is how it works. Okay, I'm a little bit more comfortable in these roles or these situations. I know that I'm supposed to expect help at this time in the round. Cool. Now I know how to do it.
Let me just put it this way. IEM have completely shut down all the conversations about Simple ever rejoining that Na'Vi lineup because he's been playing so well. That in itself is a statement.
Let's talk a little bit about Heroic, because, a couple of these players very familiar with this arena. Not for good reasons, though, Jacob.
No, I remember interviewing Tessus back at the major when they lost to Outsiders in that grand final, and he was devastated, obviously. Heroic came into the final. They were the heavy favorites. They were the best team in the world at the time being, also favorites in the final, and he promised himself that he would never, ever lose in Brazil again. And then he did it the next year as well, against Vitality. So I think for Tessus and Shoes, they have good experiences in here. They cope with the pressure well, but winning in here, that's been an issue for them.
Well, hopefully he's got some better vibes coming into this morning. It's Tessus with James Banks.
Heroic went straight to the semi-finals, and now they're looking to enjoy this stage one more time. A stage you are familiar with, Tessus. You've got a big smile on your face. The fact that you guys are one game away from a grand final right now, how does that make you feel? Because it's been a while.
It feels amazing to be back here from 1 year ago. is really amazing, and I'm gonna enjoy this crowd so much, and it's gonna be so fun.
Now, what did you do the past couple of days? We've had some time to reset, right, get yourselves ready for this, because now we're going into tougher territory for sure.
Fixing a couple of mistakes we did during the group stage, a little practice, and just like recharging our batteries and kind of reflecting on why it worked so good in the group stage, and also kind of preparing for the arena here.
And how's the team's mentality right now?
everyone is full firing up. They're ready. Everyone is ready.
I can imagine you guys are ready for this fight because it seems like you've all come together at the right time. Do you feel like you guys now have built quite a good bit of camaraderie, considering like you're all from different nations? You know, it's only you and Shush that knew each other well.
Yeah, I think so. Like now we have been together for 9-10 months almost, and you're gonna get together close, and you're gonna feel like a family. And when you have a lot of ups and downs, then you're gonna get even closer. And now finally we get a little bit of up, and now we just need to keep riding on it.
Now, I know you guys love some Mirage, but it's also Navi's best map. Are you confident enough that you would even pick it against them and you'll take them down on Mirage?
Yeah, I don't know. Our CD sides lately have been insane, so let's hope we can recreate that.
And how confident do you feel just going up against Navi in general? Because you guys are riding this high.
Yeah, I think actually the last many times we have won them, but we'll see how it goes. And also we have been practicing against them a couple of times, so it has been going pretty well. So let's see how it goes.
And you still seem to be in really good form, good shape. You feel it?
I'm feeling it, yes. Let's see.
He's feeling it with a big smile on his face. Let's see what Tessus and Heroic can do in the server.
Oh yes, Tessus ready to take on the stage once more. I think it's important that maybe we add some context though, Jacob, that the last 2 times he was here, almost completely different version of Heroic. That was when Cadian was still in game leader, still fully Danish lineup. Do you see them having more of a shot with this roster as opposed to the previous one?
I'll be completely honest, I probably don't, I think them being in a semi-final is a great result. And I think Steel have said something, a couple of times throughout this tournament that is very smart. Form matters when you're coming into a tournament like this. And Heroic is in a good shape right now. But 5 weeks ago, if I just list up the results, they were losing games to Sangle, to NIP, to Eternal Fire. It wasn't looking great. 5 weeks later, then find themselves in a semi-final. So they're on form right now, but are they in form enough to beat Navi? I doubt it.
What's so difficult to me is, well, the one thing is we're talking about results back when Yakinder was good, as maybe you would put it. But like right now...
It's been horrible for ages.
So right now, like I look at all the conversations that we've had with Heroic, and even in the interview that we had with Dexter before, it's so... They're so mysterious in what they're actually giving us in terms of, oh, what have you guys like worked on? Oh, internally we've been working on things, and it's like, oh yeah, can you tell me something? No, we can't. It's like, can we give us anything about how you're actually, like, what are you working on actively? And it's just all just like under wraps. It's like a covert operation.
Jacob, I've got a question for you. Where are you watching? Through Face It Watch. That is indeed correct, because at 5:30, if you're watching in the European time zone, you have the opportunity to get your hands on some skins alongside using all of the incredible features of Face It Watch, including a POV selector, which you definitely want to be using for this first semi-final. You mentioned Dexter. When I was chatting to Tessus during the media day, I was like, right, okay, you've got experience on the stage, you've experienced Heartbreak on the stage. Have any of the other players who haven't played in front of a Brazilian crowd been asking you questions? He was like, yes. Dexter is so intrigued. He's so excited. I think it's nice that we finally get to see him consistently making back-to-back events with this team, because at one point he wasn't able to.
No, that's been an issue for Heroic, and that's kind of hindered their progress. I think all of us, when we looked at the Heroic lineup, we think there's a lot of potential in it. The roles make sense, the players make sense. Shush and Tessus have experience from winning and being part of teams who've been the best in the world. Heroic back in the days when Yakinder was still good. And to be completely honest, I think Heroic are onto something right now. Dexter's been reintegrated into the lineup, and let's be honest, Dexter so far in this tournament, he's looked solid.
He looks really good. One of the things is all of Heroic together have been looking really good as well. You can clearly tell that they've been working on something, and maybe part of the reason why they're keeping things under wraps is that Astralis can't figure it out, and take that from them as well. Just another thing, just constantly just taking everything from them. Oh,
just
what are you working on now? Oh, that's mine now.
I mean, something I think Astralis would probably like to steal. Shush, considering his performance so far at this event. I feel like he was slept on, obviously, in the last Heroic iteration. He was always kind of that unsung hero, the support cast. I love that he's getting his time in the spotlight now.
It's fun how there can be a difference in how you respect and approach players from different regions. I think when you speak on a broad international scale, yes, we appreciate Shush for being great, but no one is arguing that he's one of the best in the world at what he does. In Denmark, though, everyone is like, why didn't you sign Shush? Before you signed Yabi, before you signed Stavn, before you got any of those players, you should have brought in Shush, because he's so vital to a team, and having a team that is consistent and I guess a certain level, even when you're playing bad, Shush will always show up to a certain degree. So I think in Denmark, he's very much appreciated on an international scale. Are we thinking of Shush as one of the best in the role? Probably not.
No? Shaking
I don't know. I'm just thinking in the back of my mind, he was just talking about Tessus being the best Danish player. So,
yes.
I'm just thinking like, what's going on here?
They got two of the best
Got
Danish
some
players right now.
favoritism. Yeah,
There you go.
they've only got 2, so
I like how he
guess
says
it
of the
rounds
best,
out.
not the best too.
Realistically, I mean, maybe we should jump into the map video before we discuss the possible outcomes of this game, but realistically, Na'Vi is still the heavy favorites, right?
They are. Let's be completely honest. I think Heroic have done well for themselves so far, and if they continue to play well, we get a competitive game. But in terms of who's the favorites, regardless of the map veto, Na'Vi still.
Yeah, I think that when we look at the map veto, nothing surprising is going to happen. They're going to play their comfort maps, which kind of overlap a little bit anyways. Really, it comes down to the form that Heroic are going to bring in, and Na'Vi, they have been known to play from behind on occasion, where they'll start off, have a slow start, they'll still end up winning. Are they going to be able to do that if Heroic get the momentum, get that confidence, everything seems to be working, stars are aligning for them? Can they just plow right through? That is the question.
I think the map pool is a great example of that. You're spot on. We saw Na'Vi play from behind yesterday on Ancient. They still pick it coming in versus Heroic. Dust 2 makes sense from Heroic's perspective, but still a very strong Na'Vi map. And then Mirage, arguably the best map for Na'Vi in the map pool, right? They get to finish off on Mirage every single time the best of, player best of 3, because everyone wants to play Mirage, but everyone is usually also losing to Na'Vi when it comes to Mirage. So based on this map pool, whether it's going to be a 2-0 or 2-1 for Na'Vi, not sure, but it's going to be a Na'Vi victory.
Tell me a little bit about Na'Vi's Ancient. Obviously, that was the map where we saw Virtus.pro, somewhat powering up, maybe putting a bit of pressure, but Na'Vi still didn't crack under that pressure.
Yeah, and it's not like they're dominating on Ancient. We saw that versus VP yesterday. We saw it in Copenhagen as well when they played FaZe. They were almost about to lose to FaZe until Wonderful pulled off that fantastic 1v2 clutch. So it's a map that they play, they win it a lot, but it's always competitive.
It does seem like they do rely on one big crucial clutch moment to kind of flip things on its side. It's not that they're coming back because of, good resilience or tactics. It's that one round that instills confidence in the rest of the team that they all suddenly wake up.
Yeah, so we're saying Na'Vi should be taking this.
They should be taking Ancient, but I love it because you have Emma sometimes showing up, then JL yesterday, then Wonderful in the clutch versus FaZe Clan. You can almost pick any given player, apart from Alexi B, to be the difference maker for Na'Vi, and that's what I love about watching them. You never really know which one of them is going to pop off.
Well, we do have one thing remaining before we do welcome the teams out on stage, and that is a quick break. Catch you on the Flippity Flip for Na'Vi versus Heroic semi-final.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
To whom does glory belong? Is it owed solely to the victors, the chosen few left standing at the end? Or is it shared by those who remain standing all along? The devoted who live for the arena, who understand that glory belongs to all who dare to become legends.
Here in Rio, it's the crowd that always gives you goosebumps. Previous years have showed as well, like even the best can struggle here.
Having experienced the atmosphere in the Brazilian stadiums, that's where I've been the most challenged. Brazilian crowd is something crazy.
Ganhar no Brasil sempre foi meu sonho.
Winning major in Rio in that arena, it was a dream come true.
Sometimes you have to eat big lows to get back to your shape, and that's how our 2023 started and then ended pretty damn well. Rio de Janeiro. And this is where passion meets glory.
I wouldn't say, I'm not surprised seeing Heroic in the playoffs. Maybe it's a bit surprising that they already made it to the semis, upsetting Vitality, which to me is a really strong team currently.
Yeah, the group stage was like really insane. Like we're playing G2, they just won the Blast tournament.
I knew that they're capable of playing good best of ones. They're capable of winning their map pick on best of threes.
Let's go! It would be really nice to meet Navi and then being able to say that you literally took the hardest way to the final and potentially winning the tournament.
Just the experience we have as a team is something that is really valuable. Yeah, also our mentality I feel like is good. Right now we've faced some obstacles and we're trying to work on those.
I think also every team should know better than underestimating us.
Throughout the whole season, we've seen us bounce back on many series.
Only JL, have they really recovered this? Playing a dangerous game, a couple of seconds to spare, but hang on!
Navi is the most consistent top team there is right now. I think they always make the deep runs, always make it close to winning the event.
Into the fight here, Nico is fully blind. Nice shot! Shot! Comes alive!
Right now I have the strongest confidence I ever had in this team.
Encherem de esperança. Galera, só quem viveu o IEM Rio 2022 e 2023 sabe a emoção que é ver os nossos heróis brasileiros subindo nesse palco, de frente para a torcida mais linda e apaixonada do planeta. Eu quero que faça muito barulho só quem veio aqui para torcer pro Brasil! Que lindo, que lindo! Mas antes a gente tem outra semifinal maravilhosa, jogaço. De um lado, a equipe da Heroic, que veio invicta no campeonato, e do outro lado, a equipe da Navi, que vinha praticamente invicta até perder um jogo para a equipe da Fúria, mas fez uma campanha maravilhosa também. Vamos fazer muito barulho para receber Heroic e Navi!
Dexter first out to the stage, and the first time for Dexter Steele in front of this Brazilian crowd.
It's going to be an interesting experience for him to see how he's able to go with this and which side these guys are going to cheer for.
That is definitely going to be the question. Na'Vi definitely felt the opposite end of the crowd just yesterday. But speaking of which, Ime and Nertz next up to bat. Nertz sitting on a 1.32 rating coming out that group stage.
Yeah, they've both been hot so far this tournament. Ima, of course, continuing the upwards trends, and Nertz finally finding his footing inside Heroic. That duel between the two is going to be interesting.
Now it's time for your MVP, Jacob. The current best player in Denmark, Tezos, out on stage alongside Wonderful.
Crazy to say out loud, but I do think right now he is the best Danish player, which speaks more about Danish Counter-Strike than anything else.
I mean, Shush, in all fairness, he's also been up there still.
He's been up there. We look at Wonderful as well, coming out in tandem with Tezos and Shush. A little bit quiet more recently. We need to see them maybe step up a little bit in this series.
Finally, the masterminds of both respective teams, Alexi B and Kixon, Jacob.
Yeah, curious to see who's going to come out with the most pace. Alexi B, well-rounded in-game leader, legend of the game. Kixon, though, still in the making.
Brazilian crowds are the best.
A few words for the audience.
Hola Tribunera, fico feliz e nervosi. Torçam pela gente. A gente vai dar nosso melhor. Vamos, caralho!
Eu acho que eles acabaram de virar a audiência. Posso perguntar mais uma vez? Quem aqui tá torcendo pra Na'Vi? Shake your hands and take your spots. Eu quero saber quem aqui tá preparado. Let's kick off the show.
Well, I think Dexter just won over the hearts of this Brazilian crowd, but either way, Jacob, it is going to be a tall task indeed for them to take down Na'Vi.
Yeah, I was a little bit afraid that the crowd wouldn't turn up before the Furia game with the energy, but safe to say I was wrong about that. They are already in here. It's already pretty much filled out inside the arena, and trust me, they're ready to give these players one for the memory.
That's quite the reception that he got out there on stage.
Yeah, I mean, Heroic's going to be loud in the server with their playstyle, and now they've got the crowd here being loud for them outside of the server as well. It's going to take a lot from Na'Vi to overcome both those.
Nice little tidbit as well. JL going up against his former in-game leader back on Apex, where they did make such a deep run back at that Paris Major.
It is a fun little tidbit. However, it's a long time ago. It was when Kixon was still involving as an in-game leader, and a lot of time have went past since. So in terms of, is it an advantage? It's something JL can use against Kixon, help out his Na'Vi teammates. Unfortunately, I don't think so by now. It's kind of run its time, but it's a cool little tidbit.
Is there anything that Heroic can do to at least get a map off of Na'Vi? At least give us a competitive semi-final.
Look, I'm thinking it's 2-0 either way for either direction. If Heroic come out swinging, they might take the series 2-0. Otherwise, Na'Vi is going to take it 2-0. That's what I'm thinking.
I think the player for me to watch out for is Nertz. The way he's playing the game, he's so aggressive, he's so much in your face. He had that ability, and I sometimes use the phrase, to dictate the game as a rifle player. Very few rifle players had that ability. Nertz have shown it so far in this tournament, and if Heroic want to stand a chance of doing so, Nertz have to play well. Otherwise, I also do think it's going to be Na'Vi winning 2-0.
Ancient, Dust 2, Mirage, if we do so require it, it's time to get this semi-final started.
The world #1 Na'Vi standing on the semi-final stage up against Heroic, and a Heroic that tend to have quite the namesake in Brazil. Back in Rio, I'm joined by Chad Spudge-Birchall.
Well, Heroic and all looking for their third straight grand final in Brazil. They've had some heartbreak here, but somewhere that they can put on their best Counter-Strike. Na'Vi, on the other hand, looking for their sixth 6th consecutive.
I'll have the first one. That sounds great. But yeah, the 6th in a row. That is absurd, is it not?
It's kind of wild. We haven't seen this type of consistency out of a team since FaZe late last year coming into this. And then I think you'd have to go back to Na'Vi in 2021. That's a completely different looking roster.
Right. Well, no Alexander Kosteliev here. We've got the Na'Vi roster that have taken control of Counter-Strike right now. Top of the pyramid. Ancient, the first map of this best of 3. The desk expecting it to go one way or the other, but 2 zeros either hand. What do you suspect we might have in store here, Chad?
Heroic like to play heads-up Counter-Strike. They like to play in your face, aggressive. That is a bit of Kixon's calling the man on the screen right here. JL knows that all too well. On the other side, though, Na'Vi yesterday against VP, they look like men possessed, especially the likes of Imma on map number 1. You see a player, you see some space, you take the fight. You don't back off.
Well, they kind of took it in turns. It was like JL and Imma just had a map each. Wonderful hasn't had to do that bit. My eyes are on him. Let's see how Na'Vi arrive in this semi-final, because this is where they do their best work, Chad. They get to the grand final, then it gets icky.
Yeah, look, the group stage game, sure, they had a bit of a wobble in the seeding match. Right now, this fatigue, surely you won't let that wash away. This is what they play for, stage matches. You two out towards that B bomb site. Heroic to receive. They'll block with a smoke of their own. That might cancel plans immediately. You shouldn't be running through that. 2 flashes and a molly.
TeSeS, tested by Imma, handles the first, takes it in his stride. This setup is so potent. If you commit towards Cave, you are dead. Never mind that, TeSeS finds another head already. Wonderful down, another from TeSeS. This is falling apart, the seams for Na'Vi, and an immediate start. Look at that, 3 from TeSeS, 2 from Shush. These 2 individuals that everyone thought got the short end of the stick.
Yeah, that's right. You get the likes of Stan and Yabby leaving for greener pastures of Astralis, the big name in Denmark. And these guys seemingly coming out on the better end of that divorce. This is huge from TeSeS, and this is what we want to see. He's the player to watch right now for Heroic. He was massive in that G2 game. Sure, it was a 13-10 scoreline, but they were up 10-2 within the first half. And then as well against Vitality, TeSeS playing some of his absolute best Counter-Strike here in Rio.
You hear that interview as well. Like talking about how it'd be cool to take against Na'Vi in the semi because you take the hardest path. He's already talking about the trophy.
Yeah, look, if you take down the likes of Vitality and Na'Vi in the same tournament, and then you have to deal with a Furia on home soil, a hostile crowd, or a Mouse, very tough opponents to get past. Response time of Heroic from that pistol was great. You just saw how many bodies were there to deal with that. Literally everybody. So Na'Vi are going to be taking themselves a full eco. That will be a deagle in the hands of Bit to see what he can find for the class of Milkman round, allowing the CTs to expend whatever utility they have. Nertz is the only one with the smoke remaining. And TeSeS, the farmer, up for a few more. Just gets one done, traded. Kixon not too far behind. Nertz wants to get involved. A rifler who I thought, you know, would have been the key star of this team. Decent damage. 2v1.
After all, it really does, yeah, boils out nicely. I mean, they preserved their M4s. MP9's Lost Dexter did not invest. It was just Kevlar and that USP, which does facilitate a 3rd round AWP.
And then that takes us to the second prong of what should or could be the star of this team alongside of a Nertz. It's great that TeSeS is contributing in the fashion he does, and Shush is great at the anchor positions and in the clutch. But Dexter, from his glory days, was such an impactful AWP player that if he can find that again, he can change games single-handedly.
He's made no secret that he's been still in pursuit of finding his game from Go in CS2.
It's tough, especially with less rounds as an AWPer.
That's true too. Well, getting it early could be a good win condition for Heroic. A 2-0 start, we get the guns out for Na'Vi.
Well, this AWP, perfect. Absolutely perfect. Still going to waltz their way in the bombs.
Oh!
Committed.
Alexi V loses his head. He nearly had a 3rd there. That's a warning shot, just piercing the ears of Bit.
And again, look at the rotation. 4 players on B. Bomb down, good luck.
It's already feeling like a lost round.
And look at how much time's on the clock.
1 minute 20, and already it's like, well, Dexter's got an AWP, by the way. They didn't clock his USP, I suppose. Didn't anticipate it. Contacting up ramp.
Well, the fact that the AWP has started, the AWP tends to be a rotating player.
That's right,
so
yeah.
You'd normally have a rifler anchoring that or going aggressive down that position. In fact, it's just the AWP posted up, dealing with JL, so that might change the game plan, but you're not going to expect him to do it 2 rounds in a row. Na'Vi, you made it costly in the previous on the eco. What can you do with just these 3 rifles? Not a single piece of utility to work with. Space, sure, bomb down in enemy territory.
It was interesting for me just to see that they sent Bit on a little mission. He kind of returned to spawn to see what progress the push had been made, didn't get anything, and now returns back. This cut of noise you'd think would sow seeds of doubt, but this setup around the bomb, they are cooking.
That's the only benefit right now for Na'Vi that's going to be on the bomb, but this should be clean. Clean as you like, clean as a whistle. Bit goes down, he gets one sure, and they will get him his AWP back. Don't you worry, that one won't be missing going into the next round of play. All right, well, quite the start for Heroic. Statement pieces. A great pistol round, a fantastic first gun round. And Dexter, he does get fired up, he does get amped up. He's always been quite a vocal individual, there's no doubt about that.
Headshot on this one as well. Watch this. This goes to the head somehow.
And we're having a chat about the world #1. Sure, that is Na'Vi. Their consistency at the moment unrivaled in Counter-Strike. But no secret of fatigue, something that they're addressing within interviews.
I like the way JL framed it. Like, he's very aware, self-aware, I'd say, in the sense that he says, you know, we're suffering from success. Other teams, you know, if you're knocked out in a group, you go home, you have a week or two to decompress and analyze. For Na'Vi, it kind of felt like they're just tournament hopping right now.
Yeah, precisely, and that's why when they lost that seeding match, and same with Vitality, the warning bells weren't being rung. It was just, okay, yeah, look, this is going to happen, and you against teams who are very hungry, a Furia on home turf and a Heroic looking to find form late in the season. This team has had issues regarding the roster, and, well, being in all 5. Right, the fact that Nikodos had to stand in a little bit earlier after he was benched for Dexter. Dexter with some travel issues. Even travel issues getting here. It took Nerds 70 hours to arrive in Rio.
Yikes. Yeah, I heard Nerds had a trouble travel day.
And look, making the most of it, aren't they? This isn't a vacation. They're here to play. Just one game away from the grand final.
Yeah, Alexi spoke highly of Heroic, saying good in best of ones. Well, now he's in a best of 3 against them. A semi-final, no less, in Rio de Janeiro. And Shush has gone down to Vit's pistol. They test the red room and JL comes up trump on Nerds. Rifle recovered, but low HP. Dexter rotates through Temple. He can drop onto Brokey, try and clear him out. Does isolate one. There's Kickson as well, just sweeping the rest of the mess. Under the rug, gets him off the bomb, misses his shot. It gets a little awkward, but Kickson's there.
Some close rounds, sure, but really no issues for Heroic. 4-0 start. Yet to frag are the likes of Wonderful and Alexi. Want to get them off the starting blocks. No AWP for Wonderful. T side of Ancient, you've got limited options as an AWPer to look for those type of fights. And I think having the full util, let's see what type of an opener Na'Vi want to go for this round. I don't think we'll see them just waltz up, dry in towards the B bomb site yet again. Red smoke, cave smoke, standard opener. They were investigating middle. Just gonna have...
Oh! He knows he's blind, and he knows where he is. I'm not gonna commit to it. Tessus under scrutiny through the smoke. That's just a spam. That's just a blind spam from Bit. Finds Tessus. Now Imet will activate for the trade. A messy spray. He goes down to Shush.
Good information. That's the A anchor. Maybe Alexi takes space on A right now.
Thinking about it. Bit just got caught pushing. Dexter's all good for it.
Oof, Alexi's taking way too long to piece this together. The AWP wasn't on A and nor was Shush, so the sector should be clear. The only other player you would have to worry about would have been Kickson. And I don't think that's a standard play. JL, likely hearing a couple of sound cues there. Dexter very loud about this.
Oh, he's given him so much to work with. JL has a great idea of the timing he's about to hit. Dexter's left cave, dismounted mid. Shush and Dexter working towards A. It's a good read of the situation, but this JL flank is everything. And he comes back to check it. Dexter can't hit the shot. Awkward now for Shush on this donut hole. He's exposed. Didn't anticipate Alexi so progressed. Kickson coming in for the clutch. Oh, and he could. JL's there just in the nick of time.
Oof, that one damn tight. Na'Vi, almost the multi-kill available. I don't think Kickson was expecting to see 2 fading back. Caught, quick changing. Unfortunate scenes there for Heroic, but another competitive round. Tassas getting caught through the smoke on the spam by Bit. That's the opening kill. One that's going to be difficult to manufacture again. I like Imma. He was low on HP, pushing through the smoke, understanding his position to take this space. And when you think about it from Imma's position, okay, Tassas has gone aggressive. He's been taken down. So likely, if there's a mid defender, he's going to back off. Why would he stick around, right? This is too risky. There's going to be too many avenues he has to deal with. So Imma takes his risk. And as mentioned, Alexi doing the same. AWP noted, A anchor noted, takes the A space, and they finish over towards that sign. But the most important kill, I would say, was JL dealing with Dexter on the re-clear.
Yeah, the re-clear. The fact that he was going back for it, it's, you know, step in the right direction. JL just quicker. And that, I mean, putting Na'Vi's first round on the board, it's JL at the helm. He's at the top of the scoreboard as well. It's a good sign of life for Na'Vi fans and for the Na'Vi players that this guy's already feeling it in the semi-final. first round. Replication necessary for Na'Vi.
I think based off of what we've seen from Na'Vi in recent history, if Heroic can have a...
Just pushing.
Coming out again.
Image charging. Bit was so desperate for the trade, he throws his head into Shush's crosshairs as well.
Okay, well that stubbornness cost them 2 players immediately, and what I was about to say, if you can make Na'Vi stomach a couple of frustrating rounds, the bickering, we've already heard it on the comms, and again, that's to do with the fatigue. You spend so much time with each other, you're going so deep in these tournaments, these guys need a break. But at this point, this is what you play for. This is why you play Counter-Strike Arena matches on the stage for the trophies, for the glory. Fatigue is temporary form. Let's see if Na'Vi have the class to pull it out when they're at the bottom of the barrel energy-wise.
Would you also suggest that perhaps that system Blade discusses, Alexi references, JL has also pointed at, something we praise Na'Vi for having one of the more rigid. Is that something that lends itself to kind of riding out this period of lethargy, this period of overwork?
It helps them more than a team that doesn't have a system that is as deep, right?
Ooh, okay.
This is tough, very tough. You've got 40 seconds left. They trade 1-for-1 there, but now you're in a 2v4. Slightly better. Blocked by a smoke, forced into the orb.
Dexter shooting at shadows. I mean, giving up space as a result of missing that shot, but there should be nothing more here. I mean, what is he supposed to do?
Quick flank as well.
You're not pushing the orb. You're not going to get him out. You've got players waiting for the fade of that smoke. Your best case is really just to take a Galil and an AK back to spawn, where you started in the absence of 3 teammates. So Bit and Imit, can we talk about that mid-pace change? Is that just something you're just throwing something at the wall to see what sticks? And Shush just happened to nail the anti-flash run like we saw from Electronic yesterday?
I still think, yeah, look, it's a standard approach to tussle for mid-control early, but yeah, it's coming down to the timing of the flashes. Okay. It's something that we've already seen them struggle with. You're essentially turning a fight that would be against you into a 50-50 with the util that both teams are throwing.
Question, Professor.
Yes.
Do they throw flashes based on a specific timing, or are players calling for it with the person pushing, saying, flash now?
It's going to change based on spawn or the type of round that they want to play.
There it is again.
Yeah, look, so they've come up with, they're basically having one player play anti, the other one a little bit closer. So they've come up with good solutions for this. So I'm not sure if taking the tussle immediately is going to be the play. And that's Imma. He's going to have to communicate that alongside of Alexi. Maybe we need to do this later, or make sure that we have heaven pressure.
Ooh, costly adventure for Bit. He's tried to get early cave control, but been held at the door. Tessa's brave to be committing so much of his magazine to that. He'll have to fall back to reload, which could be, won't be, punished.
But you see the change in the setup as well, knowing that Na'Vi have some safe guns and are likely on a lighter buy. This boost is at least something that Na'Vi can work with. But Heroic aren't playing the full press through the smoke, the double almost.
Comfortable for Nerds. He's just going to collect that headshot. Maintains control. Oh, and it gets worse for them. Nerds goes looking for more blood. Finds the header Wonderful just poking out on ramp. Heroic are locked in here. This is Na'Vi's pick, I do remind you. Shush has his rotation off, so JL, he's going to hope something's given to him. And yeah, well, at the moment, it's 50 points of damage. Even more so from Shush, just through the cobblestone. Brings down JL. Round done. Imap, yep. Down and out to Shush. They'll get the AK-47s, and that was, you know, a tough one for Na'Vi, sure, but they get very little impact.
I think the bigger concern that I have at the moment is the 2 rounds that Na'Vi have gotten the most kills were a full eco round with just the Deagle, and that didn't get the kills, and then the partial buy after the first gun.
Red Room.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Right, so the 2 rounds that they've made a little bit more of a dent have been rounds where they don't have what they need. Now, this is where we look at the class of a team. How deep can they dig? If they only get 3 to 4 rounds within this half, we're still dealing with the world #1. They can pull themselves back together. Even if they lose the first map, this series is still in their remit. It's still in the wheelhouse of Na'Vi, and especially with Blade on the mic behind. But something that I would imagine starts to happen more and more when you get to this point in the game, not being able to practice, not being able to add to the playbook, you're going to require the communication to be on point, because you need to make sure that everybody is hitting that correct beat. And if you're Alexi, you need even more to have your teammates communicating the information or coming with creative ideas, just like we heard a few events ago. We had to listen, and it's like, hey guys, we're not going to win this game unless we're being creative. That was against EF, EPL Grand Final.
It's a bar as well. Bit's lining up for like a mid-take molly. Just remove the cubby option and some late flashes. So they're trying to do it with Heaven as well. Ooh, Nerds is going to be in the open here. He's going to be in limbo. Smoke cave, now it's open. He's vulnerable, has to get back. Tessus, however, hits onto Alexi Spam. Nerds catches another. Bit has arrived. JL's there too. They've managed to win the battle for mid. Skirmish 1, 3v3. Pushing into this loudly, just testing the aim of Kixon, and he'll happily greet him with body shots. Little disconnected from the play, and now, whoa, Dexter just averts his gaze from that edge of the smoke. Bit will profit. We could have a plant here. We should have a plant here.
Bomb will go down. Tessus on the flank, Kixon through Temple.
Good flash. Bit will turn and occupy. Maintains Donut. Threat coming in from two fronts. Kixon, tough angle, tough crossfire, wonderful, very uncomfortable. Only one frag so far from Wonderful. Can he do it with the AK brought low? He's impending doom now. Yep, run, jump. Tessus makes it 7.
Dexter getting his out of his chair there. Turned himself into a bit of a fan favorite with the Portuguese that he pulled out.
Was JL not expecting Kixon to already be up, like covering the red room? He really went for it. He sent it.
It's just the response time, right? So because of the way, oh, sorry, Kixon red room. Yeah, no, but look, the way that Heroic are playing right now, the fact that, look again, nameplate these players. So Shush is the A anchor, which means where's the AWP most likely? Sure. Right, I know we've seen it at B, but having the AWP at Temple or CT spawn over towards A is quite a powerful place to be. So look, I think he's thought, let's not run into the AWP down the long corridors, let's try and pip him at the post, because some teams will push forward and get B lane control.
Big mid-fight already. Bit this time successful. Oh, and actually two. Both of the mid defenders dead early. Dexter just manages to catch one on the way out.
Well, they've been lacking opening kills, Na'Vi. That's going to be their 3rd so far. So few and far between. You have to convert this. A man advantage, plenty of time on the clock. Util lacking, but piecing this together as a unit, that's going to be key. Tessus passive B, Dexter hyper committed mid, and Kixon just patrolling A. If they waltz out dry, Dexter has this.
Or not! A cracker! Dexter's going to be punching the air. Furious about that one. It gets worse as well. Kixon down and out just to a nice spray from Wonderful.
Tessus is here already, and the bomb is transitioning over.
Don't get me excited, Chad. There should be nothing for Tessus here, despite the fact he's been at a career high in Rio.
Look at the problems, though. Alexi's coming in through A main. Nobody is in Donut. Tessus gets to fight Alexi for free.
This is bizarre. Oh, cover. I mean, a little fortunate. You're right. There was a little gap starting to manifest. Thankfully, Wonderful, a little swipe on the mouse pad, he gets a jump scare.
Well, they've definitely been putting dents in the finances of Heroic, but they haven't broken them completely. And a conversation that we haven't touched on just yet is obviously Saw. Back in the end days, he was a coach that was getting a lot of praise, a lot of shine. He's been on Heroic, and they've been working on piecing this project together. It's a long runway, and one where I'm sure the focus will be Shanghai, but this is a great time to find some form. An AWP, 2 M4s, a couple of MP9s. If you win this one, Na'Vi, the floodgates are open and you can walk away with a 7-5 half.
And 7-5 on your map pick on the T side of Ancient is certainly serviceable. Dexter's going to be starting B, and I don't know how, but he's in the right place at the right time. Missed shot, the flash was good. Smoked out on Cave, and Dexter, he goes looking for trouble. JL provides it. Shush activates on A and does take down the lurk. Retake tough, though. Do I see a kit? I don't. So a 10-second defuse ahead of them. Nert's first man on the scene. Cautious of spam, nades his way. Alexi has him as well. Tessa's just forced into cave by that smoke. And now they're bringing the fight here. Na'Vi need that kill. Kixon good on the push. Tessa's running down Bit overwhelmed. It's only Wonderful now. Heroic with just a 10-second defuse. They pulled it off. How has that fallen through the fingertips of Na'Vi, Chad?
That's a tough round to watch, isn't it? And that's as you break the finances. That's as you open the floodgates. Well, that's going to stay closed for a moment more. JL pulling out the nade under that type of pressure. Can't quite piece that one together.
Let's see. So Tessus did spam Alexi. That is a massive frag. At the same time, Kixon then runs into JL, who's just getting his gun back out. I think you're right. That may have disabled a more favorable fight for JL versus the MP9, but either way, yeah, that's head in hands time.
Yeah, you need to be winning that round. That's frustrating. That's Na'Vi with some, well, let's call them forced errors. And this is where those frustrations that we touched on, mixed with the fatigue, the perfect recipe for success. Tessus, aggressive. JL needs to deal with this and does. Oh, they're going for it. That was an A-split smoke that Alexi's lining up.
Bomb still spawn. Looks like at least one's going to head towards A main. Immer parked in red. They've got a lot of nice pieces here.
And when they had this room before, it was a 4v3 scenario for Na'Vi. They were able to convert. How deep does Dexter go? JL worms his way in. This double cave setup it can activate aggressively. Alexi has to worry about a donut push as well as cave. Wonderful. Silent as you like. Silent as the Knight just waltzes in and is behind them. Needed that.
Messi, Wonderful's given that one to Kixon. Now, Bomb does get planted. You get a 4v4. They can't let this one slip. And as I say those words, Alexi doesn't clear into Nerds. He's still a double cave setup. It's paying dividends for Heroic. Solid headshots from Bit. He does seem to be the shining beacon of hope for Na'Vi to have something to work with into the second half of their pick.
Shush is so late.
Very late. JL spots him out. That's good info. Dexter as well, just now Speedway. Brings the fight isolated. Dexter, though, he's on his way in, and JL is low. Doesn't have a chance versus Bit. He's had a big round there. Triple kill from the young Ukrainian.
And just more into the thought process there, Kixon gets a dueling cave. So now he's name-plated as the secondary B holder alongside a Tessus. Alexi sees that, hears the spam, thinks I'm going to go and flank him to remove his space. Oh, Nerds is here as well? Shit.
Kind of heroic-y, you know, where you just keep getting blown out by the extra man. There's an extra guy when you aren't expecting it.
Well, at least it doesn't feel as bad for Heroic with the finance. This is just the final round of the first half, so they're going to shove whatever they have anyway. So we're talking 5-7s, Deagles, MP9s, even a Famis in the mix. You'd love a 9-3 half.
Yeah, good luck. I mean, with such a distinct advantage, Na'Vi, this is on a silver platter for you to at least have 4. Nerd spotted out Donut. Alexi B relays the information, they progress. The absence of CT utility means mid should be for free.
They're pushing down the ramp.
Yeah, but no one's looking at this moment in time. Tessus can distract. Oh, spotted now. JL's in trouble. JL is in trouble, but he bails himself out. Gets 3. Tessus, however, activates and gets away. Another would be magic. Oh, he doesn't clear his corners, and Tessus is on for something crazy. This could be one hell of an ace. A 1 versus 2 clutch. Tessus, cautious, under. It's Imet. 8-4 to work with. Na'Vi, they are on the back foot. Heroic, looking to take Na'Vi's pick away from them in Rio. Second half of Ancient, first map of the semi-final. It's IEM Rio 2024, and Na'Vi in pursuit of what would be a 6th grand final. It's been one hell of a run for them, but you can see frustration starting to bubble to the surface. Fatigue at a high, and Heroic finally overcoming the absence of Dexter, finally showing up to a roster with prep and with their full 5-man roster, and they're looking to take another deep run. That's right, another 3rd consecutive deep runs from Heroic in Rio.
Yeah, completely different look this time round, not all Danish anymore. International versus international, and right now Heroic, their game plan in the first half was fantastic. The way they postured in middle made it so jarring for Imma to take control, but right now we turn our attention to the dual Berettas. Wonderful with a pair.
See what he can do against Nerds, who does test him out. Now he's got 30 bullets to, well, he's got none actually. They've been removed from his grip. Nerds turns wonderful into a corpse.
Alexi might be in trouble shortly with the donut play, but never mind. Bit down the ramp. If they head towards Alexi, only 1 kill so far. He needs some impact.
No Kev on Alexi as well, like he is in so much trouble once that smoke fades. Now Tessus lines up the molly for long. Alexi, got to be careful. Dexter will punish, and Dexter has the bomb. There's info. Bomb on the mini-map. Alexi confirms there is further scrutiny coming his way. He hasn't seen Nerds, but that's a big one back from Bit. A double kill so far with the double pistols. Nerds coming swinging with the Glock, uncomfortable for the Finn. Bit humble. JL 1v3 and a hard clear here onto Shush. And that's Heroic on 9. Straight up and running in the second half.
I like the thought process from Heroic there. Let's put pressure on B early, which will force the lion's share of rotations. Na'Vi at one point within the round had 4 players. Shush was able to pip the gap through the red room, and he completely negated any of the rotation point back through CT spawn.
Right.
Then the pressure on Donut, that's where Alexi needed to step up. He was the only one who could really stop the Wolf at the door. And without getting a kill there, it makes it so tough. You can see Shush in the highlight package here. So right now, we're finding ourselves both pistols converted for, well, hold up. Well, let's see. I don't want to speak too soon. I know it's an eco with a flash. It should be converted.
Oh, most definitely. This one, a hell of a flash though. Bit does blind out Gigson, and they're covered. Everything's fine.
And you know where Bit is because of the flashbang. 1 or 2 locations. That either came from A or it came from, well, just outside of B. So they'll be finding him in a moment's time, tucked away in Donut. But there you have it, 10 double digits posted. There's always a different flavor in the water of Rio.
But what? I mean, I completely understand that Heroic have also got a whole new roster they've had to piece back together again, a project that I imagine takes time. With Soar's, you know, coaching prowess, but still, he's done it once, he has to do it again. That's not going to happen overnight.
No, not at all. And there's different strokes for different folks with this type of stuff. When you take a look at where Na'Vi is at, as mentioned, going for their 6th consecutive grand final, fatigue has been a big conversation of words that's come out of our mouth an awful lot, as well as the players, as well as the interviews. Heroic, they are building for this. They have been looking for this. They have been hoping for this, and they are grabbing it and seizing it with both hands right now. The question is, can they convert? It's their map choice up next. The rifles come out for Na'Vi, lacking all the bells and whistles. No AWP, light on the util, mid-control taken with ease.
Yeah, 2-man Donut set up to defend this. A smoke, though, they're going to be flying blind. Bit in the red room as well. B very light on. There's 4 players from Heroic, potentially close to that. Nerds as well, didn't get spotted. Now the flame obscuring his head as well on the jump spot from Bit.
Then.
Yeah, you think so?
Yeah, mouth move.
Okay. So, cognizant of the mid-lurk, Nerds parks the bus. Heroic preparing for what? A 1 smoke, 1 molly execute? No, Shush throws out 1 early.
But look at the MAC-10s, right? They can go for wide spacing. They can jump around the corner. All it's about is what space the MAC-10s can make to then be traded.
Right. JL's getting nothing on his jump spots. They're very stalwart-like statues. Actually, it's led to Wonderful and Bit returning to mid. A 3rd player rotating off. Tessus wasn't expecting to be exposed to that, but now Nerds can activate, but only for the 1. Good, important trade from Bit.
Here
Look at that.
B.
Knife out. He's running to B. He knows what's up. The jig is up. Alexi B, 1 frag. He would love to find a contribution here in the 3v4. Na'Vi need this conversion, and they will, thanks to JL's handiwork from the cave side. Only the 1 for Dexter. And Na'Vi, they demonstrate that they are here, present on the CT side.
Now that's 1 of 2 tests. This next one will be against the extra cash, because that was a bonus round for Heroic with the plant, more than enough for the buy. Dexter can get dropped an AWP or buy one if you'd like. So there is the availability for that on the board. Now, this here, you're sitting, you're going, why isn't Nerd swinging? Well, it's more, why is Tessus exposed?
Yeah.
Because in that moment, if you're Nerds, you do want to be the late piece activation. He swings out. Maybe there's two players. We've discussed this a little bit. Teams going for mid-control late within a round, 2 red, 2 donut. It's a pretty standard approach. But that does end up costing Heroic. Now, could be no harm, no foul. As mentioned, that was the bonus. Now it's a full rifle round. They have the better buy again. Alexi still with just an SMG.
And they're going for this run boost speed. Straight push through the smoke off a flash. He's one past him. Back turned on Kingston. He had no idea that was possible. Na'Vi. This is the kind of style of Counter-Strike we saw in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, just surging for those fights, putting their individual level on display. So, huge double opener. I've been loving what Nerds was... They're falling like flies. Everybody being pipped at the post, and this is almost worst case scenario if you're Heroic. You want to make sure you do damage, you want to make sure you get the bomb down, you want to keep the rounds threatening, you do not want to allow easy rounds for Na'Vi.
And just 50 seconds ago, you were saying, okay, this round is where there's a chance to really, break through.
But this is them getting a taste of their own medicine, right?
Right.
So Heroic, you were shutting down the mid-control that Na'Vi was looking for. Now it's their turn. Different approaches, sure. I think the likes of Nerds and IEM are very good at their jobs. And you could see the prep for one another. Nerds is this player that if you watch on a map like Ancient, he always likes to play close towards that mid-smoke because he's so cheeky.
Yeah.
When Nerds first got promoted from Endpoint onto the international stage, well, Endpoint's international, but the Tier 1 stage, there was rounds that we were casting of him where it felt like he would sell his teammates down the river through a smoke and end up clutching these massive... He likes to be a cheeky boy around those smokes.
Most def.
Well, Dexter, are you just saving, or are you going to give this one a try? It's Alexi paired up with JL. And I like the fact that Alexi takes contact first. There it is, JL swings, and an AK available. So they can get themselves into some better weaponry, at least the in-game leader. 4 AK-47s, silence them 4 for Wonderful, and what should just be a partial investment for Heroic. A 4-round gap should quickly become 3.
I mean, this is one hell of an early push. 141. He's shooting the cave pusher in the back as he arrives in cave.
But it's all about that flash to facilitate.
Yeah.
You see how blind
That's coming from B, right?
It could either be coming from middle or it could be coming from B.
Okay.
Right? I think it's tough for it to be coming from B in that position because he's already passed that line
And it's almost like above heaven.
Yeah, yeah, it has to most...
Bloody hell. Yeah, Imma's looking like his old self. And JL, well, he can say the same. He's put himself up to a very comfortable 18 and 11.
That's 2 rounds consecutively with not a single member of Na'Vi dying. That's going to give them residual buys, potentially 1 to 2 with how this one goes.
I mean, yeah, JL and Bit are here. Ima's looking like he's getting there. At that point, I don't fancy Heroic's chances.
Wonderful is yet to have an AWP in this map.
That would be nice. I think he would like that. One of these days.
All right, well, what's the approach now from Heroic? It can't be the same stubbornness towards middle, or can it?
How about 3 smokes mid? And 2 Molotovs pushing through. And Irmak cut down, both available. And Bit goes down after 1. Alexi B surging for the trade, but it just makes the wound bigger. Oh, catching through the smoke. That's nice from Wonderful, but he's not ready for this. There's no way he's ready for Tessus. How pushed up is he? All the way towards Big Box at 1 minute 30. They're willing to take the space. He's even got knife out jiggle. I thought that was safe. Oh! They're not safe for DL! Nearly comes up clutch. Wonderful attempt. The second shot's magnificent. Even the first, just catching him on that speedy knife out jiggle.
The JL impact rounds, you know we're always going to get a couple.
Bloody hell, man. I wasn't ready for that. I'll be honest with you, I was not ready for that.
From 0 to 100 in that moment. Now,
we'll see it again.
The approach that you just touched on here, donut smoke, red smoke, but as well as the cave/heaven smoke, that shows you just how much mid-control Heroic want, right? They're not leaving an opportunity for the CTs to get free information or space. So that is the key to these T-sided rounds. Now, Blade, has he noted that? Does he take that now into the tactical timeout the second that they've called for the adjustments? Dexter operating with just a MAC-10. Now, Kickson, back when he was in the team with JL, one thing that they were great at was these really pacey plays. Right? They'd have some gimmicks, they'd play with these Molotovs that would have gaps, and they could do these B rushes. I wouldn't be surprised if we get a Kickson pace change right now into like a B rush or an A rush, something crazy.
They need to still win 2 rounds. It's a lot. We just need to win now, next, and win the game. Yeah.
Simple as that. Here you go. It's an A rush.
Yeah, you called it. It's only going to be one man to receive it. It's Bit, though, and he is such an absolute anchor. He's a titan in these anchor positions. And there's a demonstration, a double spray, flashed screen, no problem. He's got no ammo, he's got no vision, but there's the supporting cast. An incendiary arrives, and Bit's allowed to reload.
The key right now for Heroic, sure, they're down 2 players in the dirt, and all of their utility was just thrown into that. Map control wasn't taken from Na'Vi based off of the call. Alexi's still worried about players over towards B lane, a passive stance from JL. So there's a lot of map to work with, unless you walk out mid into the wonderful AWP.
Unless.
You can't smoke it off from Kixon.
They're jiggling dry. Jiggling dry. Imek does manage to catch the first on Kixon, just a reaction shot. I think it was anti-flash, and oh, it's just perfect, isn't it? Tessus, however, is on his A-game. Finds the first headshot, brings down the AWPer, so Wonderful only gets one chance, one frag with his first AWP. Imek is vulnerable, susceptible to a body shot from Tessus. 14 points of health, and Tessus has time to clear his corners diligently.
He'll get a plan if he gets this kill.
It's all about the pre-aim. How does he approach this? Bait! And does convert. 1 versus 3. Nearest to respond is Bit. Close on the CT angle, but yeah, Tessus not ready for it. The fact that Bit hasn't pushed, he's not expecting someone just lingering so close. And therefore, Na'Vi's 8-11 scoreline, and they're broken.
And I know that Blade's timeout, or at least what we got to hear from it, right? It might seem, oh yeah, well, of course, right? But no, where the finances are at for Heroic is really quite a miserable position to be. This is worse when you're on the CT side, because the Ts can have cash injections from the bomb going down, which is kind of why I thought that he would have just laser beamed for that plant. But it was only 1,900 loss coming into this round, which means, sure, you won a gun round, but then the loss bonus went back 1.
Yeah.
Right? So then you lose this next round with nothing saved, bomb not going down, you just have to take another light investment, which we see here. So now it just becomes a 2-round game. The rifles will come out into the next, sure, but this will keep happening.
This is the place where you're on 11 and you're in the game, but you suddenly feel like you're kind of losing. It's a weird place to be. You're in the lead.
You're financially helpless.
Right.
And at this point, it will be a rifle into the next, and they could secure 12 there. But the problem is you don't, maybe, right? It's close. You're close to breaking Na'Vi with a round win. But it depends on how many stay alive right now.
Could they construct a plant? That's not out of the realms of possibility.
Look, this would have to be Wonderful missing a couple of shots. I doubt he's going to rotate away. Right? There's no reason for Wonderful to rotate away from the A side.
How about they boost up in his blind spot? And then he goes
bomb spot.
Kill, and the bomb is spotted. I take it all back. Dexter's going to activate, though, from elbow. Shush on the boost has been noted out, and him is going to come swinging. And no plant today. However, a little bit of damage. Oof, Alexi, he needed that one. That would have been a nasty death.
Another round where they keep everybody alive. Sure, they're teetering because of the scoreline, but as mentioned, even if Heroic win this round, Na'Vi have enough for a bye. And this is where we look at the class of the #1 team in the world right now. Sure, fatigued, but this is them going through the motions. This is a team that's all about the process, right? You hear that buzzword here, there, and everywhere. But they are well-versed. They've seen it all, right? The shift with this team was not about the system. A major, they win where they win less rounds, right? It's like 49%, and they still win and lift the trophy. Well, now, this is a team with individuals who activate where necessary. Right now, you have Bit on 22, you have JL on 20. Those two individuals are laying down the law as Na'Vi construct this comeback. 2-round difference.
Lost both pistols.
I feel like we said that yesterday too.
And yet here they are on the semi-final stage. Let's see what happens next. No AWP for Dexter.
Money's just not there.
Early util. Oh, look at this. They're using the lurk smoke and getting Tessus immediately burrow deep up the ramp. Cleared here. No, Alexi was not ready for such a pushed up Tessus. Either way, walks into the angle, loses his head, and now the second wave arrives. Long smoke blooms. Tessus has created a real winnable round here, but they're not overcooking. Bit's holding. Oh, and the double from Bit sends them packing. They lose control that Tessus had gained. Into middle, wonderful clearing, sweeping through the angle and exposed, but he can't hit the shot. Nuts pulls us into a 3v3.
The bomb right now is on Kixon. So over towards the pocket will need to be cleared out. This is tough for Bit.
Oh, yeah, but Kixon, he knows he's got the package. If he wasn't cleared, which he hasn't been, Bit lackadaisical. Nerds finds Zima, and JL, hang on, he's had a couple of close ones. Could this be the one he actually converts?
But Kixon could just plant. He knows exactly where JL is.
Right, he's planted for a speedway plant. Makes sense for the positioning of his teammate here. Oh, JL, you have to be really switched on to clear this deep into Nerds. He gets across the sideline. He's got such a good read of the situation.
Where's JL's kid?
That's also a great question with 8 grand in the bank. Valid question, Chad, that may very well haunt this man in the 1v2. Nerds' flankers won it.
No, he didn't spot it.
But it's planted for Nerds.
Oh, he's heard him now.
He's screwed. There's nothing for JL here. No info, no kit. 8 grand in your back pocket, and the 12th round for Heroic. There's the kit. Down he goes. Awkward way to see that slip away after finding quite the run. It was 5 rounds from Na'Vi after losing the pistol with just the one discrepancy.
Look, the key at the moment is exploiting the rotations of Na'Vi. Heroic did it on the pistol round.
I thought Pit saved him here.
He did, but the thing is, you're not expecting the bomb to be on its own on B lane.
No, you're not.
While the other 2 players were spotted in middle.
No, you're not.
Excuse me?
If I'm Bit, I'm pissed.
Well, the money's still there, Na'Vi.
Like, that was one of those things where he wasn't even clearing. He was kind of looking there as he's reloading and thinking.
You win this one, you deny another plant, Heroic have to take another eco to light by. And then it's all the rounds.
I wouldn't mind. I would not mind,
They're throwing the lurk smoke again. I think Tessus is lining that up.
He's got the spawn lineup.
Like the way that one fell. Now, when you see that happen, you have only a few options. So let's see how Na'Vi want to deal with it if we see it play one more time.
Oh my god.
No door smoke. Oh, there's the frustrations. There's the frustrations.
Oh, and you're on this point. You know, you're at this, like, lose it, you lose it. And oh my god, they're going to lose it. Look at this call. What an amazingly inspired A-rush from Kixon. A smoke in front of his face, the first responder is helpless. A barrage of utility deep into Temple limits their option. Imet tries to kick up a fuss. It's just good for it. Wonderful. Pot shots through the smoke. Na'Vi's Ancient slipping through their fingers. JL with an aggressive push. Underhand flash and frag. Finding Nerds is huge. And now that CT smoke is faded. They cannot get the bomb down.
Everybody here, response time insane, but bomb not planted. There's no way back. It has to be a way forward, and that's going to come through fights. Sees a doubt for Na'Vi. Dexter takes a duel.
Oh, Tessus has gone down. That's a big frag from Bit. Dexter stands and delivers. Gets the double spray down. Shush good for it on Brokey. It's only JL, and he's only got 2 bullets, 2 targets. Up to the USP, they're both low. This could be something special from JL. 50 seconds. They know exactly where he is. He's got the patience. Can he hold his nerve? The balls to go for the reload. Shush and Dexter holding, their spacing integral, they just have to react. And Heroic take Ancient away from Na'Vi in this semi-final. Heroic versus JL, Dexter and Shush. How patient can you be? Eventually, you have to plant. This is Counter-Strike at its highest level. Bo again, the ping! Oh! They nearly line up for it! Shush will steal it and seal it! And Na'Vi, team talk outside, heads hanging low. Heroic, 1 map away from the finals.
Up another one. Banana. 2 more both. Guys, come here. Ninja. Ninja. No!
Let's go for them!
Let's go, boys. Door.
Door? Be careful, możemy się ubić.
Door, guys, last top, CT. Outshot. Nice!
Guys, they didn't know we did Ferrari. Really, let's do it again. Really.
We can do it.
One more cheat.
Nice.
One more fighting. Two more.
Nice.
One more heaven. Okay, nobody A.
Out heaven.
Nobody
Nobody A. Gonna. Heaven last.
Picking you.
I'm with you.
Pick on me.
Nice, boys. Nice.
Can you flash backline?
Guys, they're out or no?
One.
Yeah, come with me. They're close. I will swing.
Let's go.
Three,
Let's
two,
Nothing. After that.
Nice. Go.
Nice.
Where was Molly? Peek from behind.
Yeah, he's
3,
close.
2.
Nice!
Even when Na'Vi begin to apply that pressure, Kickstone's crew do not crumble under it. They have arrived with some fire in their bellies today, Jacob, and this is the only version of Heroic that is capable of taking down Na'Vi.
That is another statement victory for Heroic. We asked the question, we posed the question coming into the playoff right here. Was the group stage a bit of a fluke? Were they overperforming? Could they stand the pressure of playing inside this arena, going up against the best team in the world? And early signs, I know it's a best-of-3 series, it's the map pick of Na'Vi, but they looked in control, they looked poised, and they kept up to the high level we saw in the group stage.
I said it was going to be a 2-0 in either direction, and right now, Heroic came out swinging. There's no referee to go in there and bring them off of them. So Heroic just kept going, and there were a couple of signs of life from the side of Na'Vi. JL was, you know, fighting back a little bit. He had a little bit of help from Bit, but the players that you needed there, wonderful, didn't have a game at all. Alexi, quiet on the scoreboard, but you heard him in the comms there. He was still, even though he's like 1-12 at the time, I'm swinging first, come, you know, bait me. Doing the things, keeping in the game mentally as the in-game leader, super important.
Yeah, it was only really Bit and JL who found, you know, the kill impact. Ime, you know, at some points, but wonderful. Really absent on this match.
Yeah, I think Chad said it during the cast that it took almost 20 rounds before he got an AWP in his hands for the first time in the game. And even when he got it, he didn't really find that kind of impact. And that's an issue. You are wonderful. We've been praising him for a long time. His impact with the AWP. I remember him when he was playing against FaZe on Ancient as well back at Copenhagen a couple of weeks ago. He was the difference maker with the AWP. And as you know, just having a presence with an AWP on the server, it sometimes installs a bit of fear in the opponents and makes them second guess where to go and, you know, forces you to use a bit more utility in order to gain map control. But with no AWP presence at all, it made the playing field slightly easier for Heroic.
It's a little bit harder to get value with that AWP on that T side anyways. There's very limited options you could do, but with the aggression that Heroic was doing, you could definitely punish if they overextend, they peek for too much info, or they sit in an area where, okay, they're out of nades, what do you do next? They have to resort to falling back. That just wasn't an option for them.
I mean, you posed the question, how will Heroic and some of the players who haven't experienced the stage handle the pressure? Dude, they were lapping it up. They absolutely loved it up there, and no exception to that rule is Nerds. Our US Air Force aim high. So much impact coming out of this young gun, and what we want to see more consistently from Nerds, because we know he's capable of it.
Yeah, we know he's capable. His story is interesting, obviously. He was the odd one left out from this very successful ends lineup. He ended up in Heroic, and he's been having some time, you know, to find his footing, but he's starting to find more and more impact. He's having a great tournament, had a great start on the CT side. As you see in this highlight package right here, he's taking the fights, he's swinging for it, and you know, when Nerds is playing well, that's a massive win condition for Heroic, and as you can see in this highlight package, he's all over the map, you know, aggressive, in your face, and swinging for the duels.
I think part of what makes Nerds come online in situations like this is the fact that the rest of his team's also matching his pace and speed, so he does what he normally does, and sometimes if he's alone doing it, there's no follow-up, there's no like people to play off of. But here, full trust in everyone else to come and thrive in that chaos with him, and that's when he's able to excel and do his best like we saw here.
Let's talk a little bit about the Na'Vi T side, because they do end up with 4 rounds, but basically none of them were back-to-back. It took them ages to really get anything going. What did you learn about that T side?
I mean, they did end up with 4 rounds on the T side, which is somewhat acceptable given how it was. But we can jump into round 11 because I think it's a great example of a lot of different things. We have it on the telestrator here as well. Look how early we are into the round. 1:43 left of the round. Alexi B is already out here in middle, creating a lot of chaos. And we just play out the clip right here because the pace coming in from Na'Vi on the T side. What Furious, they were constantly being aggressive, taking lane side, taking mid control. This time around, Tessus is being found early on. Na'Vi now have a really, really good position. Again, there's still 1 minute and 30 seconds left in the round. You have a 5v4. You have all the time in the world in order to calm down. Immer, again, look at his upward position. 1 minute and 23 seconds left into the round, Josh, and he's in this very vital position where you can cut off the entire map, cut off all the rotations, and you're a man up. You know, if you were to freeze the round right here as an in-game leader, this is a perfect scenario for you. Yet, Na'Vi still finds a way to lose it by being a little bit too over-aggressive. Wonderful, we were after him. He's gonna roam around together with JL. They can't really figure out what they want to do. Dexter is aware that there's a possibility that Immer is pushed up right here, but as said, Na'Vi have all the time in the world. They have all the space in the world. They get to walk up on a free B bomb site. My issue right here is the man, not Immer right here. He's still in a great position. My issue is Wonderful heading in for this duel right here. Not really needed. You know, you have utility. You don't have to walk in here. You don't have to walk into the one position where there can be an opposing player, and that's what he did.
Part of the reason why you don't want to walk into this is you have Emma in that red room, right? He controls the rotations. He can hear so much around the map. But what we need to know is they've walked into this site. This area is completely clear. What does that mean about the enemy's positions? It means they're likely in this spot.
Yeah.
Now, do you need this kill? No, you have the advantage. Do you need this positioning? No, you have the site. The bomb's on the way. You can get that plant. You have that insane lurk from Emma. That's why this push is completely unnecessary.
And it was symptomatic for Na'Vi, you know. They came out playing high-paced Counter-Strike. I don't necessarily mind that call from Alexi B because they found a lot of space. They got into a good positions, but the individual players, unlike Na'Vi and unlike what we've seen from Na'Vi the past couple of months, were not able to capitalize of a great position. And for me, that was what's symptomatic for the Na'Vi T side. The idea, the way they wanted to play it, it was fine, but they didn't have the fine product to end the rounds and gather enough, you know, there's say favorable situations in order to win enough rounds.
On the flip side, tell me a little bit about Heroic's T side, because I think as you were outly saying, you know, anytime we try and check in with them in interviews, they're keeping their cards very close to their chest. Did this reveal anything for you?
I mean, we can see that they like to switch things up, keep that fast-paced tempo, especially though. Even Chad made that prediction about, oh, we're going to expect a tempo change here, and they're going to do a rush, A or B, and they did an A rush. They tried to. It didn't work out. You know, maybe one flash could have helped them, but Big got just a smoke spray down. So we're seeing a little bit from Heroic in terms of not so much a super amount of depth, but right now we're seeing a weakened Na'Vi that wasn't really fighting back on all fronts. It was mainly JL, Bit, with a little bit of help from Emma, but the other two players were just non-existent for them.
Agree with that thought, Jacob?
I do, and it reminds me a lot of the old Heroic. You said coming into this game as well that last time Heroic won a final in Rio, it was a complete different lineup, different in-game leader. Cadian was still back in the team. They've kept the same DNA, you know, proactive Counter-Strike, moving around all the time, working in packs as well. You said it yourself, whenever Nerds is going out there seeking the opening duels, he's surrounded by teammates, he's surrounded by the pack, just like the old-fashioned way of Heroic playing Counter-Strike. So despite Cadian being out of the picture, they kept some of the same DNA.
One new thing, or I guess old thing, that they'll have to be looking forward to. Dust 2, now back in the map pool. That is going to be their pick. T-side start for Heroic. What should we expect from that?
We can expect something very similar to Ancient. Dust 2 is a great map for doing that pack sort of play. So you move 3 players together in a certain area, and then you have maybe people on the extremities listening, holding for info, getting that lurk timings. But that's going to really enable them to move around short, at middle, and get that information, get those opening kills, and then being able to pivot. And if they like to do a little bit of misdirection, they can easily do things with faking A, going B, faking those mid to B smokes, getting someone out to do some sort of fight towards B, then going A. Like, the world is your oyster on Dust 2 when you're a team that's as active as Heroic is, because the opportunities are endless.
And the other side of the coin, Na'Vi. If I'm Blade right now, if I'm Alexi B, I'll have a conversation with Wonderful. We're going to give you the op as much as possible.
Yes.
Without an AWP presence on Dust 2, you cannot allow yourself to play that map. You know, you will give so much space to Heroic. The abilities to execute on the A bomb side, to explode into the B bomb side. Wonderful needs to be present somewhere on the map. And luckily for Na'Vi, he's been having a very good time on Dust 2 specifically. You and I, we saw that in Copenhagen. So if I'm Blade right now, if I'm Alexi B, I'm giving the op as much as possible to Wonderful, and then I hope he comes alive.
Okay, Steel's already sold half my brain on the 2-0. Whoever wins this first map is going to be taking the series. You still standing by that?
I'm going to stand by that. I mean, to tie on to this point about Wonderful getting the op, it's not just getting the op. He needs to be everywhere with it to make Heroic scared to progress with the speed that they've been progressing at. They need to be using more flashes. They need to be taking their time and figuring out where that op is. If they don't know which corner it's hiding behind, and then they're afraid to move up, that's when it's going to be sinking into their head, this fear. And without that fear in the back of their minds, Heroic's just going to run through them
It's all about
again.
the presence. All about the presence with the op. I'll give you this. If Wonderful is having a decent game of Counter-Strike, if he gets the op in hand, I think I've seen enough from Na'Vi and Dust 2 to say, yeah, we're heading into a third map. But with the way Heroic is playing right now, I'm not going to rule out the possibility of a 2-0, which I would have coming into the game.
Well, from the presence to the present does tie us in to a break. When we are back, it's Heroic's map pick of Dust 2 to see if they can make their third grand final here in Rio de Janeiro.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours in chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Let's start with you, shall we, Marix? What's your definition of the modern day, well, maybe not entry fragger, but the role that you play?
Well, I mean, I think many people would agree that entry fraggers and, as you said, the space creators, openers, like are a little bit different roles. In some places, they kind of collide with each other in terms of, like, for example, Inferno Banana. If you're kind of opener on Banana, but you also entry on B side most of the time, unless you have a hook scene team who want to run in first, and you're gonna trade. Like, for example, how Nico played in G2 with Hooksy, where he was taking Banana control, but Hooksy was always running in first, right? So I think there is a big difference in terms of the role, and I think I agree with you in terms of that entry fragging is kind of dead. I think it's mostly divided between like 2 or sometimes even 3 players in the team who will always who recognize that they have to go first.
Sure. What about you, Flames? You're an aggressive player on the T side. On the CT side, we'll talk about that later. You get to play a few more anchor spots, but on the T side, you get to go for the map control. So how do you define the role?
But I think in OJ used to be dedicated entry fragger. Like Marek said, it used to be like, I used to be long on T side on Dust 2. Neofrag takes short, hop, come entry. And it's not I wouldn't say it's the most fun role, because you feel like in some sense you even get baited a bit, and it's easier for the other team because they can see your name on the map and they're like, okay, nobody's lurking there. And in Vitality I got the opportunity to be more of like a room taking position, and yeah, to be honest, right now it's just like you take space. You have a lot of like stuff already with the team, and sort of a lot of players who can enter and who can do that. I think I'm very lucky to have Zio in the team because he also takes space many times. Like, he's entry fragging, taking space a lot, and he's a very good entry fragger in the sense of like he just knows how to kill people. But yeah, there is just entry fragger. I don't feel like it exists anymore. You're just a space taker, and in some teams in some sites you're gonna enter, in some sites you're not gonna enter. I think it's very fair though that like you're not gonna be 24/7 entering, because if you go if you play like on T side on a different place, and then you go back to a side that, let's say Mezzi is there and he took the space and is the closest, you're not gonna lose the timing by waiting for Flames to go. So I think it's just a role that many people need to be able to do and be able to sacrifice in that sense. And yeah.
Sure. Do you agree?
I mean, they both said pretty much what an entry fragger is, but I think I agree with Yekinder that and with you also, like you said, there's no fun. But I think it's a bit fun and it's 50-50. Like it can be fun because you always move. Like I would rather take this role instead of staying in the back, like flashing, because you have more action. But there's no fun because maybe if that teammate is missing flash, missing smoke, missing any detail maybe in the strat, who's gonna die?
An opportunity for Heroic to go where no Heroic in this... Okay, that doesn't work. That doesn't work. I was going to say we'll go where no Heroic's gone before, but they have, actually, historically, twice.
Looking for the third.
Looking for the third. This Heroic is what I was talking about, Chad. This constellation of players that a lot of people thought got the kind of the short end of the stick after the roster mania, losing Yabi and Stown, but pulling up a Nertz and a Dexter, and with Kixon, one of the more promising in-game leader talents of the rising ranks. Up against Na'Vi, a map down, Na'Vi have to dust themselves off and show that that pedigree, that system can get them through tough games. This is a semi-final. Na'Vi, grand final's been where some of their adventures have been cut short. Sure, no trophy left all the time, but they've been getting to that grand final, and Heroic are one map away from denying a sixth.
And now we go to their turf, Dust 2, the map that they kicked this tournament off on against G2 with a 10-2 opening half. Now that game, G2 were walking funny. They tried to bring it back, but the impact man was Tessus. He was having some mammoth rounds. If they want to get this done in 2, Heroic need to turn to their talismans once more. Shush and Tessus.
Shush and Tessus, both of which are in the top 8 players statistically coming into this day of play. Semi-final, though, continues on Dust 2. This map is known to show where the mechanics lie between your two teams, where your individuals can shine brightest. And the individuals, like eyes on JL, Bit, Ima, where is Wonderful on this semi-final stage? Those are questions we will need answers to. It seems Tessus and Shush, they haven't stopped. They've still got it. They're still bringing the heat. And we will too. First semi-final, Dust 2, the playground. Very excited to see if Heroic can really 2-0 this. The desk discusses what the potential for Heroic to run over Na'Vi, but I just can't quite comprehend that. I just can't quite process that. I know what this Na'Vi can do. We've seen what this Na'Vi can do. Does it really end on Dust 2?
That's a big question marks, right? You're going or looking for your 6th consecutive grand final, but by doing so, it's not just about being in form or going from event to event. It's about how much tape that you have to show every single time. So how deep is Blade's playbook?
How deep is Heroic's? What is this pistol?
Just dip back to spawn for a little something, but it is looking to be very much like a B execute. Wonderful and Jail on the side, Bit not too far away. Now Bit's utility, if it is an execute, you'll see him flash over as they try and run in towards this B site.
They've got so many flashes. They're going to be throwing 4 flashbangs at JL's bomb site. He has Wonderful in support. And he hasn't hit the first shot. He's hit his head. He's a dead man. Hit by the spread. Shush. Good work on the Molotov. Gets it towards the plateau. Now Wonderful's already been gooshed. He's a dead man walking. Shush converts. Look at them go. Heroic swarm into the site. Kicks already attending to the flank, but hang on a second. Ima clears out tunnels. Alexi B finds Shush, and now we've got a 1v2 that maybe Ima could say something. Misses his headshots. Nertz makes it a triple kill to get Heroic a 3rd pistol in this series.
Yeah, we didn't see the Alexi kill because we had fights going on either side of the site, but it looked like he wanted to cause some chaos to open the door. Gets one, goes down, then Ima in a tough 1v2 retake situation with the bomb not planted. So trying to capitalize on the chaos, still Na'Vi. They will concede another pistol round. And without these strong starts, it's going to be tough for them to buy their way into the game. One way to do it is with a force fight. Scout in the hands of Wonderful, so there's a scope to work with at least. The desk brought it up, but so did we during the cast about the lack of AWP in Wonderful's hands during map number 1. He's someone who needs to be playing his A game. A map like Dust 2. Map control slowly being combed through for Heroic. Lower tunnels, now they're working on short. Tessus and Shush on the extremities for now.
Smoke exchange between the B-Lurk and the B-Anchor. Lurk smoked off by JL. Flash for short control. Kixon will swing. Paired up with a Molotov. It's nice, it's procedural, and it's safe.
Well, lacking util now for the finish. Just 2 smokes, a flash, and a HE. are trying to really funnel them towards A by blocking mid to B once more, and they might get what they're hoping for. Now, I don't know how I feel about this. Alexi giving up long means that Wonderful has to stay focused. After he throws that nade, I'd love to see him burrow back and anchor long so Wonderful can play game and help her with the scout.
Yeah, makes sense. The scout's so good for catching these damage on the cross, soften them up for the MP9, but an alternative version is Alexi B pushing towards baskets.
Mid to B.
Yeah, after all of that, it does look like mid to B will be the finale, but Imer just trying to tuck in. Shush ahead of the play. Gets the first headshot, smoke blooms, and Shush gets himself across. There's a lot of spam, a lot of damage.
Impossible for JL.
There's nothing for him here. A Deagle and a Dream. Now a nightmare for Na'Vi. A force buy that, well, it hinges off of a scout that miraculously finds Nerds through the smoke, but second buy of the cherry, I suppose.
Well, looking for the saves, bit and Wonderful, sure. Couple of kills. But again, another slow start, so it will just have to be some partials around these saved guns. Bit can drop a 5-7, keep the MP9. Same can't be said for Wonderful. This is exactly what Saw would have been hoping for with Heroic, and that's 2 rounds with B being the finish. The pistol round are now a mid to B split.
What was it that JL was saying about his bomb site as well? Like, keep coming?
Yeah, look, when it was Spirit, I'm pretty sure. Right. They just kept doing these very flat B plays into Bit and JL, and they got shut down time and time again. Very uninspired from Spirit, to say the least. A team who opted not to come and compete in Rio. They're one of the big names, the only big name really that wasn't here.
Did they cite a reason? Was it just a question of avoiding fatigue?
I don't know if there was officially a reason given, but I would imagine that makes sense. Yeah. Considering the stretch, take a bit of long. It is an extended break. They still have a few more weeks off before they have to go to Sentosa in Singapore for the Blast World Finals. And that's also in the Southern Hemisphere.
Yeah, okay.
So that's where the major is too. Damn. B execute again.
Yeah, JL and Alexi to be tested, but I don't fancy their chances with a 5-7.
Just contact, not an execute.
2 5-7s. Different elevations. Maybe they could get, an early headshot, which could transpire, and downward spiral, but Tessus swings on through. Mystery solved.
Yeah, right. You can see the difference maker. If Alexi gets one, then JL does the same. Sure, they trade back, but then it's somewhat winnable. Oh, interesting from Emma. A decent attempt, but Dexter makes sure nothing goes awry. And just Bit with that saved MP9. The rifles will be coming out into the next. You're going to get that loss bonus coming into the bank balance at 2,900.
Yeah, can we just show Shush's position as well for a second, team? Just because, yeah, sometimes this is how you play Counter-Strike. Sometimes you do. He's just been locking the door. Knows Bit hasn't pushed out long, and so they have a good idea which quadrant he occupies.
Takes a certain type of personality to play positions.
And you know how mad your opponent is if you do actually shoot them in the back of the head.
Dear. Some people are born with it. Not many are able to learn it.
I had a moment, a teachable moment on Nuke the other day. Chad, you'd be proud of me.
Okay.
I called 4 players go yard. I'll hold lobby push. You know where I was? I'm on the roof.
Okay, very passive.
They were very upset.
I imagine so.
They were. MP9s all running through lobby. Got the info safely. I'm proud of myself. Bit would be proud of me.
Someone who we could be proud of is Wonderful bringing out the AWP, but Dexter on the other side of the server. So the two of them getting an opportunity to joust. Dexter, once upon a time, a very exciting AWP. Let's see if...
Oh, gosh, come on now. Nico started a craze. He started a trend.
Well, JL's always been an emotional guy. That's why he's one of, at least my favorite personalities in Counter-Strike at the moment. You got to take the good with the bad.
Absolutely, yeah, the rough with the smooth. Now, reboosting in, it is going to be a frag that Wonderful had a chance at. Dexter peeks into short with the angle. He does miss his chance onto Women. Bang. Good damage onto Nerds. AWP noted from Wonderful, trying to catch him on that cat cross. They do start to progress. Kixon out, Dexter, Nerds all starting to maneuver for some control.
And Bit's also been called to cheat over towards CT spawn, which could become a bit of a problem if, again, it's a B maneuver. Now, the head of that smoke, Kixon brave, but had to be. Right, the timing on that, you don't want to back off. Your job is to get some space. And he might just waltz out because they won't expect this time. Yeah. I like it. I like it a lot.
Imer's maneuvering back. Imer, he has to be able to be aware of this, but jumping up, he should be dead. Ooh, actually gets the info safely. He's a bit lucky there. On the jump up the box, gets info. AWP can react in time. Nice 5v3 situation for Na'Vi just to get themselves on the board. And that AWP from Wonderful paying dividends. Nerds trying to get across. They'll crab walk out of the... Ooh, crosshairs, a little lackadaisical from the bomb. Dexter gets across. He has an AWP, and it is in a powerful position. Tessus, if he can catch this first, which he has, catches Bit. Now Dexter picks off Imet. This is uncomfortable for Na'Vi. It's falling through their fingers. Frag by frag. It's gone down. And Nurts steals the round away. What was that? 5v3?
Yeah, and riding a high. You can see the energy that Heroic are bringing to this as Na'Vi are falling apart right in front of our very eyes. Return to the conversation about fatigue. This team have been put through their paces. They've ridden the highs and the lows. Alexi in an interview saying, hey, we won EPL, but then we go straight into towards the full finals and we lose. It didn't even feel like we won that event. With just how stacked the road has been since coming back from the tournament break.
You know, for Heroic, this feels like a monumental day. This feels like a tournament run that has built morale, and you're starting to kind of self-actualize what this team is capable of. For Na'Vi, this is just another Saturday. Over the course of what has been months, being in a semi-final stage, it's been normalized by their success.
And considering where they're at right now, if they can come back from this hole of despair that they're feeling and pull themselves together as a team, right, this is going to require you to dig deep. There's no question about Na'Vi's pedigree as individuals or right, their approach to the game, their system. There's nothing like that. Whereas Heroic, you know, we've wanted to see this team build into something of excitement because they've always had the pieces. It's not showing that in the results. Wonderful on a timing on the jiggle. Might get caught. Yep, well, he has to drop back. Another orb now noted.
Yeah, I mean, this is a game of avoid the orb. Nurts might not be able to do so because I can see Wonderful's coming in for a crouch clear. Just as he swaps to his nades, Wonderful's orb connects. He gets away with murder. Double kill. Tessus, if you go down, hang on. He gets away with it.
He cleared both.
He clears them both.
How's he done that?
Oh, and it's not the ideal weapon for the job for Alexi there. He does put damage onto Kicks and tags him up with a headshot.
If you're Wonderful, you probably want to be saving this. I know the loss bonus is maxed on out, but even still, and I don't think he's going to get the chance. Wonderful 3 points of health in a 1v3 situation. The bomb goes down, 40 seconds begins, and Heroic continue to steamroll. This is going to be 5.
Steamroll indeed. I mean, this is how Ancient started.
Yeah, and again, it was only a partial with the AWP in play. But over towards B, okay, Tessus only gets 1 as opposed to both. Okay, workable round. We've just got 2.
We've had 2 like that.
Yeah, exactly. So right now, Heroic are getting away with murder. And they're in full control of the situation. Kixon starting to hunt, or at least he was considering it. I think knowing they'll likely have an AWP into the next, considering the finances anyway, they're going to start to look to build a little bit of their own on the T side. And it just would be insane. Heroic must really like Rio. I know it's a almost completely different roster, but for Shush and Tessus, they have good and bad memories. The fact that you're able to get to those grand finals is one thing. Losing them is another. I think Tessus earlier in the week said in an interview, if they lose a 3rd grand final, he's never come back.
Yeah, I mean, it is lazy script writing, isn't it? That VP, Furia, and Heroic are all back to their old selves in Rio de Janeiro. Tessus, I loved hearing the confidence that he's exuding in that interview, saying he's playing his best CS2 right now.
Look, I don't know from a tactical standpoint what Blade really has to say at the moment, because with some of these kills that are being missed, that's the difference. I feel it's a sentiment of, hey boys, look, we've come all this way, flown all the way down to Brazil. We're a class Counter-Strike team. I know everybody's tired, but this is what we play for. Right now, we either change the mental, we get into this, we start going through the basics, everything that we've practiced, everything that's gotten us to this point of the tippy top of the Counter-Strike world, or we're going home in the semis.
Which to Na'Vi would be classified as an early exit. Let's see how they go this round. Wonderful responsible for middle. Imet! Oh, swings straight into Nurts' crosshair. How are they not ready for that? He walks through lower, jumps up the box, catches a free frag on short side. Now it forces a reaction out of Wonderful. They're going long. It's Bit here to be tested. And the flashes are great. He just gets vision back in time, but only the one from Bit. Wonderful, you have to hit this shot, and I think they got the info on that strafe. Leg shot, Tessus, brave, strafes out with 13 points of health and out duels the AWPer. Alexi B, that's an important contribution, but I think Ram, this push from Nurts is a bit ahead of the play. Nurts is going to have him with his back presented. And now JL, yeah, that's a nasty round. Oh dear, off the back of a Blade timeout, Chad, we typically suggest and imply that there's a conversion attached to them. But for Blade, he's called one, and they're empty-handed once more.
It almost feels tough to watch if you're a Na'Vi fan, because you're saying, hey, this isn't our team, and that's not to take anything away from Heroic again. Right, Lopus always used to use this framing when he came into certain events, right? For some teams, this is their Super Bowl. And for a team that's achieved nothing this year, has been trying to piece themselves back together. That's exactly true for a team like Heroic. They are playing with their hearts right now. All in, everything, right? The mood, the comms, it's flowing. They're also feeling that they've got Na'Vi in a corner and they're just beating on him, they're wailing on him. There has to just be, again, pistols and an AWP. We've been here before.
Wonderful got two and still couldn't see the round go Na'Vi's way in the last attempt.
And he has been hitting tough shots in certain scenarios.
There's info. Kixon now knows where that AWP is, or at least was.
Mid to B again.
Lurk smoke. JL has either side covered with bit.
But you bang on if you can constrict the orb, right? That's what you're hoping to do. There's a little bit of a play around the smoke here from Emma.
I like the idea. Might be able to catch Nerds as he progresses window, but he's been very kind of hesitant with this. He knows he's responsible for maintaining that cross. Anyone that's over at B can't get back, but anyone at A isn't helping. Interesting that they just group up. It's quite direct. It's just 4 players going to contact into B here. Tassus consistently finding double kills. Can he do it again? No! Kixon this time is the one to find the first, and it will be 2. He just takes down his leader as well.
JL's yet to get a kill.
And Nerds is in this horrible position. By horrible, I mean for Imet. You want to come lowers, you've got to try and deep clear me. And just like that, Nerds converts a 7th round for Heroic.
Oof. Yeah, day one, when we came into this event and we saw the G2 versus Heroic matchup, I believe the desk at the time and us were prefacing the fact that Heroic could win that game. You've got G2 coming off of a tournament win straight down here. They didn't practice. And they're a team that is based so much on their individuals. Heroic, they also like to play heads-up in-your-face CS with sharp pieces. They dealt with them, and then they were able to go up against the, well, old remnants of this Heroic roster. Cadian reunited with the likes of Stown and Yabi over in the Astralis journey. Make that jersey. As I was thinking, hey, the Sith are here to play the Empire.
Yeah.
As Heroic get to take them on and deal with them. Booked themselves a spot in the playoffs, but it didn't stop there. A victory over Vitality for the semi-final berth, now against the world #1 Na'Vi. And potentially a matchup against Mouse or Furia in the final.
I mean, yeah, the Grim Reaper meme format writes itself at this point.
And every one of those games has a little bit of juice to it, right? The G2, a top team. Astralis, old teammates, enemy organization. Vitality, #2 in the world.
#2, and now you've got
Na'Vi,
#1.
#1 in the world.
Oh.
You play Furia. Well, that's the hostile crowd. Oh my God, all right.
Trying to run down suicide. That's definitely feeling some confidence.
Well, I understand him.
Yeah.
Why not?
Every round so far.
It's 7-0.
He's been able to get to mid.
Well, they're out long.
Oh, and yeah.
No.
Wonderful down to Dexter. Where was he going? Just having a beat down mid. Dexter will punish.
Yeah, this is a washing right now.
And it's only Alexi tending to long. Is he just jiggling it out for info? This is tough. It's retaking mid. Imma's going to have a glance, and he'd be right to do so.
Imma's still communicating, at least the intent, but you're going into the orb. He still hasn't left spawn.
Happily housekeeping any mid aggressions. If you poke your head out, Bit, you're a dead man. So crouches his way into lower.
Bit will get them information. He'll free JL up to rotate over towards A to bolster the defense with Alexi and Imma, or JL can just jiggle from mid and watch Cat. It means Imma and Alexi can worry about long, and they block them at a well-time.
Ooh, actually caught him, and it's a profitable swing from Alexi. Finding Shush. A man advantage. Is this where Na'Vi can buck the trend? Just get themselves on the board. This semi-final second map. Cross smoke throw. Can't molly. Eyes on the prize as they still try and get through. Alexi's going to be holding the clear of the smoke. A second clear. 20 seconds. They're running this clock down. What can you do? Tessus is alive. Can he find impact? A nice setup, but disruptive. Tessus, what can you do? Nothing at the hands of the Imma M4. And Alexi B secures it. Na'Vi will at least post one on their CT side. Can't say the same for JL yet.
Yeah, tough half for him so far, isn't it? Wonderful, however, we turn to him coming into map number 2 with a discussion around the AWP. He's found a decent amount of kills with them, but the key is the opening frags. Is Alexi, the captain, on the screen, really trying to bring the energy, right? Because it's not going to do itself. And at this point, you know that you're in a pit. The only way you can get back into this, start winning a couple of rounds, get the boys believing. Again, another opportunity for a 7-5 half. We're in the same place on Ancient. Take a lot of those rounds to break Heroic's finances, and Bit's not backing down from a fight.
Leg shot, though, onto Wonderful.
Oh, no.
Kixon, he's hit another headshot. How's he got both there? Clears out Bit, finds him.
He keeps coming.
He wants more. Oh, JL doesn't notice. JL didn't notice. He should have him. He should have him. He's considering the possibility. He could get spammed on the way back. JL finds Dexter, gets away. That's his first, but he's not ready for this. Oh, JL. He's having a round now.
Tester's coming in.
From 0 to what could be 3. Testis has the bomb. If he gets this one, he's won the round. Across his back. This is crazy counter-strike from Testis. Maybe not ready for the window position. Teammate's going to come to join him. How has Tessis done that? Just a sliver of JL visible.
Tough retake.
Very difficult retake. Now, Wonderful's the first man on the scene, but he's got the AWP. He's got 19 points of health. Molly will limit Testis' planting options. Shush to clear out Alexi, and it's perfect. Catches him wondering. And Wonderful the same. Tessus is untouchable and insane right now.
Yeah, according to Danish Dynamite the other day, well, explosive again, and the body language, I think, says it all for Na'Vi.
It's like he heard Pimp saying he's the best player in Denmark.
And he believes it.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to as well. What's going on? Like, you know, we're talking about JL's frags. The reason for them being so low is because Tessus is beating him in a head-to-head almost every round.
Yeah, getting bopped an awful lot. And it's really just tough to watch this game from Na'Vi, but fantastic from Heroic.
Yeah,
they're
right.
seizing this opportunity with both hands, and they're playing some class CS. Again, it's good to see Saw behind a winning team. Was the talk of the town. He was over there with the Ents roster, which is seemingly had a very tough time. But this one's just being peeled apart round after round. Na'Vi going to pull out a double AWP setup. Maybe that will change their fate. One for Bit, one for Wonderful.
Chad, I need a diagnosis. Is 8-4 workable?
Just the way Na'Vi look, this looks done.
Yeah, okay. Okay, let's see if Shush can confirm it with a big round here out long. Gets to blue bin. No, Molly. He's safe to just occupy that space, and a couple of extra flashes. He'll be able to work some space of his own. Now, this is all a bit of a fake.
Yeah, map feels very small if you're Na'Vi right now. You need to clear something out. And it's so tough to play through middle, especially with Dexter, who in a previous round didn't leave Swarm for like 55 seconds. He's not there right now.
He used his smoke. Yeah, he's got no nades. He will need support.
Look at the safe cross that Shush has manufactured for himself. He's done that bridge smoke to give him the ability to reside in pit. So long is completely his. And actually calling the troops back. I like this from Kixon. Everybody's going to join the party as well. Deploying on top of that will be the CTs. Na'Vi, this is a Furia-esque maneuver that we've seen come into fashion in recent time, but well, they've only got a couple of those smokes left.
Not a single flashbang for Na'Vi to defend a long take.
Yeah, this looks rough.
Like, you can't swing off that unless you do it dry, like Alexi. Ooh, a gap in the smoke. Okay, well, that's info.
That's all that is.
Lexi needs to reload. It's up to the AWP here. It's not a fun fight, but oh, he nails it. Massive shot from Wonderful. Gives Na'Vi a leg up. Bit extends it, reveals the double AWP, pulls the trigger from the cross.
Worried about Tessus. They're aware that this lurk is possible.
Yeah, it's good that Imez focused on it. He needs to hit this shot, otherwise it could be a double kill. Okay, belated trade, but all the same, it's a 2v3 retake.
It has a kit. Smokes for this.
They can't lose this, Chad. They can't lose this. Bit coming in from CT. Headshot found. Imer removes one from the equation. It's just Dexter. This has to be Na'Vi's round, and it is. Why am I so nervous? Imer does convert with a triple, doubles his kill total. A second.
You're nervous because nothing looks easy for Na'Vi right now, whereas it's the contrary for Heroic, right? Everything's seemingly going their way. Now, they're having to manufacture that with their approach, their understanding, and right now, the mood in the camp at an all-time high. Another great shot from Wonderful. He's going to make that his 4th opening kill.
They hit some bangers to get this round.
And necessary. Unable to retain the double AWP setup. So there will be some omissions in the buy. JL is the one having to operate with an MP9. You can see him keeping the belief, but first tactical timeout called from Heroic. That shows you just how easy things have been in this first half of play. A 10-2 available, very much so. There's still money right now for Heroic full buy. Dexter, Zorb, AKs for everybody else. Util maxed out. That'll be the face of Na'Vi after this one on the plane home. Shell shocked.
I blinked. He wins. He wins. The crowd is packing out nicely for a Saturday night of Counter-Strike.
I wonder why.
I couldn't explain it, Chad.
Not only is it Furia, it's Furia with Fallen?
Yeah, man. Fallen on the stage in 2024 in Brazil.
Different flavor.
Yeah, that's going to be somewhat of a fairy tale. We'll find out.
Late long pop.
Yeah, look at the damage that they've already taken, a brunt of HE damage. Shush is leading the pack ahead of them. And missed shot from Wonderful. He was trying to get the timing, but now he's getting walked up on. Look at the push. Look at the pressure. Shush just runs down the AWPer and delivers. Kicks and gets one. That's Wonderful. In the spine, the AWPer goes down to the Dane. Imma, what can you do? There's just so much pressure. Raining down terror. Off the back of the timeout. Heroic. Run and gun up long.
And just a whole different shift yet again. This time the late pop out long, not the default spread in your face. They surge forward. Shush the passive with the knife.
Run, gun, and knife up long. I need to be specific. In the smoke. Like that cast molly lands, and in about 2 seconds, you've got yourself this Shush running at you.
Look at the timing on the clock as well. Minute 30 as he begins that tussle in the smoke. Final round, first half. It's a heroic team effort. 11 for Tessus, 7 for Dexter. Is there any fight from Na'Vi left?
I mean, Imma's throwing anything at the wall now. I'll run up mid. He does manage to find Kickson early.
Looks like a second round force.
Yeah, blah.
4 MP9s and a scout.
It's hideous. It is absolutely hideous for Na'Vi. And I mean, you mentioned 10-2. A 9-3 softens the blow a little bit. There's a way they could pull this off, Chad. Imma has rotated, cheated, early towards B. They're posturing for a mid to B of their own, or at least Tessa sniffs it out. Ollie, JL is forced out into the fight, does go down to 40, but gets away.
Bombs
with
out mid.
his life. Bomb out mid. Ooh, and again, more damage onto Bit. They're trying to apply the pressure. They are coming into the 3-man stack, but only with SMGs. What can they do? Imma delivers a second. That's nice. JL reveals the surprise that is the third. And it seems to have translated into an awkward one for Shush and Nerds. On the fade, Wonderful with just a scout. He doesn't need to take this fight, but he does take a pot shot, misses it. Shush out mid, takes the first, but isolated and Wonderful. Profits off the static. Shush, it's 3. A little something to work with, but Heroic making a strong case for a 2-0 and a spot in the grand finals. Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. We're in the first semi-final. Rio very excited for the second semi-final, but they're already celebrating Heroic, making it quick. Up against Na'Vi, world number 1, about to be toppled and sent home early. To Na'Vi it is. 6 was on the menu, 5 consecutive grand finals already, but it does seem that they've hit a bit of a wall here in Rio de Janeiro. No pistols so far, Birchall.
Yeah, and yesterday against VP, they only won 1. Still managed to 2-0 the series. It was the Force Spies in the second that were their best friend. Been out long. There's going to be a late swing potential.
I love the look of this. Seems quite inspired. Unfortunately for them, it is only Bit. And he goes looking and doesn't find anything to report. Little does he know how much is around that corner. Here we go. Here comes the reveal. And he was holding for it, so confirms that there's multiple bodies out long. This is going to be info. Or not?
Okay, well, they're assuming that it's heavy fortified long. They didn't know it was a 4-player A start. So Bit's still playing for info. Yeah, that should pipe you up short really quickly. The fact that people are playing doors, or does that tell that maybe it's a stack?
Yeah, it's a bit suspicious for them. They're trying to work out the finish here. Alexi making the call. There is a smoke and a Molotov available. Vanguard smoke and Molly sight. Oh, here we go. Dexter has not hit his headshot. He needs it, gets it. Body shots onto JL. Still problematic. Very uncomfortable for Na'Vi. They're pushing through. Good catches. Everyone hits their headshot. And Shush goes down as well. That was necessary. That was integral.
Even a smile on Alexi's face there. Look, that is the first pistol for Na'Vi in this series so far.
Crazy to say.
And potentially the fire starter that could get them back underway. Now, I like Heroic going for the Force here. You could say, hey, why not they take the full eco and they go for the gun round the next. Well, the problem is, if you take the full eco now, the next gun round won't be a full buy. Right? The first CT gun round is like M4s or FAMASs.
M4 Kev, 1 smoke.
And Dexter goes, well, do I buy a scout or do I buy a rifle? There won't be an all. Right. This is your better opportunity with a Na'Vi who is struggling, who is slow, and this aggression from Tessus and kicks in as well as Shush is massive.
How are they not ready for that? J-Hell completely pantsed. Shush charges lower. If you try and respond upper, mid is occupied. Wonderful doesn't look prepared for this.
Not at all.
This is uncomfortable.
This is why I like the Force Spy.
How is it already feeling uncomfortable for Na'Vi? And another 5-7 frag was just 1 bullet away. Bit gets away with his life. Long occupied, but this flank is going to be faster than anything they're expecting.
Immer's coming back, and he has to be aware it's a possibility. Dexter will try and stay on this line, can't hit the shot.
Oh, there was a chance for collat damage.
They're behind them, though. They're behind them.
Immer's not ready for this. Now they'll be able to react. Hang on. Wait. Immer can react. Wonderful puts the pressure on. The thumb screws from both sides. And look at the damage. This is still uncomfortable. How does Alexi B call his troops out of this?
Look at Shush tucked in towards car. He's been able to get a Galil. Dexter dropped the scout, got the MP9, went to upper tunnels. Divide and conquer.
What do we do? 48 seconds, bombs down on Alexi's foot towards long doors.
I'll tell you what you don't want to do is line up. A swift breeze will take all 3 of these players down, and that Galil of Shush is going to be potent. Dexter sees nothing. So the fact there's nothing in about 30 seconds, sure, they could still return, but it seems unlikely.
If they molly car, it's still awkward. Shush can still take a multi-kill here. 25. And he gets the first immediate trade from Immer. That's the in immediate.
Dexter picks back up the scout, so he only needs 2 tags. They know he had the scout.
Just go, boys. Just go. 10 seconds.
He's already here.
He's flanking them.
They need to plan safe.
He has a scout. If he chooses the wrong plant spot,
oh my God,
he's going to be vulnerable. Dexter, if he goes a bit wider, he could be able to hit them. Wonderful, saves them. Oh, Heroic's Force Spy nearly enough to just take the semi-final right there.
Yeah, moments before disaster, wasn't it? Wow. Trying to run boost, getting technical with it under that type of pressure. The flank as well. The opening kill going against him. Shush playing peekaboo behind the car.
Bro, if they try to do a second run boost, I'm not sure they even get the bomb down. It was like 3 seconds.
Whoa. Hero M4. That's been dropped. Dixon wants to keep the pressure on.
Okay, well, they could overlook this. You know, Nerds is a very capable individual. All it takes is a misstep. Now, not starting for early long control. They start 3B on the Heroic side of things.
There should be the AWP into the next round as well. I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but Shush currently has 3K with the 2,900 loss. We should see the AWP come out for Dexter. So just playing ahead, just doing my accounting.
Yep, nice. And
Don't also do my own, but I'll do the Counter-Strike version.
And it shows that they have the need for the Dexter AWP. Tess is trying to catch a timing as they throw the smoke. And he's hit some damage. He's hit some good body shots. And
I don't like where the bomb is, Alex, and they're pushing long.
I see what you're saying. If he runs out suicide right now and isn't prepared for this, the Nerds M4 could swing out. And he's been spotted.
That's 2.
That's important.
And into A they go. All right, well, Na'Vi being able to navigate through the map. Nerds will return to long. Wonderful will eventually deal with Kixin. Seems a little bit labored. And Nerds, can you do any damage? You're invested in this. Look, you can save it, worst case. Best case, you get a couple of kills, keep the thread on. Dexter's found a kill in the interim. It was only onto the Mac 10. Wonderful should just contain. He doesn't really need this fight. And now if Dexter goes around the world, he can come pick up the AK or the M4, whichever Nerds doesn't want, and they can take 2 free guns into the next gun round.
Well, it's worst case, isn't it?
Yeah, which means that Kixin will probably get a rifle that he wouldn't have otherwise had.
Okay, so that little overcooked from Wonderful. I mean, it's nuanced, but it has led to Dexter retrieving this in time. That is bleak. That is suboptimal.
Yeah, even if Nerds had stayed alive, he could have dropped one to Kixin, but now the fact that they get 2 for their troubles. So Shush will drop the AWP for Dexter, I'm pretty certain. Dexter can drop the M4, and everybody's going to be able to get their goods.
Damn.
So there will be defuse kits, there'll be utility, and this is still a decent lead, right? So sure, Heroic, you didn't win the force. You had to take a little bit of a uncharacteristic save with the...
Let's go, boys. Important. Come on.
Really trying to will themselves. Look, if Na'Vi can bring this back and take us to a third, if Na'Vi can win this series, that's an elite level team.
Agreed, 100%. They started this map already after losing the first 7-0 down.
Yeah. You don't want to just make this cosmetic.
This is 9-6, and potential for 7th, as we've seen a very hesitant T side with their util. Look how much they still have, and they've got short control. We're about to take it anyway. Dexter forced off of the line, a flash molly combo, anti-AWP knockdown.
So going through the paces, so they have upper tunnels, they have short. Someone could push into long, but really, what does that matter? And now it's about forcing the CTs, right? Doing mid to B smoke, doing bridge smoke, trying to keep them moving, trying to keep the comps flowing, trying to get them to guess and gamble incorrectly.
Moving, Immer, that's aggressive, hyper-aggressive! He can't hit the shot! Oh, he gave it a good go, an aggressive gambit from Immer. Kixin repels him from ramp, and now it's up to Alexi and Nerds. This head-to-head upon the smoke fade. Wonderful. He joins them. That nade seems destined for damage. Puts Wonderful onto 70. Susceptible now to the one-shot M4 headshot. 30 seconds, Chad. This is already really wonky.
Hard round to win. Individuals need to value out now, Na'Vi.
Okay, how about this mid-fight? The bit steps straight into the line of fight. It pulled Nerds away. Shush, he's going to be begging for help. If he gets one, though, this is the Na'Vi down and out. JL good for it. Nerds just in time, gets into the spot of bother, hits the double, Wonderful in the clutch. Has to kill Nerds, does nail it. 1v3 taking shape, but he has to get this bomb down now. They can just push him. They can just run at him. And they have, but he plants safe, gets a chance to get his eye to the scope. A 1v2 around the smoke, 1 bullet, 2 targets. He can't do it. 10 for Heroic, 3 away from the grand final.
Continues to be this team effort. We're talking 12 kills on 3 of the players, 11 for Tessus and 10 for Dexter.
Yeah, damn.
Look, this is a team effort from Heroic right now. This is great Counter-Strike, double-digit secure. Look, Immer going for that type of a play. The biggest issue I see with that is there's no follow-through, right? There's either no trade potential or there's no immediate option off of this opener. Look, he gets it. He looks masterful. He doesn't. You're in a number disadvantage situation, and you're the ones having a comeback. Blade calls the final tactical timeout, the last conversation, the last opportunity to rally the troops on their terms. The money is there. A couple of AKs, an AWP. There'll be lighter investments for Immer and Alexi, but it's more than enough for this team to convert around if they can dig deep enough. Otherwise, Heroic are going to get this semi-final done in a 2-0 fashion. They're going to book themselves in as an organization for their 3rd consecutive grand final in IEM Rio.
Something in the water over here. They love it.
It's Tessus and Shush. They've been here before. Success following them in Rio, or they're bringing with them. They packed it in their suitcase.
Well, Blade, this better be one hell of a call. I mean, maybe it's not a direct call so much as it is just trying to get Na'Vi to dust themselves down and remember who they are, what they're capable of. It's a couple of Tech 9s.
Wonderful's going to pick long.
And there will be a head-on collision. 2 of them there. Flash is good. Forced away by the smoke, doesn't want to re-peek into Nerds. That's a double AWP in the mix. Not revealed.
Still smoke from Alexi, so going to work on this map control. That will allow Emma to start working through lower tunnels with the assistance of JL. Kixon just jump spotting, so really playing for information and harassment. The nade at the ready, so he sees the smoke. Now he knows they'll be going through their map control, and there you go, take that one.
Solid. The fact that that's the first smoke from Na'Vi, they clearly wanted to just do a little bit of a later push. He finds so much damage onto Tesses. Bit doesn't know just how much he's done. Good idea, maybe based off the sounds, but Dexter's already in the right place again. They do crisscross mid.
That'd be a great flash.
That's too comfortable for JL. Going down to Dexter's AWP. Alexi B, that's massive. Pressure from both fronts. They can't go down to Dexter. They need the push, and Alexi delivers. How is he still alive? Bit lingers, and a round for Na'Vi takes shape.
All right, has to be the save for Heroic. Well pieced together even after the opening incision from Dexter. Perfect place, wasn't he, to be able to shut that down, but the fact that the split comes through, the gap that they can find on the mid to B is wonderful calls. Two bodies jumping towards long.
Maybe it's because I'm a bit simp, but I wanted to give him some credit because Alexi B's Tech 9 got more respect than it would have if it wasn't for that early damage.
Yeah, I wonder how unconfirmed that was, right? Surely you don't know exactly how much damage you've done through those doors. Sometimes they feel ironclad.
But the fact that the crisscross smokes landed after Alexi B's Tech 9 is there. Tessus just didn't want to trifle with that. And it did lead to Alexi having the impact to flank onto the AWP.
Now, the problem for Na'Vi with this is, and just being the #1 team in the world right now and being on such a run, and the expectation, right, the level of tape the teams can look at. Now, right now, in the moment, anybody can sit there and go, yeah, look, all those things count, right? All those things play into why we're seeing this team gassed. Doesn't take away from the good Counter-Strike that Heroic's taking whatsoever. You got to remember, in the history books, it won't say Na'Vi eliminated 3rd, 4th, fatigued. It'll just say Na'Vi eliminated 3rd, 4th by Heroic.
I like it. It's true. And a leg shot has put Shush on notice early. That's a big contribution from Wonderful to start. Dexter, he's getting aggy with it. He had a pregame on this boost. Wonderful's ready for it. This is a game of inches. No nade this time. They get their progression safe.
And this could be the problem, right, for Heroic. If they start to think individually they need to make these plays or they go too aggressive, if it works, it'll look great. It'll secure them the map. It'll take them to the grand final with a 2-0. If it doesn't, it opens the door for Na'Vi to work their way back in. It's only a 3-round difference right now. They're on the comeback on Ancient, unable to manifest the victory. Na'Vi, can you do it on your opponent's map choice this time round? Cat control taken, bit harassing long. JL still in upper tunnels. Util available for a plethora of different executes. The CT's now blocked towards the mid doors. A run boost.
Not working for Na'Vi today.
I have heard that there has been a little bit more difficult since some of these animation changes in recent times.
Yeah, that might explain it.
I haven't tested it too much myself, so...
Check out Shush. With low HP, he just pushes his own smoke.
Baller.
Oh, man, this is going to screw Na'Vi. It's so early. He's hearing steps. He knows he's caught a timing. Oh, he misses his window. Fires off a warning shot. Alexi B has the knowledge.
35, have to go.
Dexter can't hit his shot. But wait, they might overlook the goose position. It all comes down to Kixon. Imer surely going to clear this. Not enough. JL trade. He gets it. Bomb planted. No, Molly limits options. Goes for a safe one instead. Shouldn't be able to disrupt this. They have Tessus on long side. Nerds goes down. Bit goes looking.
Might be another save.
Might be. Tessus, you can see, is actually in two minds there. Just knifing towards and away from the site. Opts for the latter.
It's the better of the two decisions. Loss bonus has built for them to the point of 2,900 into the next. If these two stay alive, they can both drop a rifle. Dexter's going to be able to buy himself. Right. So this is a good choice to be making right now. I think we will see a sore tactical timeout off the back of this, and the same conversation we were having during map #1 of Kixon liking to throw in these flary, more pace changes on the T side, saying they also did in the late stages of Dust 2, that late long pop, still poppy. I think this is where the opportunity in the game will say, hey, if we have an aggressive move, right, something that you can only run once within a game, this would be the time to do it. So Dexter's able to get that AWP glass cannon. The others are going to get the M4 drops. So the utility should be pretty decent. Kixon gets another kill here. I think she's round over.
Yeah, maybe game.
See Bit as well stepping out, not prepared for that position, and Nerds fortunately can adjust. But here we go. Is there any CT aggressions?
Here's that smoke towards the lower access. Nerds is going to get early control. Look at them long. Like, Tessus is right in the open. Using that T-smoke to kind of peek around. He probes the potential for an AWP to post up, and Wonderful does oblige. One hell of a spray! Tessus isolates the AWPer. A necessary trade from JL, but Nerds is ready for this. Nerds delivers onto him. Hyper aggressive. They're already in T spawn chat. Shush is gunning it towards the long side.
Yeah, they're locked in. Bit's trying to buy them a way out, but Nerds aggressive up middle. You wouldn't expect another player, especially a different player, to be in T spawn.
Oh, careful, Alexi!
How?
Now another chance. Nerds has spotted out Bit. Yeah, he is a dead man walking right now. Shush has got long locked, and an AWP comfortably collects.
Shush being here. Like,
yeah.
JL, you don't understand how booked you are. They know exactly where you can be. 45 seconds, here he comes.
He doesn't even need to, but he wants to. Shush would like to finish this one, and now confirming his suspicions. This man's in pit. This man's in pit. See you later, mate. Wow, again, a team ace. You want to talk about team Counter-Strike. 12 frags on the low end, 14 on the high end. This is Heroic playing at maximum team efficiency.
And it's going to feel like vindication for this team because they haven't been looked at in the brightest of lights, considering the travel issues with Dexter not being able to attend, having to use stand-ins, not being able to get the practice. It's a problem. If every second event, your AWPer, right, one of the most influential players in the server, isn't there, everything that you work on practice feels for naught. Attack through the doors onto Shush again.
And we weren't taking them seriously when they were saying Prac is good with Dexter. We just haven't seen it. Taking some time, but 2 rounds away from a grand final for Heroic. It's feeling increasingly likely that Na'Vi roll over and die. Look at the weapon Alexi is forced to implement into this one. Just a Desert Eagle to his name. 2 smoke grenades, a handful of flashbangs. Chad, they need a miracle.
Well, they've had to play through a bit more of a default approach, excuse me. Heroic in the previous round, with the liberties of the aggression, knew exactly what was going on out the gates, and I can't believe how Tessa's got that opener.
Yeah.
But Heroic have the flow state right here, right now. All flashes towards short, just to make sure that this default is jarring for Na'Vi. No space given for free.
He's throwing a smoke for his long players.
There's a third flash for Kixon to peek out short.
Interesting. Smokes for the duo. Coming up short. Now Kixon's worried about long. Everyone's worried about long! And Kixon pulls out a smoke grenade! Awkward now! Dexter, what you got? Combat AWPing forced into CT. And they swarm. Wonderful! Oh, Wonderful's next to Tessus, has no idea! Hits the no-scope! Barrel into the Dane's belly! Na'Vi, an inspired approach. I said they need a miracle, Chad. What was that?
Okay, well, look, these little hot patches, 2 kills, Heroic save again. At no moment is this game going to be easy for Na'Vi if they want to win.
How many saves? Look, okay, for the last 3, 4, 5 rounds, there's been a minimum of 2 guns saved.
But think about the position you're in on the CT side, knowing that you have this lead, and if you save, you have another good opportunity in the next, because what happens at the same time is your loss bonus builds. So you're getting the cash necessary to go for another buy. So it is only going to be the 2,400 into the next round of play, but that's enough for Nerds and Shush to drop guns. So Tessus and Kixon will have everything that their hearts desire.
So they're doing this on hard mode. Na'Vi have to play gun round after gun round.
Exactly, that's why comebacks are so difficult.
With Tech9 or a Deagles or a Galil thrown in there. Comeback's difficult, but they are currently, you know, trying to match that 9-3 first half. It was 7-0.
True. And they've turned it into a competitive affair. I don't know what Wonderful noted. He was pushing through the smoke. Then I thought he shot. Then he came back through the smoke.
I have a theory.
Okay.
You know how he fired one random bullet? I think he fired a bullet and the little puff of smoke, he may have caught a glimpse of in the clearance of the shot.
Damn, okay.
That's just a theory.
All right.
It's just a theory.
Someone test his theory.
Yeah, did he catch a glimpse on that first random bullet?
Tactical timeout call. Saw on the mic. Double AWP invested. Nerds on the secondary yet again. Now, previously, when they won the last gun round, it was aggression in towards lower dark. Taking a look who's got the best spawn for that, it would be Kixon. I don't expect him to be running in there. But here we go. Let's find out. Can Heroic secure 12?
I'm intrigued by Wonderful spawn. Like an AWP getting the fastest B spawn, and he's got the bomb on his back. What's the play? Do you try and like get an early peek towards the B site, maybe walk in? He has the bomb though.
Sure, just smoke this. He's quite late, so as soon as he feels any pressure, there's the molly first.
Nerds' angle seems destined for one unless you're really diligent.
And there's the smoke. So they'll cancel.
Oh God.
Right, it would have been a great call. It's just shush. Fortunately for Na'Vi, Heroic have backed off, evacuated that lower control, so still an opportunity to work into this round.
They need to flash this if they want to get across. Diligence. Present. Oh, lovely. Oh, peeks in. Wonderful. Removes Nerds. But that Kixon trade is really going to slow down their crawl here. JL committing to sprays. Yeah. Wonderful to actually leg shot him. Good spam back. Kixon doesn't shy away from the engagement. And now, ooh, through the smoke, Kixon could have caught him. Heavy investment of their util. They don't have anything left.
Tessus does, though. Smoking a molly to block over towards A, and the time on his side.
It's perfect. They have to go. Alexi commits. Full commit, but long's open. Dexter posts up with the AWP and delivers. And Na'Vi, they are desperate. Oh, maybe Dexter overextends. Why would he? Why would he? Begging and pleading.
He has to make a move. He has to make a move.
Into an AWP, though. Like this,
but he'll catch him. If he goes a close wall timing.
Now they kick up a fuss. Now Bit starts to move. 20 seconds, Bit. You got to make a move. Dexter tucked on car now, not vulnerable to this whatsoever. 15 seconds, that bomb's still on short. Now Bit arrives. Dexter's on the car side. Kixon tucked on CT, 10 seconds. Dexter goes down, they're actually doing it. I don't know how, I don't know why, but Na'Vi steal a 10th. That is some time management, or is that just a little bit of luck, Chad? I can't work it out.
Whatever the Cat players did was enough pressure to draw Dexter back. And you can understand why, because the position over towards car, mid-long, is the best spot for an AWP to stop anybody from running out on towards A.
Who cleared him? Aimer? Wonderful?
Yeah, so, look, I think it was wonderful, but the problem was because he tucked in car, Tessus is the first one to go down on the ramp.
Yes, right.
And then now, Dexter has to worry about short and long, and his support is coming in. It was a bit too individual there. So starting to fall apart on this CT side. Heroic take their third tactical timeout. The money is still there for the buys. But this round got close. This got damn sketchy. And Dexter just too many targets. You see that. There's target selection in some of these situations. Because it's pressure. It's stress. You're on the stage. Now, it doesn't look like they're fully investing. It's going to be, the max loss bonus. Remember, as we were saying, down the stretch, it's built up. So they've invested to the point that, hey, we can still buy into the final round of play, or the final few rounds of play. But they can win this one.
Doesn't pull the trigger, Wonderful. They'll have the guys of the smoke to keep their push going. Info. At the very least, it's info. They are charging up middle. What is their protocols to react to this? This is a crazy call from Heroic. This is hyper aggressive. What a shot from Wonderful. Bit, he delivers a double headshot. Heroic's plans foiled in the opening stages. That whole thing riding on some individual jewels, but Wonderful and Bit, they're happy to provide.
Just going to walk this one home. Nert's probably feeling like he has to push long to do something. Dexter hoping that he can save, because that AWP is something that will be in question going into what is the final stretch.
And Na'Vi in a position to hunt. Whether or not that becomes a conversation after they've worked it out, they feel the site is clear, they will get that bomb planted. Now, is there a dialogue about a potential AWP hunt?
This is where the mental for Na'Vi will completely shift. You've just tied things up. The comeback, the win, map number 3 is just around the corner. Your map went down the gurgler. You are unable to convert. Heroic have been running with momentum. You're doing this the hard way. Not everybody should with their best performance. Jail with a really rough first half, but a great first map. Bit the same. And this has been tough CS. This has been granular. This has been down to the details. And we're talking about a class team. We're talking about the #1 in the world.
Info.
He's been spotted. He hasn't fired a bullet.
They're coming. They want that AWP. Dexter getting fully executed on. Lurk smoke drops. Doors occupied. Missed shot. They know it's an AWP, but they take it away. Will he have enough? 53, 52 on Kixon and Nerds, but no Kev for one. Maybe it's possible. Oh, Chad, that's Abacus time, but still, an 11-11 scoreline after a 9-3 first half from Heroic. I can't believe we're here.
He's been dropped an AWP from Nerds. So he can get the ult with armor.
At what cost? A couple of nades. They have managed to cobble it together.
There's a kid in play as well. So Heroic can still do this in regulation. They're not done yet.
The damage on the cross would certainly take a leap in the favor of Na'Vi. Wonderful post up for it, unaided. Nerds, he's happy to start here. He'll start lower with Dexter's support, but that molly may limit his contributions. Nerds cleared, nice work, finds Imek, Kixon can swing. A chance onto Dexter. JL at least equalizes. He clears out lower, and a 4v4 emerges at round 23.
Yeah, Dexter had to back off. The support network of Kixon had also dipped. So there's still utility to work with here as Bit continues to harass Long. We're talking about Tessas, the Danish Dynamite, being in the finest of form for Heroic. Well, this could be his chance to lock things down. 3 of them coming his and Dexter's way.
Dexter can support him at least. And that's perfectly timed. The AWP peeks into Bit as he starts to clear, and no one interested in peeking into that AWP.
But options limited. JL isn't even in the upper tunnels. For them to return, they know that Shush is likely anchoring down the site. Where's Kixon gotten off to? This is another tough round for Na'Vi to piece together.
Shush is actually aggressing, and it leads to his demise. Will they overlook Kixon? A quick reaction out of Kixon puts him up on the box.
Ooh, didn't quite land the lurch smoke. It's a little bit shallow.
Yeah, it doesn't, not so much to worry about for Kixon. In his angle, he still has some questions.
If they had a smoke, mid to B would be perfect, but Na'Vi don't.
The last smoke used towards that lurk smoke B. Dexter, he's posting.
He has to push. Yeah, you have to. Oh my god.
Takes the AK.
I thought he was just going to go through. Like, that was like a fake smoke and push through to at least give some information, but he's rotating the long way back. This is all on Kixon.
He hears them coming. Kixon a multi-kill to put you within 1 round of that grand final. He's only good for 1. JL uses that smoke from the HE to get across safely.
They're going to run him down. They're going to run him down.
9 seconds. All he has to do is deny it. JL gets swung on, and the round is theirs. The round is Heroic's.
Dexter giving him a wave. He knows what that missed shot means. Wonderful. Unable to hit the shot. It just opens the door. You have to plant. There's no time. We're coming in. We're taking round 12, and we're 1 round away from this org being in back-to-back-to-back grand finals in IEM Rio.
The comms. I'm sure JL just hears it. He's running at you. He can hear him coming. He's got to plant. Put into an unwinnable situation now. They have to turn it around. Take us to OT if they want to see map 3. Na'Vi are on the ropes.
Flustered and late out of spawn. JL responding to tunnels very, very late. Nerds, he went into lower and now he's pushing up mid. He wants the knockout blow.
He can throw it right now. They're aware. They spot it out. Nerds might pull the plug on this, try and recede safely, and Wonderful not in pursuit of a punish. Nerds takes a lick of damage. Long control for Na'Vi, and Shush flirting with a deep B push. Thinks twice of it. Lots of moving pieces right now. It seems like Heroic are reformatting into something short-centric.
Playing ahead, time to search for more info. Emma might catch them on the jump spot.
It would be nice amount of info. Imer, does he spot one? No, they can double peek the bait, the switch. Kessus will go down, an opening kill, and another one found by Imer. Maybe there's more to Dust 2 if Dexter, hang on, could maybe change the dialogue here. An incendiary to force the swing out a bit. Turns the flash, isolates the jewel. Dexter's doing everything for the boys. Shush charging up mid. Dexter knows if the AWP is in the right position, they can do this. The flank from Long, the AWP, it's all aligning. If Wonderful Dubs misses this shot, it's awkward for Na'Vi, and he times it to perfection. The uncrouch in. Dexter was unprepared, and a 12-12 scoreline seems all but certain. Only Shush can change the dialogue. A tap to the head of Wonderful, but on the reload, car reveals, and we need more. 24 rounds, insufficient to separate these two.
Oh, I can't believe Na'Vi were able to dig that deep, considering how this game started. 7-0 in the hole. Heroic with all the momentum, looking to run their way into the grand final. But Na'Vi, through some miraculous rounds, worked damn hard and have been able to tie things up.
I can't believe we're here. 9-3 half, Chad. I had all but accepted that this Heroic was the opposite of a curse. Blessing that Heroic have here in South America, but we find ourselves with more rounds to play.
Yeah, the Brazilians good graces. But Na'Vi, that fatigue is a thing of the past now. You've gone this deep, it's the adrenaline, it's going to be pumping. This is exactly why you get in the server, these stage matches, to put on a show, and we are getting one here today.
No doubt in my mind we're getting the show.
Now it's about capturing this tone shift, something to note with Heroic. In the last few CT rounds, they've been vying a lot for this lower tunnels control. Something that has actually worked for them information-wise. See if they opt for it again. It's a HE and not a smoke, so definitely not the play. IMA charges in towards lower tunnels. Calls sector clear, so some pep in the step to be found from Na'Vi. Well, that tells you something. The CTs definitely didn't want you going mid to be early.
Lies right on that side of the map. Imme working at half health. That nade, oh, if only it had been landed, it could have been the end of Imme. Kixon a little bit flustered. Gets flashed and fumbles the relocation and release. Warp decoy. The only noise breaking the silence of our first round of overtime. Another door smoke. CTs really do not want you to go that way.
Saw where that came from. So that's one less piece of utility to block on A.
That's the last one.
Yeah, and there's still enough time. If Na'Vi just wait, they could easily just do a full A execute. So now Alexi gets to pick his poison. What utility do we have? What type of finish do we want? Do we want trickery or do we want the all-in?
He really does get to
They've
pick
done
his
crisscross.
And then JL goes looking, a probe out mid to see what they're working with. How much resistance? HE on the clear, pressure in, Kixon and Dexter to be tested here. And Dexter, he passes his test with flying colors, a double kill, sets up Kixon to do the same. Swings out on sight, eats the headshot into Imme. Now Tessa's support from Long should be enough to pull this round home. They haven't even got the time, they haven't even got the heads. Kixon does one better. A two-man defense of the A side. Dexter and Kixon, 5 frags between them. Solid hold.
Yeah, and interesting that that's the execute that they went for. The smoke was used to extinguish, not for bridge. It meant that the orb could hold the tightest alliance. They had to extinguish. Dexter was drawn towards spawn, takes down JL, and you can see that smoke on Cat. That's not a CT smoke. Yeah. It's a molly that's landed. They've had to extinguish. They're running through. And what I thought was perfect for Na'Vi, because they had made Heroic extend a lot of their block utility, was misplayed, mishandled, and leaves Blade wanting to take a tactical timeout. Doesn't really feel like Heroic have had weapons as an issue at all throughout this game, right? Especially because on the cup, like, sure, there was a couple rounds where, oh, maybe it's a saved gun and we have to invest a little bit lighter, but more often than not, they've had weapons in their hands, so this is no real change for them going into OT.
Quite the contrast, or to the contrary, Na'Vi feels like having all the bells and whistles is a luxury only afforded to them in overtime.
Well, right now they've got decent long spawns on the likes of Imme and Wonderful. Doesn't look like they're going to do anything off the back of it. Just going to set up this boost once more for information.
Oh, it's a dangerous game. A reaction speed test that Nerds gets away with. Testing Wonderful. He goes again. He actually wants to flash and get himself misinformation, trying to spread it. It's very 2024.
Kicks him back to spawn to pick up a couple of extra nades. Playing transitional in the short position. Alexi, so in-game leaders both really vying for this short control and space. And then back to very standard A setup. Your AWP on ramp. Testis came back and donated some utility to Dexter. Now he's going to anchor long. They're set up for a full execute this time round.
Yeah, they're going to do one better than they did last time. Will Dexter still have some freedoms from that ramp position? Missed opportunities. Progress into the site now for Na'Vi. It gets uncomfortable. Nerds tries to bail him out. Good contributions. Tessis and Nerds are rotating in aggressively. And Wonderful can't find a thing. The AK needs to be picked up. Help JL in this brawl. Tessis and Nerds on ramp side. Bit does catch the aggressive shush. Things will slow down.
They know where he is.
Do they? No, now they do. He has the bomb. And Tessis has 19 bullets for the 1v2. Isolates, chicks a spam. Shy on the aim. Na'Vi, they will equalize.
I'm surprised they didn't realize what Wonderful had gotten off to. I guess they were very timid on the ramp. They didn't want to overextend against that AWP. Wonderful changing out from the AWP into the AK. He sits and he delivers an important kill. And that one there, look, I put it onto the pacing first of Alexi to get them cat control quite quickly. But I think this is still a very hard-fought round. Right? This is a tough round indeed.
I still feel like if Dexter hits one on the way in, it's a different round for Heroic. As we saw just in the previous. Mantle takes time. Oh, but Nerds. He crouches into that angle. Now we get the opportunity. Dexter in overtime. Yet to make a connection. Aside from round one, Tessis onto Bit. That's a big frag to be posting.
Yeah, Bit tried to take some space out long. He'll be denied. Imma also trying to apply pressure for the mid to B because the other B defender goes down of Nerds.
Makes sense.
They really want to stuff the mid to B opportunities for Na'Vi. They don't want to let them capitalize when that number advantage, which has been gone for a decent period of time now, was in play.
One smoke though. That's all they have at 70 seconds still on the clock. Lurk smoke. Ooh, JL. Jumps over the lurk smoke and sees an AWP looking down at him.
So you ask yourself, was that the one picked up from Nerds, or is that the A AWP? Because if it's the A AWP, that's where you'd like to be going. You'd have Kixon to deal with.
They finally find some timing outdoors. They're allowed to go. And Dexter plugs JL. That's information.
40 seconds.
And they go towards it. That CT smoke has kept boots planted. Dexter jumps for info, spots bomb. Bomb on the radar. Here we go. And he hits the shot. Dexter flying high as he goes down for the second. And that needed to be more.
2v2.
Alexi B makes this round winnable. Wonderful. He wants to peek over this. He's planted for the catch the timing on the window. Chooses not to. Another molly available. They can keep them at bay for a moment longer. AWP on tons. Spots the doors. Leg shot's good. Nade could be great. Kixon, 6 HP off that. Awkward. Molly on Alexi. He's really holding on to it. He wants the frag first, and they'll take it by force. What a turnaround that is. Wonderful on Alexi B. Waltz into the B bomb site and make the scoreline read 14-13.
I don't know. Actually, that'd be the first time this entire game that Na'Vi have the lead. Right?
Yes.
They were 7-0 down.
Yes, right.
So that would have to be the first time.
Yes, right. It took them that long.
Yeah, because Heroic got to 12 first.
I can't believe we're even here, bro.
Yeah, look, this is Na'Vi having to try and find some inspired CS. Just 2 rounds away. We swap sides. We go again. This is fast long from Tessis.
9-3 was the scoreline in regulation. And this time an opening death for Tessis. He will not be able to help, not be able to contribute. And immediately Bit gets his favorite weapon. He is known as the headshot machine, a high headshot percentage. And the one-shot headshot now available into overtime in the first round of his CT side.
Heroic iced out because of these defensive smokes lobbed by Na'Vi. Nerds breaks the silence and spam through the door. The divide and conquer right now. Dexter upper tunnels with the AWP. Nerds lower and a shot taken. A molly thrown. Wonderful, it's gonna get hot. Never finds something. It's just individual maneuvers from Heroic.
It's not worked out for them this time. Off kilter from Tessis' death, but with Kixon gone too. We're in a full wobble. Downward spiral. This is for 15. This is for 2 opportunities to take that third map. Or take us to, rather, that third map. Forced away. Angle held, but pushing in are these 2. They're going to test this setup. JL, what have you got for us? He needs at least 1. And Shush. Oh, wow, accelerates into the angle. Trade immediate. Missed shot from the AWP. It's a head-to-head with a P250. Overruns him. Trade is necessary. They get it. 15 is Na'Vi's first. I can't believe I'm saying it. 2 opportunities for Na'Vi after being down 7-0. We're about to take us the distance, take us to a third map in this series. Mirage awaits.
Well, Rio might have to hang on a little bit longer to see Furia grace the stage because this game's got some more twists and turns.
Whoa, 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 what is this?
Double AWP setup brought out by the Tees here.
The Tees?
Kixon's going for a long corner pick, so you can understand why.
He's ahead of the smoke. So that's a nice bit of information. Shush can maybe take some of the space around Kixon's AWP.
Alexi's aware. He heard the smoke land, so knowing that's for the extinguish, you can see the passive setup that he has. So you know that they don't have long control. That's good information for Heroic. Now, when they've had long control before, they've regrouped and they've executed. There's going to be a fight here.
Swing through. Bit with a nice angle. Anti-flash! Oh, brilliant setup. Alexi V needs help. And Bit provides it. Now Imma and Alexi stand ready to fight. Dexter, you drop Bit, you should be dead. And Imma nails the headshot. Alexi B catches some extra damage as well. Now they'll swing through. Alexi turns it, doesn't have a chance. And no trade back from Imma, so that's important. Kixon has managed to manufacture a 3-on-3. For survival now for Heroic. The tables have turned. Na'Vi have toiled. And they are 3 frags away from Mirage. From surviving. Dust 2, Heroic's pick. After conceding their own. Imma, down and out. Lovely headshot from Tessus. Overlooks the potential for a second, but they are up and into the site. The bomb being planted now as Kixon punches in the code. And wonderful. Both come in from short side. A chance! Oh, and a shot! Wonderful connects! 29 and counting for the AWPer. He couldn't finish it. He can't finish it! Nerds denies them! A double kill from Nerds! Forces us to play on!
Jo just offers his head up in the vice, steps in the shadow of Wonderful. And Nerds will take it every day of the week.
Wonderful's hitting everything. He's nearly at the 2 KD. And he had the chance for a third map right there in his scope. Nerds doesn't shy away from the jewel. Na'Vi can't let that break them. You've got another chance. You've got another opportunity.
Yeah, Wonderful's been great. 7-1 in opening jewels. The AWP, we wanted to see more from it, and it has. But speaking of AWPs, Bit into secondary AWP. Aggressive draw, just running out. Cat, Imma.
Another. Kixon. Down and out to Bit. How is this falling apart so quick? They're testing JL. It could all be in a moment ended. And we're off to Mirage just like that. 30 rounds deep, Na'Vi. They show tenacity. And it's undeniable. This team still got it.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you. No more T-tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Despite a 0-7 start to Dust 2, Na'Vi may bend, but they do not break. It ultimately takes overtime for them to get around leads and eventually steal away this map. And if you are Heroic right now, you have to be heartbroken that this one slipped through your fingers.
That was a massive opportunity for Heroic to close out this series, to book a spot inside the grand final by taking down Na'Vi 2-0. They came very, very close, Josh, but at the end of the day, they let it slip out of their hands. As you said, 7-0 lead. They were looking poised, they were looking good, but you can never count out Na'Vi, can you?
The story to me here is the endurance for Heroic. They haven't been tested this way yet, and what we saw towards the end of that Dust 2 was a slip in just everything. Their decision-making, their output, the ability to frag. We saw just like looking at the wrong angles, being positioned in the wrong places, and missing easy shots as well. Everything falling apart for them towards the end there.
No, it was a very noticeable difference when we got into that OT, just how things eventually just spiraled out of control for Heroic. There is a round in regulation, however, that I would argue had Heroic's name written all over it and a 2-0 potentially written all over it.
Round 21 is for me the difference maker right here, because it exemplifies everything Josh is talking about. You're spot on. We have it on the telestrator here in front of us. It is a scenario where Heroic should have closed out the round. I just want to set the scene for you guys quickly. Look at this. There's 26 seconds left of the round. None of the Na'Vi players right now have anything to throw it of significance. Molotov, sure, no flashes, no smokes, nothing that they can make to cross. Look at the setup as well. If we zoom in on the minimap, hopefully I can get to do that. Look at the positioning as well. Oh, there we go. We'll try again. We'll zoom in on the minimap and look at the position right here. You have everything you want to if you're Heroic. You have 3 players situated towards the A bomb site, and as I said, no smoke, no flashes, no nothing to work with for Na'Vi. Dexter even holding the angle right here. Unfortunately, as we play out the round, Dexter gets caught in a bit of a mid scenario where he cannot make up his mind whether he wants to look towards catwalk or looks towards long. At this point, he just needs to make a decision, hold the angle. Now, Bit is coming out right here. He's getting the kill, and if we pause the clip right here, again, 14 seconds left. When Bit is in this position, he cannot be part of the round. At no point can Bit come in and make the difference. So if I'm Dexter right here, all you gotta do is watch towards catwalk, because they have to cross if they want to plant the bomb. You play out the clip. Unfortunately for Dexter, he gets uncomfortable in this decision. He decides to swing out right here, gets killed from Wonderful, where all he had to do was just hold an angle with an AWP, no flash, no smoke. That would have been it. That would have been game over. 12-9 for Heroic. Done and dusted.
My note for that round was Dexter and 6 question marks, because what you can say what you want about just repositioning, stopping, not holding that long angle anymore. That's fine. But that communication to the ramp player needs to be there. Hey, watch long. I take contact on short here. And then that situation doesn't happen where Bit gets to move out and get that kill on that ramp player to make Dexter put it into that situation where it's like, do I look short or do I go and swing this long guy? Which, as you said, completely unnecessary. Because of the time left in the round, you have one job. Kill that guy coming up cat.
Yeah, I feel like it would be unfair to just say that Dexter, was the only Heroic player looking a bit jittery in those late rounds, particularly going into that overtime. Many of the other Heroic players also, misplayed situations.
And in all fairness, Dexter had a couple of moments after this round where he showed up and kept them in the game. So it's not about pointing fingers just towards him, but it was a great example of where Heroic could have won the game. I think Shoes is another one I want to take into consideration as well. Playing the B anchor role on the B bomb side, there was a couple of rounds where Heroic found the opening kill, and for some reason, we spoke about it coming into the game, this proactive Counter-Strike where you constantly want to move around. Sometimes you gotta dial it down a bit. Sometimes you just gotta hold your position, play your angles, play your advantage. And we saw Shoes twice heading into overtime, push in towards B tunnels and give away an advantage where he shouldn't have done so.
There was one round specific where he did that. Dexter got that kill on the B tunnels player. Shush starts walk pushing in. Dexter goes for a jump spot at window, spots him out mid with the bomb. No time left, no smokes on the board. And then he gets another kill. Dexter goes down, and Shush just walks out and just completely whiffs. And it's like when you have that fall off of performance, when all the players aren't firing on all cylinders, we saw how Heroic played together, that pack. We talked about it before the game. If they stay to the pack, they're moving together. We were highlighting Nert's last map on Ancient. Yeah, but his teammates are here to support. Here, it's like they fall apart, and as soon as they get any sort of resistance, now it's you see the same struggles that Heroic used to have, where now the players are out on their own. They don't have that support. If the support is there, they're missing their shots. They're not getting their entries and their trades and everything. And we can't say anything other than they ran out of steam. It's an endurance race, and they need to find a way to get that energy back up.
Yeah, it felt very disjointed coming into the later stages of Dust 2. But to go from the critique of Heroic to the praise of Na'Vi, we have to begin with the wonderful conversation, particularly second half.
He had a horrible map one, couldn't get get anything going. You know, took him 20 rounds to buy the up for the first time. Even the beginning of Dust 2 wasn't that great. The CT side from Wonderful was not that impactful, which is why the highlight package you see right now is pure T-side impact from Wonderful. With the get little to begin with, then the AWP came into play, a couple of clutch moments, you know, combat AWPing as he likes to do as well. He found an awful lot of impact, and we called it out just saying, if Na'Vi wants to win Dust 2, it has to be off the base of Wonderful finding impact, and oh my, did he do so. He finished with 28, 29 kills after starting a very lackluster CT side.
It was a very slow start. I was writing notes down about where they got the AWP up. Round 4 was the first AWP. They got that 5 versus 3 even situation. They end up losing that. Remember, we're talking about, what, 7-0 down or something. Round 8, he gets another AWP opening kill, makes it a 5-on-4, repeaks, dies instantly, loses that. But I mean, his team is able to recover that round, and then round 10, they even get the double AWP. It goes into a 5 versus 3, and then that round even still gets close. So Heroic really had Na'Vi on the ropes. You know, the final scoreline might suggest that it was a really close affair, really back and forth, but it wasn't. It was a huge lead that Heroic had. They could have closed out if they were able to just get one more round on the board. Any of these rounds that we highlighted, for example, round 21, we don't even sit here in overtime. We don't sit here discussing these rounds. We're up here talking to the winner. But instead, we're talking about what the hell just happened.
What else would you attribute the, you know, Na'Vi bounce back to, other than Wonderful? I mean, truly coming alive, having some great moments. What else was there shining out from Na'Vi?
I think all the players stepped up significantly. As much as we want to pinpoint towards Heroic making mistakes, I think everyone from Na'Vi took a step up. You know, they started to believing in the comeback at some point. Alexi B as well had a horrible start to the game, came alive a little bit. The calling went better as well. I think you saw Emma as well being very aggressive on the server. You know, I think when it was 9-4 or something along the lines, he pushed up middle and he didn't give a damn at that point. So sometimes, and you probably know that as well, when you're on the server and you're down 9-3, you lost map number 1, you already feel like you've lost the game, you lost the map, so you got nothing else to lose. And sometimes that frees up the players, you know, relieves the stress of some of them, and it felt like they were a little bit more free on the server. And when they started to believe, well, as you said, we saw Heroic run out of steam and we saw Na'Vi starting to believe.
When you see these types of pushes, it wasn't just like we saw an example of Emma. We saw Heroic doing that all throughout the game. Even when they were starting to lose that steam, they were pushing up. But we've talked about Na'Vi playing from behind. They did it against VP yesterday on that Ancient game. They're able to come back. It's something to do with the system, and you can see it also in the comms from Alexi B. We saw that also today about how even when he's performing not well, he's still able to communicate really clear and concise, keep the energy up, keep the positivity up. We've seen some clips where maybe there's some arguing going on, but you can see that he's a sacrifice as well. He doesn't care about his stats at the end of the game. He's just making sure that he's doing that swing so that you can get that trade, and being that type of leader, leading by example. And hey, it's working so often for Na'Vi. 6 top 2 finishes in a row. They're going for their 7th right now.
And listen, that's the crazy part, because we just had round 21 being played out for you. Heroic should have won this game. They should have won Dust 2, and now we're heading into Mirage, 3rd deciding map for you, where no one can argue to me that Na'Vi are not the favorites to win that, you know. So you came so close being knocked out, and as you said, that would change the entire narrative. Now we're looking at a Na'Vi that is fired up, a Wonderful that is fired up, heading into Mirage, which arguably is the best map in the map pool. They're once again the favorites.
You think that was it? That was Heroic's shot, and now they fumbled it? This is going towards Na'Vi?
I don't necessarily think that. We know kind of what to expect from Na'Vi, especially on their T side of Mirage. We're going to see Alexi be out top middle. We're going to see Emma coming up underpass. And what are we going to expect from Heroic? We're going to see Nerds. We're going to see Tesses. We're going to see we're going to see all these players literally just pushing up middle and taking these fights and not letting Alexi B or Emma get situated in middle before they can go and do their end goal. It's just going to be a brawl at middle every single round.
And that's exactly what we are hoping to be seeing. It all comes down to Mirage. One more map separates either Heroic or Na'Vi from that coveted grand final. It's going down after this.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yup, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
For a crack commando unit over at White Dot Market investigates some top Brazilian players' skin preferences and take a look at some of the prices. Mr. Richardson, I don't know if anything here is going to blow you away. Should we take a look?
I'm ready.
All right.
I want to preface that when it comes to my price guesses, I'm not like the most dedicated price skin researcher.
But you'll try.
I'll do my very best.
And that's all we ask.
Okay.
All we ask. Okay. Well, we've got a bit of a classic. So the case hardened. It is a classic AK-47.
It is a classic.
People love it. But some top pros in Brazil using exactly that. Now, would you like to put a guess on the price? Factory new.
Factory new, standard case hardened.
Yep.
It's an oldie, goldie, popular. $880. That would be my guess.
370.
Sheesh. Okay. I was about to say affordable, but that's just because my guess was so unaffordable.
Right.
Yep. Okay.
Right. Okay.
300.
Let's go to the high end. A lovely pair of Pandora's box gloves. Now, I would love a pair of these.
These are pretty. Very pretty. And there's a lot of kind of purple skins you could combine them with. Okay. But expensive. You're giving me a clue.
I'll give you higher or lower on your first guess.
Yo. Okay. Respect. 6,000.
Significantly higher.
Ooh. Let's go 20,000, 34, 50,000 euros.
Wow, you were very close. 55,000.
Oh, wow, nice.
Yeah, very nice.
God,
Great
what?
attempt right there. Yeah, definitely.
They're very rare.
So if you ever get a pair of those,
put them on the White Dot Market.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, okay.
We've got a Doppler Sapphire.
Oh, that's got to be expensive too. My God. Okay, so the Brazilian players that are using these skins,
they've got good taste.
They're doing all right.
They're
doing all right as well.
What are you feeling?
Doppler Sapphire. God, that's got to be what? 10 G's?
Yeah, close. 9 grand.
Yeah.
Actually, good guess.
Nice.
All right, this is a bit of a standard, but I can understand why they like it. You know, a bit fiery. The Brazilians. A hot rod.
I wanted to buy one of these, and I think it was just out of my my budget.
Oh, your range.
Yeah.
Okay. What was your range?
I think it was just like with all of the bits I wanted to get rid of, combined to swap it out. I think it was something. I think it was it was in the thousands for sure. I think it was like 1,500.
Okay, well, 960. So
960,
not far off.
okay.
I'll give you that.
For factory new, 900.
Yeah, it was in the range, 960.
Dude, that's in my budget. What am I saying?
And finally, a Vulcan AK-47 weaponry.
Ooh, factory new Vulcan. Some people like it. I think it's ugly. I'm gonna say.
Like it's from Tron.
Yeah, just not my vibe.
No.
I'm gonna give it. Case hardened was what? 300.
370.
Was 900. 700?
Damn, close. 761.
Yo!
I think you've done very well today.
I'm actually quite proud of myself.
Yeah, you should be.
I could have done a lot worse.
Right, great job. And
Thank you.
if people at home want to check out some more skins, maybe Brazilian, maybe not, White Dot Market, check them out, see what they've got.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from. We're watching from Rio de Janeiro. We're in the stands of this gorgeous arena that is now chock-a-block full of Brazilian Counter-Strike fans in anticipation of a third map between Na'Vi and Heroic. A second semi-final, of course, on the way as well. But I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchall, and I didn't think we were going to be here. For those that missed it, for those that haven't been able to catch the whole series, Chad, could you catch us up?
Yeah, look, this was meant to be the appetizers of the Fury Amounts game coming up next. It all started on map number 1, Na'Vi's Choice, where Heroic took the victory on Ancient in commanding fashion. Scoreline may be a little bit misleading to how much in control Heroic truly was. And then a 9-3 first half Dust 2, Heroic's Choice, and a massive comeback necessary for Na'Vi. Something we've been saying time and time again since their reign as the top team in Counter-Strike. They haven't given up just yet. They didn't let the moment get the better of them, and they have forced Mirage. Comfortable turf for both teams. Na'Vi in pursuit of their 6th consecutive grand final. Heroic, the 3rd in a row for IEM Rio.
Coming into the second half of Dust 2, Chad, you said if Na'Vi can overcome this, if Na'Vi can bring this back and win this semi-final, they are truly a world-class team. Well, Mirage is on the agenda. Mirage is on the menu. We will find answers as to whether Na'Vi can truly weather this storm. An in-form Heroic, riding highs, taking down big names. Astralis couldn't do it. Vitality couldn't do it. Can a tired Na'Vi dust themselves off on Mirage and show us why many have regarded their Mirage as one of the best in the world? Heroic up against them. Heroic electing to start on that CT side. Na'Vi will start on the attack. It's Alexi versus Kixon. It's the third map, and it's the semi-finals here in Rio.
The Rumble in Rio, we've dubbed it a no better map for this third map decider. Mirage, it's going to get brawly, it's going to get biffy as the coaches stand to attention. Sora on one side, Blade the other. And Na'Vi pistol round, something that has been lacking for them throughout the series. Only one to their name so far. Now the good graces. Can they pick up the T-side pistol on this attack? Setting up towards A. Smokes flashes at the ready. Dexter up close and personal. Shush towards Ticket as the bait.
Yeah, a lot of pressure onto Dexter then with the armored Julies. It's going to be the bait taking that first contact and actually throws out an interesting lurk smoke to block. Okay, do you want to push through that into Jul Berettas? And they don't even have to, because Nerd spams away, finds the head of Bit. Now Shush precise into the head of another. Alexi B drowns. And now JL the Nimmer. They managed to rectify the situation. Bomb pushing in. Tessa's pushing smokes. Gets some chip damage onto Immet. JL surges towards CT and comes back to plant triple. Immet provides the covering fire. Now an idea is where both they are. They spot them out. And watch this! Both of them just standing in the open, delivering the frags. 2 kills from both of them, and now Kixon needs 2 to pick up the clutch. Double swing. Both towards the triple. He isolates one, pops the head of him. Now up to JL to save Na'Vi! And Kixon clutches up for Heroic! They just can't seem to pick up a pistol. Na'Vi, let it go!
Damn, they fought hard to get back into that. Shush with a spanner in the works. That smoke, it's a question mark. Na'Vi, they break through, they plant the bomb, but the in-game leader, that's impact, baby.
Dude, this shot onto the triple cross, you can't really fault the cross as well. Look at it! Just as him is trying to dip back under cover, and Kixon, miraculous double.
Yeah, the fight's not meant to be so labored. Once they double swing, they're meant to deal with him in that moment, but they couldn't. And that right there, Na'Vi, you were just riding the high of the last map comeback. Don't allow that to sour the mood. Something they did so well yesterday against VP was the second round forces into conversions. Fast out mid with 4. The conga line grabs control.
Heavy in the M4 department here as well for Heroic. They have a distinct advantage in the head-to-head bar. JL equipped with the AK. Behind the smoke, Nerds respects it. Oh, that's not respect. That's straight up disrespect. Tessas from the short side. Charges in, finds a double header. Wonderful with a Galil trapped in the corner, being hunted down by Dexter, and his aggression is punished. A second onto Nerds could be a conversation starter. But for now, it looks like Heroic's second round conversion is imminent.
Wonderful just wants to get out of here and will be given the graces. Bit through underpass. Tassus is low on short. Nerds searching, spots him, but cops a dink. It's going to walk through the smoke. Or is he?
Nerds reads the situation, but with 5 bullets left in the mag, falls back. Tessus should be a dead man. Should being the operative word, because despite his HP, he just stands to the attention. A double kill from him, a re-aggress from Nerds. Picks apart Wonderful. And this is painful for Na'Vi.
Yeah, box just got very small for Bit, didn't it? Should be a dead man in a moment's time. An aggression from Heroic. More than happy to take these fights. He's going to stand and bang, just being a nuisance, constantly poking their head out, connector, window short. As that Bit, I just want to hold on to this A1S. It's not going to do well down the stretch because it means the loss bonus won't be coming into the bank account in the next round. So I think his next move will tell us a lot about his intention. The new A1S is well equipped right there.
Bit of a flex.
He's picked that one up from the other side of the server. And there you have it. It will just be one weapon retained, but a 2-0 start for Heroic. This is going to take a bit of that energy.
Look at this.
Na'Vi.
The first bullet. Yeah. What is that little burst? That is filth.
The Tessus has been sharp throughout. We got the opportunity to do the G2 matchup on day number 1, and Tessus was a monster. His aim was on point. This puts you in a bit of a tough spot if you are Na'Vi. So you have a saved M4, but you're not really going to be able to invest too much else on the future go. And Fury at the main event.
They're in the building. Oh dear. What is this investment?
Yeah, look, you feel like you need to because you have the M4, but you still want to give opportunities to Bit to work first. So loss bonus into the next, of course, is going to put them in the buy zone. That's 2,900.
But you just want to have the chance of getting, you know, that Deagle headshot that makes that M4 oh so sweet.
Other than full ecos, I would say almost any round in Counter-Strike is winnable. You just need to tip that first domino.
Right.
Find that first incision, and, well, there's pressure. Immer.
Oh, he's having a good shot. A good chance at it. Takes 2 pot shots, neither of which connect, but info as to the setup.
Yeah, and you have to do it with bullets, right? So the fact that he's forcing something like that, I respect it because they need to take the jewels. Now, Bit's going to walk on through, probably gets caught in timing here from Kixen. No!
Oh, no!
Okay, I got a dink off.
Yeah, so Bit's limited, and there is no Kevlar for that M4 elsewhere, so he's just going to do what he can with it. He drops in, not expecting that market window push, and yeah, Nertz does come through with it. Not easy to retrieve that M4, especially now not for Immer. Goes down. Alexi B has found one elsewhere, but that bomb's coming B, and it is only Nertz. If you can bring down Nertz, you can set up the post plant, but he's making it as difficult as he can. Oh, 4 for Nertz, the 5-man spray. An ace from Nertz to hold down to B and hold on to 3 for Heroic.
Yeah, important, right? Denying that bomb going down as well. That would have been extra cash for Na'Vi, and maybe, just maybe, it would have been a wonderful AWP, but instead, we are going to see 4 AKs, and Bit, because he saved the silenced M4, will only have a Tech 9 to operate with. So important from Nertz. You know, didn't feel it. It's unarmored opponents for the most part. It's just a couple of upgraded pistols, but the impact, huge.
They've recovered some rifles as well, man. If he goes down, it's a tough retake. Kixen, that's a very big aggressive change that hasn't resulted in what they were looking for. A double kill from Wonderful. Nertz, this is a very forward position, susceptible to that Tech 9 from Bit in Palace. He'll dip. This is a golden opportunity, Chad.
Yeah, they're gravitating towards A as well, so Bit's going to swing out Palace. JL's going to come up the ramp.
Oh, he doesn't finish it, but eventually gets the job done. Tessus, oh, he's so aware of the jump-up window as well. Throws a couple of cursory glances and bullets through onto Immer's position. Dexter's AWP on short will not be able to see too much now the smoke is being deployed. Na'Vi with 5 alive, get themselves on the board on this T side.
Yeah, just the question about the hunt. Alexi's starting to have a look. You can see him creeping up Cat. At close angle now as Dexter joins Tessus on the retreat.
Is it a safe assumption that when you go for an aggressive call like that and it flops? Nice shot from Dexter. Is it safe to assume that that's something you're going to kind of put back in your back pocket? You know, you're not going to be looking to try and... You're going to be deterred from trying to take early mid space?
I think if we look at hold on a second.
Yeah, hang
this
on.
could be a very important hunt.
Oh, Dexter's done very well to hold on to his AWP.
Yeah, a shot that he doesn't even know exists, and then you compare that to a couple of the ones he missed down the stretch there on Dust too. Got a little bit wobbly, didn't he? But a saved AWP is huge, and Alex trying to bring the energy. But when you think about some of these rounds, go back to Ancient, the way that Heroic were prepared for the mid-takes of Na'Vi, right? So this is just more of a passive stance. Normally what you get is Alexi B carving in front of that smoke, trying to get across towards tap. So I think you would still run mid-aggressions, maybe not the all-in shove so deep, because that's very, very far to be taking those fights if they don't come your way. But Heroic will continue to harass. They're a team who like to take those jewels.
Well, here's his Exhibit A. Nertz charges up the guts of mid. A late flash! Bloody hell! Bloody hell, Alexi gets it done.
Yeah, but look at the room that's been taken over towards A and B.
He's up. Oh, Shadow, JL. Did he spot it? Seems to have a good idea. He's not pre-aiming it. Shush is up on that box. Util spotted. Rotation on its way. Kicks in support. JL past Shush's line of fire. JL wasn't ready for it, and Shush, he profits! Finds himself the double. Wonderful. A necessary trade pulls them back into a winning position.
Might just be a save again, unless Dexter gets a premonition that the bomb's going down and pulls that trigger. Immer's already in a great position to punish on the save. Not going to let him get away with it 2 rounds in a row. He's going to drop out. Was the sound cue heard? Well, he's made a couple of steps. I think Dexter's been communicated that, but still hits the shot. Immer, big work. Tessus to find.
Nothing for Tessus here. Just trying to hold on to his M4 and not able to do that at the hands of Immer. 2 in a row for Na'Vi. That's a breakthrough.
was just taking a look if Emma was going to pick up that AWP, and it was last second, but he did. Because if he didn't, then it's definitely the game plan of Na'Vi to be operating without the AWP, but they get that for Wonderful, understandably so. Money for Heroic, somewhat in the bin. High end is going to be Dexter with 3.6k, so with him getting 2,400 into the next, they will just take a spotless eco with a flash in the hands of Shush. So no upgraded pistols. The ability to tie things up, Na'Vi.
Oh, that's amazing. Double USP from Tesses, and shouldn't be much more. Alexi B is playing a cautious game here. He anticipates that the hunt is coming, the swarm of pesky USPs. And JL's got the door locked from behind. He'll find the frag necessary onto Kixon, puts the AK into the hands of Dexter, and it's just a question of trying to remove it now without losing any of your own investments. Which you can safely say is mission complete. Just Nerds isolated on tap.
That's a good idea, doesn't he?
RV will manage to equalize, and doing so up against the eco, despite Tessa's best attempts. We can get back into the guns.
All right, well, AWPs for either side of the server right now, and a tactical timeout called from Saw. Now, I think coming into this series, I don't want to say that Heroic would be playing with no pressure, but maybe of no expectations. You're a competitor and you want to win at every available pursuit, but for this team, they've just kind of been piecing themselves together over the last couple of months. Yeah. Now that they were so close, but fumbled the bag, that I think becomes pressure. We should be in the grand final. We should have won our map choice. We did the hard work on Ancient. We did the hard work on almost all of Dust too. But now we turn to Mirage. Now we've allowed Na'Vi to find the good spirits and form. They had to work so hard for some of those rounds.
Right.
But at this moment, when you know that you're just one map away, that fatigue that we've been discussing, it has to get washed away. You have to forget about it. Con smoke, window smoke. I've even got for cat smoke.
Flash
as well.
go! Dear. Alexi B down to Dexter just on a timing pull of the trigger.
You need to get some mid space. You've expended 3 smokes in middle.
And no one.
Timing!
One! Ooh, Shush just diverts his gaze a bit, pushes on the smoke. Wonderful gets tagged up, but overlooked is JL. Up on Tetris and pushing. Could find Nerds here, didn't spot him. Dexter's AWP is such a problem, but nice, so is the AK of JL. A double kill from him. Nade lands square on the jaw of Dexter, and a flash to try and relocate. Well, he's playing a very dangerous game. Imen not anticipating a second, kicks and trades the death of Tesses, and JL's doing it all.
3 bullets.
Can he come up clutch? This would be monstrous. And JL, only needs the one! A one tap to the AWPer's face, and the quad kill comes through. One-man army for Na'Vi.
His aim was looking wobbly on that third kill. He resets, he recenters, and he sends Dexter to the Shadow Realm.
Bop! The comms are, he's low. The comms are, I've hit him. 22 points of health. Dexter pulls out the sidearm, but JL, one bullet to the face. That's going to hurt. That is going to leave a mark on Heroic, and it will leave a mark on their economy.
Well, that was a miserable round. They go out middle. Dexter gets a kill through smoke.
He gets another from CT.
They try to take space towards A. Well, they're bringing the fight. They're not stopping on this partial buy-in towards Palace. Bit under pressure. The MP9 gets the dink. Tessus gets the trade.
That's something. That is something. A weapon, sure. Info as well. Palace clear. And heavy mid for Na'Vi.
Pen room clear is the most difficult part of this.
No, it's MP9, so deadly at this range. Wonderful, dead as well. Pound for pound, the MP9 pulls 2 out of the equation for Na'Vi, and JL could very well fall to the air. 5-7 pre-game, Dexter's used his well. Finds out Imet, JL can't touch him, and Heroic pull off a half-buy conversion.
I told you, Van Room clearly going to be the hardest of the bunch, and Nerds gets a double kill. Wonderful on an island with that AWP, and the hard work that JL just does, it all just falls through the fingers. It's like we just lost. We did the hard work. We broke their finances again, and we lose to that light investment.
And if ever you are sitting at home and you hear a player say, I hate the MP9, nerf the MP9's too strong, they lose rounds like this to it. That's where that comes from. I mean, it is just so brutal. But then also, in the same hand, in the same breath, I'll hear people say the CT economy sucks. It sucks for CTs. But so make up your mind.
Hey, we are born to complain.
Do we hate the MP9? Is it too strong, or the CTs need help?
All right, now, Heroic just found a bit of their own. So much extra cash. An AWP scavenged across. So a tidy looking full buy with AKs for good measure. Na'Vi, they've still got money as well. That 4-round spree comes to a close, sure. They can bounce back. What's the approach? Wonderful, lobbing out nades. 3 smokes again. Last time they did these smokes, they're trying to feign for a bit of a B split. This time they're just turning for another A Lear.
Got to get through Dexter's AWP. Seems rather consistent at providing at least one on the way in. Lamp flash comes through. Dexter will lose vision for a moment. And JL slips the net. Bit, what? How is Shush not converted that? He gets him low. And now Imet and JL fill the feed. Mollies himself. Stops the hunt, I suppose. JL will catch Tessus in transition with a nade in his hands. JL's mad. JL is angry. A double kill to facilitate an A plant, and I don't know if Nick Kickson and Dexter can go for this.
They should hang around and have a look, see if anybody oversteps, because JL right there, it's a little bit too aggressive considering the circumstances. Probably feeling like it's going to be enough if he makes that extra kill. Did a whole lot of damage. Dexter coming to go fishing towards spawn, and Kickson's here, and maybe the reason to do so. I was going to say if they had a kit. I don't see one because there was a smoke. Now everybody from Na'Vi's evacuated the site.
Yeah.
So if Heroic did have the necessary equipment, maybe, just maybe, they could have snatched this one away. But Na'Vi brute force their way in, grab their 5th. Feels like this map is flying quite at a rapid pace. We're 15, make it almost 16 minutes in. I suppose that's how Bit got saved just in the nick of time there, thanks to JL. And this one, Tessus makes that move only because of the missed molly. Right, the molly that landed and blocked the connector, the underpass player. So he's like, well, I'll leave you there, and I'll go deal with your boys.
And JL's ready to profit from it, yeah. Heavy mid. Nerds bringing the fight. Spots out one on the cross, but he's so blind. Good night, Nerds. Fades to black thanks to Alexi.
Yeah, if you want to look at prep and looking for fights, use those 2 rounds where Alexi has killed Nerds and look at the focus for Nerds. That pip of the gap, but the flashes are perfect. Alexi's played in front and he's played behind the box, dealing with that aggressive play. This is Counter-Strike. This is the details that we love to see.
Tessus, ooh, he's a brave boy, is Tessus. He does poke his nose in window just before the smoke does plume. And Shush, his doom sealed by Bit. Nice headshot on the ramp aggress.
Dexter's still here.
Yeah, they are running into the AWP. There is a world where he can start causing a bit of havoc. Oh, but missing that shot onto the bottom cross. Then the follow-up wallbang does really limit his options. Flame bullets rain down on him. A white swing from JL and put a pin in this round. It's 6-4.
It's going to be a real shame if Heroic's run becomes a cautionary tale for the rest of the Counter-Strike world. If you're going to take a swing at the king, you got to put him down.
Oh, yeah, Dust 2
You had Na'Vi on their backs. Yeah, you had them on the ropes. You had them looking up dazed and confused, bickering, frustrations boiling over. Lacking ideas. But they never gave up. They worked their way back into Dust 2. They snatched it away. And now believing again. 6 rounds already. Could walk away with an 8 on this T half. And that would put them in touching distance of their 6th consecutive grand final, denying Heroic the opportunity in 3 outings in Rio to have 3 grand finals.
And for Na'Vi, the 6th grand final. In consecutive fashion. Unheard of.
Well, timeout taken, conversation had. Need these rounds. Straight out middle, this time ahead of the smoke. Nerds chipped on down.
Dexter starts B this time. Maybe JL could be caught off by the AWP. He's not necessarily going to be going first, but they are 4 through middle. It reeks in mid for the CTs. Kickson concerned about short slip. Smoke obscures the info. They can post the AWP over the top of this. Wonderful has vision for anyone that wants answers. And Dexter's patience very soon could be rewarded. JL, how wide does he go on this? How prepared is he for that AWP? Ahead of the Molotov is Dexter. JL still doesn't commit. And that's info for Heroic.
It's going to be a pivot all the way back towards A. Emma's going to activate late. This forward position from Shush, it's inspired.
Oh, I don't know how good Bit is on clearing something like this. Shush had his finger on W. Just starting to try and push the issue, and it results in a nasty opening death.
Heroic are so split up now.
They're in trouble. Tessus cowering on the default box, about to be isolated by multiple flight paths. JL comes through, clears him out. Alexi good for nerds, and just like that, the round disintegrates for Heroic. And Dexter, an entire round of patience. All he gets is Imma on the way out the door.
And this is the type of round for Na'Vi where they can throw a couple of bodies at the problem. Send one or two to see if you want to investigate. Take this away. The loss bonus maxed on out for Heroic going into the final round of play coming up next. If you can remove the orb, there won't be one to worry about. JL's got the memo. Alexi and Bit are hanging around with the bomb, and Wonderful's dealing with T-Spawn. So JL's the only one they're allowing to hunt. It looks like he could find Kixon.
Certainly doesn't look unlikely. Kixon's going to have a look at this, clear it out, and yeah, nice headshot. Might steal away the AK, depends how greedy he's feeling.
Yeah, and the thing is, it's Wonderful. He doesn't really want to push all the way in. He has an AWP. Maybe you drop it and they get a double AWP setup going into the final round of the first half. But all in all, this is probably the best half of Counter-Strike Na'Vi have played in this series.
Yeah.
I know that they won Dust 2, but they had to work very hard for it. All right, well, Kixon does get the AK, can drop one. Dexter can also drop a rifle. So we should see pretty tidy buy for Heroic for the final round of play. Just unfortunate timing of transition there for Shush. If he was static...
And I looked like Bit was actually just trying to pre-aim for that deeper angle.
Exactly.
It just happened to have Shush's crotch in his crosshair. Dexter fumbles the jump, was trying to get early control of Short. Will have to go the long way round. JL this time much more brave. Respects the incendiary. Fires off a shot almost deliberate to show presence, and it's forced Dexter over early. CT's re-smoke mid. Na'Vi flying their flag in with full mid control.
Yeah, just this pattern of smokes they've been throwing more often than not. It leaves so many questions of what the opener or finish is for Na'Vi. Redeploy of the window smoke means they only have one more to operate with in the hands of Imma. Something will boost an individual up into the window. That'll be JL. Parks himself deep next to the bricks.
Nuts has lost the nade. Covers it. The USP bullet under the table.
They've evacuated window completely, so they have to know it's an option.
Start their progressions. Shush first test. He's been having a quiet half on this CT side, and oh, a missed shot from Wonderful. Shush overlooked completely. No! No! Oh no, Heroic! They need a hero. It has to be Tessus, but again, he's caught with a nade in his hands. It's falling through their fingers once more. Hard to watch. As Na'Vi, they have hit a stride now, playing like the world #1.
Just kicks in the in-game leader, 1v5, a completely impossible task. And as mentioned, Na'Vi with their best half of Counter-Strike in the series so far. And it's not too late. We're going to a break. Na'Vi, one half away from the grand final here in IEM Rio for 2024.
half of Counter-Strike separates us from our first grand finalists here in Rio. Intel Extreme Masters 24 and Heroic. They have been on the upswing, but they've met Na'Vi in this third map, and it is truly Na'Vi. 8 rounds on their first T side. Now we swap sides. Heroic gonna have to match that. I'm joined by Chad Sponge Birchill. My name's Machine, and this is the final half of play.
It's definitely been an upswing of form for Heroic and IEM Rio. We've discussed there's something in the water for this org, and well, especially Tassus and Shush. Na'Vi had to dig deep. We're talking about the fatigue of this team. Well, Na'Vi are running on fumes.
He had a real chance there just to draw early blood, disrupt the Heroic plan. Perhaps he has, just by being able to relay that information. He keeps poking, he keeps prodding, and he has delivered, or at least bit in combination. What was that from Wonderful? 2 clicks to the USP, cleared out, owned. Na'Vi zipping up body bags left and right. Dexter's the only one left. He refuses to be a victim, takes at least one, but he is surely going to go down eventually. Takes their sweet time about it. Double kill for Imet. It's the Wonderful one we missed.
And this is the sign of class we were talking about for the world #1 team like Na'Vi. When this roster came together, right, Wonderful comes in for Simple. You're thinking, well, what's happened here? You're not getting output from the individuals. Bit doesn't look like he wants to learn English or be there. Right, then over this lengthy period of time under Blade's tutelage, the combination of the brain trust. Now, these are the easiest Wonderful's going to get. Shots to the back of the head. They're able to have the deepest system in Counter-Strike at the moment, and they're reaping the rewards. The major, everyone thought, oh, we got another one of those fluke majors, do we? Well, they're making good of it through the middle patch, and now looking to the tail end of 2024.
And they're playing better CS than the one they were winning the major with.
And we're getting more from the individuals now that everybody understands what they can and can't do within the system, the moves they need to make. Those liberties have been taken. We've had massive JL moments. Same for Imma. Bit has a map. Wonderful can pop off on the AWP. Alexi calling up a storm. And now what should be a freebie against the full eco. They waltz out middle, and that's all they're going to do. Heroic Dexter gets a kill, but that's it. Just 3 rounds now for Na'Vi. The crowd probably enjoying the close of this, knowing what comes next. Furia versus Mouse. Moments away.
Fans of every age, all unified in a celebration of Counter-Strike, and of course in anticipation of Furia making it to the semi-finals with Fallen in the roster. They're very excited for a bit of Brazilian Counter-Strike history to unfold in our second semi-final. We need to find out who they'll be playing, the winner of that second semi. Na'Vi making a strong case for it, but the guns are out for Heroic, Chad.
Yeah, and JL in this map, he's definitely gone and found himself. Dust 2 was rough. This one, he's just been surging, looking for fights, and here he is again.
Yeah, he can do a lot with this. TSS clearing through, instant reaction, deletes him. Alexi B's are already on notice on B. He has Wonderful in support, but with such low HP, it's awkward. And TSS makes it even more so by catching Imet. Na'Vi needs something to change, and it is there. Dexter goes down empty-handed onto Wonderful, and he didn't do any damage. TSS, oh, he's doing it on his own right now. A triple kill, activates for the flank. Wonderful deals with him, but still Wonderful overlooking the potential. How's he done that? Wonderful gets a triple. Kingston should finish it, and it puts it onto Bit, but he's been handed a more manageable clutch than he anticipated.
Yeah, without a kit, still going to give this one a look.
Kit in front of him. And awkward off angle to clear. Yeah, nails it. Perfect from Heroic in order to just show that they're not going to bow out of this final map.
Everyone should look down the line and thank Tessus right there for a massive performance. And you can see the pressure that Wonderful was under. I think that's why it was so impressive that he was able to get kill after kill. Had to worry about short, then the abs, then the flank was on, then knew his position. You see those bullets whistle past. That's how he knows, hey, the jig's up. We're going to have to dance on a dime. But it will force Na'Vi down to an eco. Going to take the save. Next round, with the 1900, they should be able to get the buy. Wonderful, showing frustrations. He can get the AWP out next round. He's going to find himself close to 6K. Oh,
look at the damage.
A couple of dinks there, huh?
Yeah, you know what? Softened up for the Deagle if he ever gets a chance to pull the trigger of it. Alexi and JL equipped with those, and Wonderful too. Finds his headshot onto Shush, but the bodies are dropping. Dexter's flashed and will go down to JL, so it's getting a little bit more costly than they would have liked. One stray USP bullet could have brought down Tessus, but him not to know. Smoke now faded, and I mean, I guess best case he gets another kill or finds a rifle.
Yeah, just hang around, be annoying, right? You have this lead, which is about to close to just 4 rounds. As mentioned, though, the guns will come out into the next, and I think they had a little bit extra cash than normal. They didn't go into a force buy. Normally with the 1400, you see most teams go into that, right? But have to get themselves ready and raring. So AWP for Wonderful. He's even got armor. Jail with another good map, right? He was very quiet. The stage is on Dust too. He was really struggling over towards B.
Yeah, he really did.
That first half was tough.
Tough defense.
For Alexi, he's operating with an MP9 again on the B defense. So let's see, is there a change in the CT stance? Heroics need to put a couple of these together and they can draw this right back into contention. Dexter, he's gone over towards B with the AWP. Might try and find Alexi on. No, they're worried about the underpass push. And, well, for good reason. A defensive smoke has been deployed. Joe needs to get out of there. That incendiary not deep enough. Tessus gets mid-box control. Second one, not good either.
Well, that's not going to cost them initially. Wonderful still seems posted on the potential. Aware that smaller incendiaries does give often gaps.
It's starting to get louder in the arena. The players will be noticing that. It's not for them. The ambience is growing.
Goes for the one tap. That's a warning shot. JL.
Look for the toes. Seen him.
He spots him. Now reveals the AWP. Wonderful. Fires off a shot towards Tesses. Will smoke out window. Nertz comes through under late. Imet to receive him. Another use of Na'Vi smokes. They are delaying them. They're keeping the wall from the door, but there's a timer on this.
Oh, head to head.
Good timing on that boost, though. He's in a powerful angle. Will we get the AWP peeking into him first? Imet catching Tessus is big. Oh no! Wonderful lets it go, lets it slip. Can't hit the shot. Shush has broken the door. He's made his way into the site. Alexi B tested. Long range fight. Can't seem to convert his kicks and there's another in the apps. Takes to spot it out. JL sees him. JL kills him. And now Nerds left alone in a 1 versus 4 that he quickly makes 3, but there's an AWP to get past and he's only got 20 seconds to do it. There's nothing here for Nerds. Eats the flashbang, closing the gap, doing everything he can, and Alexi B puts a pin in it. Makes 11 a reality.
I don't know exactly how Imet gets the initial kill there. I think he must have played through the connector smoke or it was cleared, one of the two. Hyper fixated on what was going on towards B, but it takes the potency out of the B split. Wonderful missing that kill is a huge problem if Imet wasn't able to draw one early. So you see it in the kill feed there. Alexi gets the jump on Shush, and then it's just about him staying alive. JL spotted the comms. It'd be crazy for Heroic in that moment. Alexi flicks to the final. The slow-mo making it look pretty. Saw hits the big red button. Third tactical timeout called. Money starting to wane for Heroic. 3 AKs, 2 Tech 9s. Light on. There needs to be... I think it's going to be something heavily team-based, right? Like I think maybe just a standard A execute. You do either a cat smoke or a window smoke just to obscure some vision. Have the Na'Vi players at least investigate middle as they would, and then pop onto A. Now, are Na'Vi ready for something like that? That's going to be the question, and the setup will be very telling. They have all the nades they could possibly desire. It's just JL lacking an incendiary and a HE. But if they start 2A and not in a retake setup, it feels like they know it's coming.
How will they handle this then? Set piece. And Wonderful, ready to receive. Nerds cut down ahead of the play. Tessus doesn't have the perfect weapon for a head-to-head with Immer in mid. JL cheats over to provide support. Wonderful heading CT to relocate that AWP.
This lurk keeps options open somewhat. If he can find a gap, there's a way back in.
See how his search for a gap goes. Oh, and it's shaping up beautifully for Na'Vi. The perfect setup. 1 by 1, drop like flies. Swatted away. With 5 alive, not a point of damage done. And JL, he will be the one blemish on the record, but they've got 6 opportunities to take the series versus Heroic, and it started on a very different sort of momentum. Heroic looked like they were set and poised to 2-0 this series.
Yeah, it kind of feels like a lot of the air's been taken out of the room for Heroic. So close, but now they're so far. And as we've touched on throughout, this is why Na'Vi are the #1 team in the world right now. The fact that they can look down and out, they can admit the fatigue, they can know that, hey, we're getting a bit fed up of each other. The playbook's got to start getting thin. But this is it. 5 more kills.
Despite all of that tape,
all of that the enemies can download and ideate upon. Despite all of that, Na'Vi are just one round away with 6 opportunities to secure another grand final.
Just got to get past a bunch of pistols in a MAC-10.
Should be one of the easiest rounds they've seen on this CT side. Testing Im's defense on Con. The flash is good, but so is the spray. Im finds 2 for 1. Testis unable to get away, and there it is. 6 consecutive grand finals for Na'Vi, sailing through.
Na'Vi are running on fumes, but Heroic is out of gas in the semi-final. Quite a group stage run. A best of 1 over G2. Rivals Astralis hit the dirt. Vitality, They make it straight to the semis, but they come up against Na'Vi, the world #1. They have them on the ropes. They have them right where they want them. And Na'Vi find another gear. They dig deep. They offer another, what is becoming classic comeback. And they book themselves another grand final appearance. The layers of this team on display once more.
It has got to hurt for Heroic. They were 12-11 up on that Dust 2. They had a grand final point, and it was taken from them. 16-14 OT. Mirage, Na'Vi remind us exactly what they're capable of, but they have once again found the grand final. Trophy, a conversation for tomorrow. And for Heroic, still a huge conversation starter.
The right time of year for them to be finding some form. Let's see if they can make good on it down the stretch. But Na'Vi continue to show why they are the world #1.
Quite the atmosphere for your 6th grand final in a row, but damn, Alexi, you were tested in this one. Bit of relief?
Yeah, I mean, they really put up a good fight. And on Dust 2 it was 9-3 going into the T side. But as soon as we won that pistol, that one pistol we really needed, there always was hope. And yeah, we just, after winning Dust 2, I knew it's over.
Is that what it was about, getting that pistol finally and then saying, okay, now we can do this?
Yeah, I mean, we lost the previous 3. And, you know, if you lose that pistol, I think it's going to be really tough.
For Ancient, it's your pick. We keep seeing you try it out again and again. Why was it able to slip away from you guys the way it did?
I think it's just a slow start to the half. We had the slow start yesterday as well. If we don't have this kind of start, I think we can pull off more T rounds. But it was a bit slow. And on CT side, we're making a comeback. We had good reads, but in the end, they just outplayed us. So, what can you do?
Where did you find the energy going into Mirage? Because it looked like a different Na'Vi.
Yeah, I mean, that's for sure. Lost another pistol again. Lost the anti-force. We started 0-3. Ended up taking 8 rounds. I just knew that my boys were there. We communicated, we played on the flow. It was really nice to see us.
And the fact you've made it 6 grand finals in a row, you've done it once again in this crowd that was once again a bit against you for sure. How much do you want another trophy?
I want it a lot, and I want to play against Furia on the final. It would be so nice.
It would be so nice. Your first team through to the grand final. It's Na'Vi!
When you swing for the king, you best not miss. Na'Vi lock in their 6th consecutive grand final. As for Heroic, this one slips through their fingers. And this is why we regard Na'Vi as the best team in the world right now. No matter the deficit, Jacob, they're always hungry to get back in.
That was a fantastic comeback in Dust 2, and on Mirage we saw the difference. We saw who were the better team. We see who is currently the #1 team in the world. I think Na'Vi were a step ahead of Heroic when it got into Mirage, and unfortunately I think you're right when you're saying that Heroic felt they had one shot that was a Dust 2, and once that slipped out of the fingers, it was done and dusted.
And Heroic's body language there also in that second half. I mean, they were basically looking at JL like he's Omar Little. just running away from him. Hey, if you're going to bring up the reference, I'm going to bring it up too. But, I mean, it looked like the teamwork vanished. You know, Nerds running up middle, taking those fights. They tried to do the brawls, but it's not a team-based thing at all. And Na'Vi showing why they are so good, why they're booking their 6th finals appearance in a row.
Yeah, I love those words from Alexia Banks as well. Like, obviously, it was a struggle initially, and we look back to the first half of that Dust 2. Let's not forget, they didn't get a single round until we got into round number 8. Heroic had that 7-0 start. Still Na'Vi find the energy, find the strategies to battle back.
Yeah, and it's seemingly becoming a trend. You know, we've been having these conversations on a lot of different desk segments where we count Na'Vi out, we see them struggle, we see them fight from behind, but they have something in them right now where they always believe and they always fight their way back into it. And my issue with that is that I believe Alexi B when he's saying that when they won the 2nd pistol on Dust 2, when they got that all-important pistol, all of the players from Na'Vi started to believe. And I believe when he's saying that. And there would be other teams out there who wouldn't have the same trust in their own system, the same trust in the in-game leader. But I guess when you're used to winning, it builds up a culture almost within the team.
It's the composure that they have because it is them sticking to the game plan. And what you can see is glimpses of people maybe performing really well. JL especially, I think, for the entire series was putting up so many clutches as well.
Wonderful on Dust 2 as well.
Wonderful on Dust 2 on that T-side especially. But it keeps them alive long enough for them to see the other teams falter, and as soon as they see that, that's their time to strike and start just hitting them constantly. And that's what Na'Vi does. It's like they wait to strike. They're playing for that last round in the ring or something, and when you're all tired from punching and jabbing, that's when they're like, you're done now? You didn't take me down yet. And then they just come in with one swing and boom, knock them down.
I think it's totally fair to give the flowers to JL, particularly on that last map of Mirage. Like, he's such a character inside and outside the server, but becoming so reliable as a force within Na'Vi.
He played with a purpose in that game, and it's fun you mentioned body language. Whenever you watch JL's body language, you always find out what kind of state of mind he's in. He was frustrated, you know, in the beginning. Frustrated that he couldn't get it going, but you saw how he came in and how impactful he was. The clutch of Mirage in the first half, the multi-kills, the constantly being willing to fight, you know, constantly swinging for duels, never being afraid. I love to see JL when he's playing at that level, and I think there's a case to be made that he's the top 5 player in the world as of right now. That's how good he is.
He's frustrated or he's happy. He's never sad. He's never down like in his own bag.
No.
And that's what we saw from the Heroic players. And that's the difference between the players that keep going to the grand finals and the players that are, unfortunately, going to go home in the semis.
Yeah, speaking of the individuals, I think it is time that we go ahead and check on in with our DHL MVP.
Will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
So you know all those Twitch channel points that you've been grinding your way collecting at home? This is what you should be using them for. Vote in our DHL MVP, and we could potentially be interviewing the winner at the end of the grand final best of 5 tomorrow on Sunday. JL up as our first very deserving candidate.
I mean, coming into today, we had the discussion, Josh. He's an MVP candidate not only for this game, of course, but also for the entire tournament. He's been fantastic.
When I look at the rounds that JL's winning for his team there, it's not just like the clutches that he gets, but he gets them in a lot of openings here. You know, Bit's another player here, but he's more of like that anchor position, really locking down his site, waiting for people to come to him. And if they come his way, cool, he's getting it, and he's locking down these positions. He's so important for the team to be a consistent player.
Bit is a star without the star roles, and that what makes his impact so impactful. Wonderful, of course, as well. We saw him come alive on Dust 2. We called him out. We said he's needed if Na'Vi wants to make a comeback. His T side on Dust 2, arguably one of the best sides we've seen from any player so far in the tournament. So impactful, so clutch. He was doing such a good job.
Anybody that you're going to be using your Twitch channel points to vote for, Josh? I know you've been collecting them.
I would spend them on JL for this one.
Yeah?
I think that even though Wonderful had a good performance and his rating and stats and everything was good like that, and he was hitting some good shots towards the end there as well, I don't think the impact was quite the same as the impact that JL had on the server. With his, man, that Mirage, that one tap, he had 3 bullets left. I think he was like 1 or 2 shot by a pistol. And it's just so...
JL was the cause of the entire series, where I felt Wonderful was a bit hit and missing, right? He had a good side, a bad side, but JL, for my money as well, the MVP.
Right, let's talk about Na'Vi potentially meeting Furia in that grand final, because you could probably hear the noise going on at home. That is just Furia coming out and setting up on the stage. That's not even them playing around. That's not even them jesting to the crowd. Whoever has to go up against them, I mean, Mals are going up against them next. They're going to be battling against, what, almost 8,000 other people as well?
Yeah, they better not shit their pants, to be completely honest. It's going to be a rough one. You heard Alex B, you know, he wants to play Furia, and I think as a player, from that point of view, just as well, you know, imagine being able to go up against a team like Furia in a grand final with this crowd. I would love that too.
Well, Na'Vi was basically going up against a budget Furia just right now, right? They had the crowd on their side, and they like to be like pretty aggressive and take those fights. I think Furia is going to be a different challenge. The way that their teamwork has really been looking on point, and I'm sure we'll discuss that later.
The environment.
Plus this, that's a different beast.
Definitely. Let's round out the conversation about Heroic. Obviously, incredible effort to get here, an incredible achievement to just make it to the semifinals. Did give Na'Vi a challenge. Does that change your perception of Heroic going into, you know, the rest of the year, the RMR, potentially the major?
100%. I think they're stepping in the right direction. This was the breakthrough event that we were needed for Heroic. It's been very lackluster for quite some time. Spoke about it 5 weeks ago. They're losing to top 20, top 30 teams. I'm not saying Heroic is going to be a new stable top 5 team, but for my money, it's a step in the right direction.
FaZe 2-0, G2 2-0, and they could have 2-0 Na'Vi. Instead, it's a 1-2. Big challenges there. Like number 1, 2, and 3 teams in the world. That's what they do here. They get a top 4 finish. That's impressive. It's still good. It's way better than, you know, even just getting these middle of the pack 5th to 8th place finishes.
Was there something that was distinct in terms of the improvement that we saw from Heroic coming into this particular tournament? Was it just, you know, strategically, individuals? What was it for your money?
I think you could have seen that Saw had time to work with the entire roster. One of the massive issues for Heroic is Dexter was in and out of the lineup because of travel situations, so constantly playing with a stand-in, playing with Saw. It seemingly looked like a team in synergy, you know, looked like the old Heroic, very proactive, very active on the map, maybe a bit too much at times, still stuff you could fine-tune, but overall, a great performance.
I think when they were winning and everything was going well, all the players were contributing, they were all playing well, and they were all being able to play together and employ that, like, make sure that they're close together and get those trades. But as soon as the going got tough, that's when they started to fall apart, and you could see kind of like that Heroic that was slumping a little bit coming out in full force. So they need to figure a way to have a stronger foundation so that when they do have a bad game, they can still actually spring back, or they can have a higher floor.
Well, if you guys couldn't already guess at home, Furia are very shortly going to be taking it to the stage. But not before we check in with Trace and our friend from Intel Gaming.
Extreme Masters Rio, and I am not alone. Very, very special day here. I have a good friend of mine, Roger Chandler, who is what we would call the GM of Intel Gaming. Now, I say we, that's what we should all call him. Roger, welcome to Rio.
Thank you, Trace. It's great to be here. Hi, everybody. Thanks for having me.
Yeah. So first, I'd ask you what brings you to Rio, but obviously there's a bunch of Counter-Strike being played here. So what brings you to Rio?
We are here for the Intel Extreme Masters event. This is the longest running esports tournament in the world, so we're super proud. It's one of our favorite events of the year. And we're here to celebrate gaming. And we brought you a gift.
Did you not? I mean, that would have to be what's in the box, because otherwise it wouldn't make sense for the box to be there, right?
Yeah, it's a big box, but it's for you, Trace. We brought this for you.
Well, thank you very much for that. I feel like maybe we should open it for everybody at home.
Please do.
How about that? I will be somewhat of a Vanna White here. Let's roll with it. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, you hear that?
Yeah, the sound. Hold on. I'm going to run that one back. Let's see if we can capture that with the microphone. Yep. Dual purpose. Yeah. Yeah, that's nice. That's already, I'm in the zone. I feel like I'm processing things already at a higher pace.
Speaking of processing.
Oh, really?
Yes, we got something here that will help you process at the highest pace ever. The new Intel Core Ultra desktop processor.
Well, let me take a look at this.
You should open that up. Right. So this is our new product. It's the new Core Ultra series, the 200 series for desktops. And it's a brand new architecture, brand new everything. It delivers leadership multi-thread performance, leadership single-thread performance, killer gaming performance at about half the power. And the other thing is we built into it an NPU so it can accelerate AI experiences and workloads, which is kind of taking over the industry right now.
Obviously, it's taking over the industry here. Please do the honors.
Yeah.
I feel so responsible and nervous at the same time holding that. The industry definitely going the way of gaming and AI more and more and more, right? And that causes computers to need more demand, which in turn has its drawbacks, it has its benefits. But in terms of being on the cutting edge, this is the one.
Yes, cutting edge product, and it's going into cutting edge PCs like Acer's new Predator Orion 7000 series. And I don't know if you've kind of seen this rig, but man, this is one of the coolest gaming PCs I've seen. And and it's going to have our new Core Ultra series desktop processor in it. So Acer, I think, is one of these great leaders in the industry when it's not just about the CPU and the GPU, but I think the innovation they put into the platform design itself, so people can have just like cool, quiet gaming experiences. So we got to get you one of these.
Yeah, that sounds pretty sick, all things considered. I mean, I'm sure it's packing the latest and greatest 4090s. We can probably go down the list of things that it's got going on inside that Orion 7000.
Plus, we've also built in AI acceleration, has a neural processing unit in here. So anything that you're doing within the AI space, you can offload to this and it boosts the overall performance. So it's fantastic product.
It's kind of like we were talking about a little while ago with the regard that new programs, everybody wants to use AI. So now it can kind of be compartmentalized.
Yeah. So like with AI, we're like 10 minutes into a 20-hour movie, and this thing is evolving fast. And I truly believe AI is going to transform the gaming experience, but it's still kind of early.
Right.
We wanted to make sure there's a product out there that can kind of receive these new experiences and accelerate them as the software industry just kind of innovates and innovates. So.
Yeah, and there's a lot of things that continue to change about the gaming sphere and what we use, what we don't use. Customized ARGB, that has to be up there, right? Like that seems like a given now in the climate with people either building your own PC or getting them direct.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many things you could do with just AI for the overall experience. Everything from, imagine it's been in the market for years to accelerate performance. So you can get, faster frames, or you can upscale. Also, there are things we're seeing, we just launched with the product. There's a partner called Cephable where you can actually control a game with your facial gestures. You smile to reload.
Really?
Yeah, it's super cool.
Motion tracking.
Oh, it's super
That's
cool.
Wild.
Super cool. Things where, like if you're doing video streaming, you're streaming a game and you're removing the background. You can offload all that AI stuff, because a lot of that is AI, onto the NPU on the product and boost your overall game performance because your GPU and CPU don't have to do all that work.
Yeah, thank you very much, Roger. And of course, thank you, Intel Gaming, as always. And also, let me tell you a little bit about something about our show match. That is right, the All-Star Hour is going on this Sunday, just part of that grand final. It'll be 12 p.m. local time, so make sure you check that out. You gonna be there, Raj?
I'll be there.
Hell yeah. So should you.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Well, we are just shy of what is going to be our next semifinal. That is right. The place is filling up. Furia is just about ready to get into the server. But before we get there, it's time to do some honorable mentions, or rather lack thereof. I'm going to be bringing my colleagues in here for this. My esteemed analysts. We got Yanko down in the end. I got Steele down here in the middle. And my name is Trace. So what we're going to do in this moment is kind of look at what went on through the group stage while we just wait for this next semifinal. Go through the group stage. Highlight players either clutch, came through. Yeah, the team didn't make it all the way through to the playoff brackets, but they still get honorable mention, or the inevitable kick. Clutch or kick, Josh? I'm sure you've been told that a few times.
Yep. Also, you're told don't bait if you can't clutch. What I would say is I want to talk about Rops, okay? And I'm going to put him...
right in the middle, of course.
Right in the middle, of course.
Oh, my.
That is very large.
That's a huge drop.
I wonder if I can shrink him down.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, okay.
It looks like you picked clutch.
So I was going to move him into the clutch...
Wow.
I was going to put him into the clutch category.
He is really clutch.
Yeah.
It's a big clutcher, you can say.
He is a big clutcher. So why I would put him there. One, yes, he is good at clutching. Two, there was a lot of question marks around him about, hey, at the start of the year, you were looking like one of the best players in CS2. What's been happening more recently? FaZe's results have been kind of all over the place. Here they go out in the group stage, but he is putting up really good numbers. I think he was the best rated on his team. He was closing out rounds so well. He was a part of the pack, and well, not really part of the pack, but he was part of the rounds in a more active way this time around. And despite their results, he was still able to shine through. And had like the rest of his team actually stepped up at the same time, like in some of the games, I saw only Kerrigan really putting up numbers on T sides, just getting the double entries, and they still couldn't close out. And the rounds that they could close out, it was all Kerrigan and Rops. So that's why I have to give it to him, because despite his team not really all performing at the same time, especially Brokey missing those shots, he looked good.
Yeah, I think he stepped up lately. The problem is like that they can't do it as a team all at the same time, right? For this tournament, it was Rain and Brokey sort of going missing a little bit from FaZe after Brokey had a good showing at Blast Fall Finals. So for FaZe right now is how do we get all three of these guys to deliver at the same time?
That is absolutely the question. All right.
What are you thinking? Should we move on to the gritty stuff, or are we going to stay with the clutches?
If you have someone that's clutch, what about like a Xanteras or Mazinho?
Yeah, you can put either of them up there, right? And Zinho, I really like that pick because if you go back a year and a half ago to some of the first tournaments he's had with the Mongols, he was the weak link, without a doubt, especially as an anchor on the CT side, right? Look a little bit lost in some situations, didn't know how to react properly. You could tell he was really nervous. Not surprising because I think at the time he just turned 17 years old, right? But a year and a half in the Tier 1 can do wonders for you, and he's been performing much better lately. You can tell that he's playing with more confidence, more poise, and is one of the reasons why the Mongols are able to beat some of these Tier 1 teams.
Can't argue with that.
No, I can't, and especially with the Mongols and current stature they find themselves, finding success when really they're written off a long time ago. Now they're here, they're in the server. Get me to the dirty stuff, man.
The dirty stuff?
Let's get into the stuff.
All right, I'll give you a fun one. Okay. I'm gonna throw this guy up there right now, okay? We gotta kick him, okay? You know, say what you want about his personality, but this getting back in bed with this Astralis, with the Stabby, he got backstabbed off the team. He's doing the whole like villain mustache arc, everything like this. You know, he's turning the community against him by being on this team. And we need to get back a Cadian that people love to see again. And the only way to do that is to get him off this team. Nothing about him, his performance, but let's be honest. He's coming in, he's always been an opper. He's going in, device is there. So he's got a rifle. I don't even think he's been an IGL his entire career. That's something that he had to also pick up more, you know, I mean, he had a really good run with him as IGL when he was on Heroic and everything like that, but it just doesn't really make sense for him to completely go away from what's made him good and successful as a player, as an in-game leader, as a teammate, and just try to be like, okay, there's some resentment on the team because you guys kicked me, but we're gonna make this work, right?
Right.
Wrong.
Now we've got about time for one more.
Okay.
So Yanko, where do you place that one?
Sorry?
Where do you place that one?
Nico? Well, I wouldn't kick Nico now, would I? He was the second best player in the world last year. Yeah. One of the best, most complete players in the world. Yes, he had his worst tournament here in Rio, but what, you would kick him? You wouldn't want Nico on your team, Trace?
No, I would love Nico on my team. I just think that there has to be a conversation around what is a future hold for G2, you know, to a degree.
You want to have that conversation now?
No, I want to go to a break. Let's save ourselves and save our ship. We go to, not a break, but we can begin to kind of focus on what is Furia versus Mouse, and in doing so, we get the opportunity. We look at them arriving. It's all come together quite well in this moment with Furia and Mouse. This place filling up as well. A lot of things to take into this moment, and one of those would be just the pressure that you're going to get on stage. Maybe we can get some insight into that.
Hello, Brolin. How you doing?
I'm all good. How are you?
I'm very good. Thank you very much for asking. This Rio run, how are you finding it so far? You feel like you guys are back?
I would say we are maybe not back yet, but I think we are playing really good CS so far, especially versus Vitality yesterday. I think we played really good on Inferno. Yeah, but overall I think we are playing really good like Mouse CS, I'll say, this tournament. So yeah, it feels good so far. Being able to win against Vitality the way you did, what did that do for your confidence as a team? Yeah, a lot, I think. I think Vitality, besides us, is best team in the world, in my opinion. So it was a huge confidence boost from yesterday, and it's going to be really... Yeah, it's a huge confidence boost for this for the upcoming matchup today, and hopefully for tomorrow as well in the finals. And yeah, it's going to be fun, you know. So
Are you ready for this crowd to be completely anti-Mouse?
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be an unbelievable experience, you know. I can't imagine it, to be honest, but it will be fun. It will be one life experience, you know. You always probably maybe not do this again, maybe not. I don't know. Yeah, but it's gonna be really fun. I'm just looking forward to it, to be honest. It's gonna be a hectic moment.
And you still seem to be happy, Brolan, right now since you've been on the Mouse jersey. Everything's all good.
I mean, obviously, I'm always happy, and you know. Maybe not sometimes, you know, but it's happening, you know. But yeah, I'm always try to stay positive, try to help the boys to perform, you know. Always try to, just want to win, you know. It's going good this far at least.
I think so as well, man. It's good to see you smile. Thank you very much. Good luck.
Thank you.
I have this like product request.
Product?
Yeah.
But what is that?
They want players to say something in Portuguese.
Oh no.
Yeah, so this is the statement for a product request in Portuguese.
No IEM Rio, eu espero ter pelo menos 1.0 de rating.
Porque sou
One more time.
No chance.
Quebrar macês é o meu novo hobby e eu estou curtindo isso.
No. No?
Eu estou aqui porque sou that word got me. Sortudo.
I need to read this. Espero que você esteja curtindo assistir 4 horas de Best of 3.
Do you know actually what you just said?
Is it what's written down there?
What's written there?
Coming here became my absolute hobby.
I'm only here because I worked hard.
It was about me. I could play Best of 3 all the time.
IEM Rio 2024 is #1 place in my ranking.
No, that's just not what you said.
Okay, what did I say?
No, you actually just said smashing tables is my new hobby and I'm enjoying it very much.
I actually didn't even try to understand what I said.
At IEM Rio 2024, I hope I get at least an over 1.0 rating.
Okay. Sure.
Yeah, what's the real one?
I'm only here because I got lucky.
I mean, that's fair.
I hope you like watching 4 hours of best of 3s.
The day being October 12th and the date being a semi-final. That's right, Furia versus Mouse. Getting situated, getting ready to go. Obviously, a hometown heroes here in Furia.
Cello, how you doing?
I'm good, and you, bro?
I'm doing very good. Are you ready for maybe the biggest party of your life?
Yeah, of course, bro. I need to see that.
I gotta ask you this though. Your friends, family, we know there's a lot of people here in Brazil come to see you. Yeah. How many of them are in the crowd cheering for you and watching this?
I don't know. I just want to play and see the crowd. Let's go.
Are you ready for this game though? You feel like this is the time for Furia to go all the way?
Every time I'm ready.
Every time?
Yeah, every time.
And you're very hype anyway. Are you going to be more hype now when that crowd's with you?
Of course. I like it. I want to start. Okay, come on. Yeah.
Some more. We're going to enjoy it, man. Good luck. Thank you very much.
And of course, it's all rainbows and smiles and butterflies are flying around. Everybody's having a good time because we haven't started the game yet. But obviously, the atmosphere being electric, Yanko, there's something to grab onto because every time we're here, it's like this.
Yeah, I don't know if it's butterflies. I think it's more like pterodactyls in your stomach, right? Because of the magnitude of the whole thing, Trace. You and me were here. We did the Navi game 2 years ago at the Major, and there's just nothing like it. There's nothing that can prepare you for this. If you're a Mouse player, you can talk through it for hours, and yeah, it's going to be like this, it's gonna be like that, right? It's gonna hit you like a train, basically, because the noise is going to be through the roof. It's every kill for Furia. The arena is going to explode, right? And you're gonna have to find a way to slow them down, sort of, and to not get caught up in the atmosphere of it all.
Yeah, because Josh, we talk about atmospheres, we talk about arenas, but I think that there has to be something said about just what can change within the gameplay itself because of this atmosphere.
there's a lot that changes in the gameplay, and you can see how just excited as well that Cello was. You know, he had to take his glasses off at the end of that interview there. He's
looking
just so,
cool at AF, man.
He's just so excited. I think just going in with those high spirits, you know your family's here, you know your friends are here, you know you've got your entire, like, your country here basically standing behind you, or I guess in front of you, cheering you on every time you get a kill, every time you make a good play, a clutch play especially. You know you're gonna, it's not just you hear it. They've got the headphones on anyways. They can't make out exactly what's being said, but they feel it.
You feel
the
that,
vibrations going through you, through your stage, through your feet, through everything.
And I think there is a real impact on the game through it, on the sounds in the game, right? And this is where, you know, Yuri and Keiserato obviously being here the last 2 years on the stage playing, they have that experience to sort of even let Fallen know, listen, things are going to get a little bit crazy. If we win a big clutch, maybe just give us a fast round after that, you know, like some more momentum calling. Let's try to take advantage of the crowd and this atmosphere.
Yeah, Keiserato having been one of the leaders of this team, and I'm not just talking about being there for the long run, being there in the fight and being in the thick of it, bringing opportunities to Furia.
This guy's been gnarly for the team, opening up so many rounds. You saw on the screen there a moment ago that he goes for more than a quarter of the opening duels that the team has, and he's successful 2 out of 3 times he goes for those opening duels. He is successful. He is finding so much consistent success at opening these rounds up. He is aggressive. Yes, he has support in the form of flashes, in the form of teammates making noise or throwing other utility for him in the form of smokes or mollies, but he is cracking every match open like it's a can of anything that they want to eat.
A can of whoop-ass.
Maybe a can of whoop-ass.
We got there. I just want to make sure somebody said it. Somebody had to say it, Yeko.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's just across the board for Furia. You could see that they were locked in from the get-go, right? They took down number 1, number 5, number 6 in the world. And I think, yes, Keiserato has been leading the way. Absolutely incredible performance. But for me, the main guy sort of that's deciding how far Furia can go is going to be Yuri to some extent. Up until this tournament against top 10 opposition, 0.98 rating. In this tournament, in these 3 games, 1.22, right? He has a lot of responsibility on different maps, depending on the positions. On Nuke, that Furia picks a lot, he plays yard. So that's going to be instrumental for Furia's chances here in Rio.
Yeah, and that's not even just the only things that we look at with what's bringing success to the Furia camp, Josh. I think that there's a conversation to be had around what Falling's bring to the table.
Fallen, he is the in-game leader, he is the opper, or I guess one of them, because apparently they like to whip out that double up and sometimes even triple, so why not? He, when it comes to the flashes, is so crucial, setting his players up. Here it goes. Flash into heaven on a round 2. Keiserato saved his Kevlar and dualies from the previous round, goes in, picks up AKs, turns the things around. Again, flashes out middle. Keiserato gets an opening kill. Again, Keiserato wants to fight mid. Cool. Where's Fallen? I'm flashing for you. Pop! Gets a kill. Skulls gets it this time. Keiserato's out there, though. It is just so frequent. He's dropped sometimes even a 3rd flash in a lot of situations, so he can just chain flashes. And the way he positions himself is so that he can pivot and be in a position he can flash this way for you or this way for you. And then you can get info, you can get a kill, and then they wipe up the enemy team. It is so nice to see the teamwork that they're doing.
And this is at the core of their style, right? Like, this is one of the most fundamental things about their game, because it is a little bit slower, taking map control, and you're going to spend a lot of utility taking that control. So for the finishers, for the endings of the round, sometimes it's just 1 or 2 flashes that are left, and that's why Fallen always, there's like, they call it perfect flash, every other team calls it the Fallen flash, and that's so that at the very end you have this one flash that flashes a lot of different positions where you can just push and take space and get into the bomb site.
So I pulled up here on Mirage because this is a map, we saw a couple of the highlights there already, and this is a map that Furia love to play, and you can see all these lines. This is Fallen throwing flashes from this position here. This is on the CT side, throwing the flashes over, and then on this sort of a flash, you have teammates. Usually it's Keiserato coming through the connector, but sometimes it's going to be a player off short, potentially it's Skulls, or it's an info-based flash. So someone coming to the mid window, flash over, peek, get that information. Is mid all clear? Yes, no. You get that information. So even though it's not getting a kill, it's getting you the info so you know, okay, it's going to be an A play or a B play. Let's start moving over to the correct positions. And then he's the opper. So what happens is on that T side as well, he's also the in-game leader. Usually one or the other is the guy that is sitting in the back, throwing those nades, setting it up, throwing the flashes over, allows his teammates to be able to go out, scale into the site, and then what he's going to do is he's going to sit up in this area in the apartments, staring through window with that op posted up to kill any rotations as well. So this is his job on the team, is to be the support role. So if you look at him and you're expecting all these stats and everything, yes, he needs to be an impact. He needs to be able to get kills with the op. It's the most expensive gun in the game. But he is also setting up his teammates, and he has probably, I think he's the top 2 flashes thrown, flash assists in this event so far. Just an insane amount of flashes thrown for this guy.
And several times, probably more often than not, it's some of those flashes that got Furia into this situation itself. That being a semi-final. We've been talking about Fallen, but I'd rather hear from Fallen in this moment.
The atmosphere is already electric, and that's because Furia is playing at home. And for you, Fallen, you only played it before and has shown much. How much does it mean to you to be playing with a chance to go into the grand final in this arena in front of this home crowd?
Hello, everyone. It means a lot to me. Playing at home soil, all Brazilian fans, everyone hoping for a win. We play convincing on the group stage, so we hope to keep the form and play a good game today against Mossparks once again. So yeah, it's going to be a great, and I'm enjoying very much so far. Let's hope for a good show.
Does this kind of atmosphere remind you of any other events you've done? Does this run you're having remind you of any other runs you had in your career?
I have gone everywhere playing Counter-Strike. I have the chance to go to Sydney, a lot of European countries, United States. But when it comes to Brazil, I would say that the only country that came close in terms of how you feel playing the game was Portugal, because they were very noisy as well. They were using their foots to make some. You could feel the stadium, right? So here in Brazil, very one-sided crowd, and they're going to give everything they have to help us win. So yeah, it's a very special arena, and the fans are going to be on our side, so it's amazing.
It certainly is amazing. I want to look at the run you guys have had so far. You already said beating FaZe, Mouse, Na'Vi. How would you describe that run and like the feelings you got from being able to do that, which we had not seen from Furia before?
Yeah, it felt like all the hard work I've been putting in the last weeks and last months finally came true. Everyone was performing, everyone was helping, impacting some way, somehow, and we were able to play our peak game. So as long as we can reproduce it, we can contend for titles, we can wait for finals, so let's hope we can continue it.
What did you tell your team before this match?
I think this match is very special because it's a rematch. Once you play people on group stage, they're going to be talking over things that they need to do better as well. Kind of the same for us. So it's special in that regard. Strategically, it is different. So I got to approach that into the game. And I wanted just to enjoy, be happy, and try not to overthink and try not to be frustrated if things doesn't go well at some point. Because, you know, it's a long match. A lot of things are going to go our way. Some things are going to go their way. And whoever's can keep their consistency and can play better overall is going to win here.
I like that, very smart as well. Lastly, just touching on Mouse. Obviously, you played them a little while ago. They played some more games since then. Can you see that they've improved?
Mousparks is a very, very strong team. Since the end of CSGO days, they are already a top team, and they have been together for a couple of times already. Broland, new addition, but the car has been together for long, so they know how to play the game. They have their ideas on their maps. If they get confident, it gets very scary, but same can be said for every team here. This tournament is very stacked, one of the best tournaments I've ever seen. So yeah, let's see how it goes.
I'm looking forward to seeing how it goes. This crowd is certainly ready, and Fallen, I know he's going to be in charge when it comes to the server.
Well, the crowd is ready, but I'm sure hoping that everyone is at home. Fallen, giving us quite a bit of wisdom right there. What'd you guys derive?
Yeah, just saying that, you know, he needs to be aware of the atmosphere and aware of the circumstances that's going to affect his calling, and also keep the poise, right? Like, not get too much caught up in all of it. Don't overthink and just enjoy the moment.
Very PR response as well, in the form of just like not really attacking or giving such high praise to his opponents. You know, Mouse, they have been doing a good job, and he was just like, yeah, kind of standoffish, but I think he's keeping it grounded, just going, taking care of business, like it's an office job.
I think it's just how monumental is this tournament, like for a Brazilian team. You have to go for Fallen. Last time, Sao Paulo, right, Pro League Finals, that's a Luminosity squad that won both majors. Then they lose to an underdog, Cloud9, in the final. That was the end of that roster. That loss ruined the most accomplished Brazilian team of all time. Those are the stakes when you play in Brazil, right? And it seems like this time around, when they're the underdog, it's sort of a better position for them to be in, because every good result is sort of giving them more confidence. They're on the way up, and perhaps, just maybe, there's a perfect storm brewing here for this Furia team, who's had the best Brazilian player for 5 years, unable to lift a single big event trophy.
But that might change this weekend. But also, it all comes down to a few other parameters. Mainly, what digital battlegrounds we're going to be finding ourselves on today. I'm talking about map vetoes, gentlemen. Does this one get weird around the edges, or does it look like a rematch from the group stage?
I'll tell you, if Mouse changes the veto completely, I think they win 100%. I think if they pick Vertigo and go for Inferno as a decider, Furia has no chance. Now, if Mouse does go for Mirage again, right, I think that gives Furia an opportunity in this series.
I might have to agree. It's just like, I don't know. You always have the case of, like, you got the rematch and everything like that, so, you know, who does that favor? It favors the loser. But you also want to stick to your comfort picks, and you don't want to do something that you know, if you haven't been playing a lot of this map or the other at this event, do you really want to go and play another map that maybe you haven't even been able to practice on for the last week? It's always a big question.
It's not ideal, but I can give you Nuke. I can give you Mirage as a second map. We did just kind of highlight there some of the stuff that Furia is working with. And then a decider looking like an Inferno. So we've got our 3 maps. Yanko, diagnose it.
Yeah, I think it's an easy decision in the end for Mouse between Dust 2 and Inferno to go for Inferno this time around. Furia had a lot of success on Dust 2 in this tournament, but they still go back to the Mirage pick. Now, they did win it 13-5 in the opening game, right? But I would have still preferred Vertigo. I think that's a real punish pick for Furia. Mouse, one of the few teams that plays it. If you're not going to play it against Furia, who are you going to play it against?
It's one of those, I think this is a good series for Furia as well, and I said a while ago, a few days ago, this might be like the perfect concoction, like you said, perfect storm, that Furia come out here in front of the home crowd and they start peaking at the exact right moment to make it all just accumulate into, I guess, a Cinderella story for a few of the names on the team.
I think for Mouse, on the other side of things, this is the year where they started growing some facial hair, right? Like, we go to Chengdu, they win a stage game against G2, they win a stage game against G2 in Cologne, right? Like, they beat Vitality yesterday. Now it's time to really grow up, right? Like, it's this sort of a game against Furia. You're the better team, right? So it's taking care of business in this matchup that can really elevate Mouse to that elite status. So to give them a boost of confidence that, hey, we're here, we've arrived, we can take down anyone in any sort of an environment.
Yeah, and with this environment, with everything that's gone on, we've changed this from what was group stages into now with everybody around here. The last time we see them, we see 3 maps, but they're all pretty one-sided on both sides of that best-of-3 series. And for what it's worth, how did Furia tackle them last time and make them almost look silly on 2 maps?
I think they're just individually really on point, right? Like, it's team play as well, but it's everyone is zoned in. In this style of Fallens, like, your players need to be on point. You need to win your duels when you have an advantage, you know, a 60-40 duel. You need to win those on a consistent basis, and that's what the players have been able to do. Cello as well, very sharp mechanically in this tournament, and we're going to have to see more of that for them to beat Mouse again.
And on the flip side of this, Mouse actually hasn't looked good with those opening duels. They've been winning by sheer teamwork, but when it comes to the opening duels, Warzy's the only one, except for Exertion in this last series they had, was the only one that was successful in those. They had to play from the back foot a lot.
And that's what goes a little bit into Mouse's favor. Toji's favorite map, Nuke, first map of the series. They start on the CT side, right? And in that game against FaZe Clan, to get into the playoffs for Mouse, it was Toji being at the right place every gun round, finding openings, just being super, super impactful.
Yeah, which is what we're looking forward to. Guys, thank you so much. We go to a quick break. We can come back. We can get this semi-final underway. I can assure you that. It's the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024.
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a you watch, you win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.
God, you look like shit, brother. You get that zoned out look every time you lose, don't you? Yeah, let's go. Come on, it's a beautiful day. Forget about the old games everyone has. Come on, stand up. So you're not at your peak form anymore. Who cares? You're much more than just a player. You tower over these server douchebags. You're a legend, man. You're a global force. Don't you get it? You spent your whole life building community and legacy, and even if you fall short, who cares? Good for you. Fuck it. They're waiting for something big. They'll get it. We'll give it to them. Drop that goatee, reignite that fire. 30's the new 20, motherfucker. You were the original. You paved the way for all these young guns. Give the people what they want. Some good old-fashioned clutch magic. Fallen Phoenix rises. Another shampoo bowl with your face on it. Guaranteed. You were larger than life, man. You brought joy to people's sad, meaningless lives. You made them jump, laugh, shit their pants from the excitement. All you have to do is...
How he's alive. He got the no-scope, and he's going back again. Fallen is just on another level right now.
That's what I'm talking about. Heads popping, big, loud, fast. Look at these fans. Look at their eyes. They're all sparkling. They love this shit. They love it. They love blood. They love action. None of this slow, tactical, drawn-out bullshit. And the next time you call, it will echo in millions of minds. You will glimmer on thousands of screens around the globe. Another major. You are a god. See? Maybe now they will understand. There you go, you
The first game against FaZe, felt like after winning the first map, it was like a truck went away from my shoulders, a lot of pressure, because I knew that losing the first map would require different skills to go through the group stage. Overall, I think we had to play very difficult opponents afterwards. The confidence building game by game helped us go further, beat Mouse first, and then afterwards beat Navi. So yeah, very happy with that.
Furia know that they've got it, and they're straight into the semi-finals, an unbeaten run.
I feel super confident that we will take revenge this time against Furia. I think that they're a great team, but I also think that we know what we have to do to beat them. It will be super difficult to play against them. They have a lot of momentum now, and of course with the crowd they probably even have more, but I think that the pressure will be on them and that we will be able to rise and beat them.
Playing against Mousesports, I think, is kind of more of a fair match for us in compared to the Vitality one. They have been playing very well lately. It's going to be very difficult as well. They have very talented players. It's going to be half a match we just played in the group stage. And if you have to play them again, there's a lot of mind games that pops in. We already played a couple maps, we already know some tendencies, we already have some history during this tournament. So you got to put that in a factor too. So it's one more thing to think about.
Goes into play against Wonderful, and Skulls alone in the site. He's done well. Second headshot's in, and he just cracks open Skulls. Charging down to B, but can he deal with it? Spins back. What is that from Yimpan?
I feel super ready for the Brazilian crowd. I have my experiences with the Rio Major. We have also played in Cologne, so I feel like we have gained a lot of experience since the last time. I just hope they will also cheer for us, you know.
É isso aí, galera. Agora, com o apoio de vocês, vamos para cima da semifinal, sonhando juntos em chegar na grande final. Vamos passo a passo, round a round, vamos buscar junto com a gente. Obrigado por todo o apoio sempre e vamos que vamos.
preciso deixar de lado a minha imparcialidade jornalística para dizer para vocês que esse é um momento que todos nós vamos lembrar pro resto das nossas vidas. Hoje a gente vai chorar, a gente vai gritar, a gente vai sorrir, a gente vai perder a voz. Porque nos últimos 3 jogos, a Fúria fez o possível para provar pra gente que o impossível não existe. E não vai acontecer o impossível nesse palco aqui, não. Não existe. Hoje, a gente vai recebê-los aqui nesse palco e a gente precisa da força, do grito de todos vocês para ajudar a empurrar a Fúria para a grande final. Então vamos fazer muito barulho para receber nesse palco as equipes da Mouse e Fúria!
Fallen and Shuhei, 2 of the dudes with the wheel in the hand.
The flashes as well, as we highlighted earlier. Fallen going to be on point for that.
I think just in general, Trace, even if you're Mouse on this side, right, this is a once-in-a-lifetime maybe experience. This is what you play for. This is what you put in tens of hours every day, practice, travel all over the world to experience this, to be on the stage. Yes, they're going to be cheered against, but imagine the feeling of being able to beat Furia and this crowd.
Once in a lifetime, especially the lifetime of a professional Counter-Strike player, do we get to see some of the efforts of these players like Jimpat and K Serrato, driving forces?
You would hope that K Serrato here is able to lift that trophy that everyone wants him to be able to lift. Be a monumental. Jimpat, not been having a loud event so far, needs to be able to come alive here against this crowd too.
Yes, and not to leave out, not to forget Torzy, definitely somebody else over there in that mouse seat, Yenko.
Arguably their best player on the stage, Trace. He loves these big moments. He has to perform for Mouse.
Dessa competição, vamos embora, com vocês vai dar tudo certo.
Muito bom, mais algumas palavras para a audiência?
Vamos embora, rapaziada. É 6 contra 5. É nóis, vamos aí.
Verdade. Please, guys, face bump. Take your places. Vamos, galera! Pode gritar mais! Pode gritar aqui, galera! Faz muito barulho! It's time for the showdown!
Best of 3, right in front of us. We put some of the terms, we put some of the conditions, and we put a pin in this one, but not quite yet. I want to know from you guys some of the things that could detract from either side of this equation. We could start on the Mouse side. How does it go wrong for him, Josh?
It goes wrong if Exertion has to take a lot of the efforts onto his own shoulders to open up the rounds, and he starts getting picked apart, and they lose all the first duels, get Torzy involved, because if that doesn't happen, the teamwork from Furia is going to crush these guys.
It goes wrong. It goes wrong if it starts wrong, because this Furia team just ran over Navi in the groups off of strong starts, right? So if they get rolling, the confidence is going to be through the roof. You want to slow them down, you want to make them play from behind, second guess themselves. That's the way to go for Mouse.
That's the way to do it, and we're talking about strong starts. Are Furia capable of doing that today?
I mean, both teams are capable of doing it. We, watched the IGLs walk out on the stage. Shui is actually pretty decent at pistol rounds. I've seen him pull out magic out of a hat. But, I mean, for the side of Furia, they have everything kind of reborn right now. The strats, the game plans, and I think they're in the right direction.
They're gonna need Jimmy as well. We saw some of the stuff he's capable of, Nuke especially, right, with the pistols, with everything, pretty much. And he's that anchor. He's gonna have a lot of extra coming his way. He's gonna have to pull off a couple of clutches too if Mouse is going to win this one.
Yeah, well, we're gonna find out. I don't think this place can wait anymore. They're about to bring it all down. And by that, I mean it's going down. It's time for our semi-final, Mouse versus Furia at the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024. Brought to you by Dinko and Moses.
They call this arena the Pharmacy Arena, but tonight, Jason, it is 100% Furia's arena. This is going to be Mao's biggest challenge yet.
Absolutely will be. If you think about the concerns around them playing on a big stage, it's plagued this lineup since it all came together. No matter how good they've done, no matter how good they've looked, no matter how many improvements they make, they've never been able to get over the stage beast. And you can play on so many stages, but you've never faced a hostile environment quite like this. This whole crowd is rooting for their failure every single round of play.
And they're rooting for the 5 individuals on that stage, one of which built the passion for Counter-Strike in this country. A semi-final versus Furia is the challenge for Mouse here in Rio de Janeiro. It is a city as passionate about Counter-Strike as anywhere in the world. And let's get this show on the road.
Map 1's going to be Nuke as these two teams face off against each other. You mentioned Fallen and how much he's done for Brazilian Counter-Strike over the years. Well, in CSGO and CS2, he's never lifted a big trophy in his home country. He's gotten close. He's been there. He's been in the playoffs, but it's eluded him each and every time. And that's going to be the dream for Fallen entering onto this stage, is to get that last little feather in his cap.
And I mean, just think of some of the nerves of these Furia players as well, right? We're focusing on the Mouse side of things, obviously going up against the crowd, but when you're playing for the crowd, I was talking to Cello on Media Day, and I was asking him, you know, have you been thinking about that moment when you finally walk out into that arena? And he said he just can't do it because he gets too anxious thinking about it. He just can't envision that moment. He's just going to experience it in person.
Yeah, you got to just absorb it and see what you can do and see if you can continue playing. We do always focus on the opposition, the home team, and having to play in this environment, but you go back across Counter-Strike, you remember when the Danes were just so dominant as well. The prospect for them of winning an event in Copenhagen was always such a difficult affair when they began, because there is a new pressure. Same for the Swedes, playing back in Malmo back in the day at various DreamHack events. It's difficult when you have the pressure of wanting to play so badly in front of your friends and family, in front of your country, and succeed as well. So it's going to be a new challenge for Furia, and let's be honest, coming into this event, we would have said they have no business being in this semi-final. Their run-up to this event of tournament placings was absolutely atrocious. There was no indication they could make this run happen. 13th to 16th at EPL at ESL Pro League, 5th to 6th at Bedboom Dacia, 13th, 16th at IEM Cologne, 5th to 8th at the Esports World Cup. They've given no indication they have this level in them until we arrived here just this last week.
I mean, you say that we were thinking that. Fallen also admitted that coming into this event, it wasn't a tournament where he was expecting to come in with some great form. They had the dream. They knew they were capable of everything clicked, and they just run with what they've got. And this has got to feel like a matchup that they can win. You know, there's been times in the playoffs of Rio where they're up against a team that is just superior to them in every way. But this is a team that they've already beaten here at this very tournament in the opening match.
Yeah, they did. They faced off 2-1 victory for Furia. Nuke was played there. It was a 13-8 win for Furia on the opening map of this series. So, yeah, going to be a huge test. We talk about how difficult it can be for a team to beat the same team twice in one single event. They're hoping they have the crowd behind them to spur them forward. One person they do got performing very well inside the server, K. Serrato. Star player has been impressive, excellent here at IEM Rio. 1.56 rating coming into this semifinal. They're going to need each and every ounce of him today if they want to overcome Mouse.
First round of play begins. Torzi about to make contact. The first contact of the semifinal. He's not alone. He's got Exertion coming through the hut, who takes the initial dink, and the first 2 kills go the way of Furia. Yuri follows up, and it's down to just 2 for Mouse.
If you're Mouse, you got to have the conversation. Don't worry about a slow start, because the jitters in an environment like this in the pistol round have got to be wild. They've got to be crazy. And Furia's got this 3-on-1 bomb being planted now. Brolin's coming in hot, and he's got the first. He can't stop the plant, and he's going to swing on Fallen. There's one over in Decon, but it's Fallen to close it out. And a pistol for Furia.
Brolin nearly spoiling the party. unfortunately spoiling the beginning of the game for Furia, but they've got the pistol run under their belt. Mouse yesterday in their playoff game, Jason, they had an incredibly quiet first map. They didn't turn up to the game with the attitude required on map 1. They were able to stay deep into the series, though, and recover it, which is something we haven't seen from this new Mouse squad yet.
And they've got that learning experience now of what it feels like to show up into this series in a slow start. Well, they might have another slow start here for a completely different reason, in that it's just got to be a crazy thing to acclimate yourself to the stage in the arena and the fans as you try and settle down and make smart decisions. They've got to be very cautious about how much they give Furia in the early going.
Good start from Torzi. A pivotal player throughout the group stages for Mouse. I heard Yanko touching on expecting Torzi to become a big problem here, and certainly a problem in this round is Brolin as Keserado goes down, and this force bite right now is working out for Mouse. Furia are down to just 2 players, and Cello's left on 1 HP. Fallen whips his chance, and it looks like Mouse have confirmed themselves this second round of the game, 1-1, tying things up with a force bite victory. That is a huge step in the right direction for Mouse early.
It really is. That's exactly what you have to do. You turn it around in the second round for Mouse, and you quiet down this stadium. You get yourself a little bit relaxed, and then you can start to play comfortably.
That's one way you can deal with the crowd, is if you silence them, Jason. We've seen Heroic did that last year in 2023.
Well, this round's a little bit of a mess from Furia. Look how disconnected it is. The fact that Brolin with an MP9 is able to find 3 different isolated 1v1s, one after another. Furia not trading. They've been such a good team. They're actually the #1 team coming into this match in trading of all of IEM Rio, and that's a bad example of what they're capable of in that round.
Cello crosses, Exertion confident to play it red. It's 1 kill for Yuri, and a nice shot back from Skulls. Important that he find that with the P250.
2 players have dropped down for Mouse, so the defense a little bit out of position. They're going to choose to get aggressive instead of fall back. Fury at the moment hits the pause button and just waits.
Yuri waiting, 2 players coming towards him. If this Tech 9 has a little bit of magic, now would be the time, but certainly not. As Brolin casts him aside. Second opportunity for Brolin in this round. Shuei will take that away from him, and it's just Keserado left with his Deagle. And he'll not be able to do much with it. 2-1 start here for Mouse.
2-1 start in a very light round coming up against the unarmored Glocks of Furia. So Mouse is going to love that. We touched upon, I mean, we all know the stage issues that Mouse have this year on the big stage. 2-4 in terms of matches that they've played on the biggest stages.
Sure.
They beat G2 on the stage twice. That's it. They don't have a whole lot of success. Their losses are all 0-2s. They have experienced some heartbreaking collapses this year, same with last year, and yet to get over the hump in terms of performances in these environments.
I mean, if you get over this is where you turn him from a young boy squad into a squad of seasoned veteran players. I mean, if you get through Fury inside of the Rio de Janeiro, surely you'll get rid of those stage jitters for games to come.
Yeah, you'd hope if you're on Mouse, if you do end up going on to win this series, as you said, get over this with Fury in this environment. Yeah, that should be the catapulting moment where no stage in the world ever holds any more fear for you or the team. Be interesting to see if Mouse is going to be able to continue challenging. Brolin 7-1 to start this map, sees them drop down blinded.
Oh, a bomb made it, did it?
Yeah, it did. So it's down there, maybe a plant. There is 1 player, Yimpat, watching for this. Yuri tries to slow it down just a bit, and now he's wrapped upon. Now there's no chance of that bomb plant, so 3-1 for Mouse.
Yimpat, you mentioned his name. He was the bane of Vitality's existence yesterday. Mouse had a bit of a collapse on that final map. It looked like from a 10-2 scoreline, they were maybe going to throw it all away. But there was 1 player that showed his class, and that was Yimpat. He got all 3 remaining rounds needed for Mouse yesterday in such an important game. We're going to keep eyes on him today because it doesn't really seem like he gets phased all that often.
He's going to be an important player for Mouse for sure. I think the really fun matchup between these 2 teams that we'll be able to watch throughout this entire series, Exertion and Keserado. Keserado's had that blistering group stage to get here, but both of those guys very active on the opening kill attempts for both teams. Both of them are up at one of their top attempts at opening kills. They love taking space. They love getting stuck into the fight.
Oh, and speaking of fight straight away, Cello getting involved. It's Shuey that's gone down. Keserado out in this top site. Good damage. And the second kill from Cello in this round is Furia diving down, using all of the noise to their favor. They can just move swiftly and drop onto the head of Exertion. And Furia will burst through this A-bomb site for their second round win.
Yeah, you have to know Furia is going to love hitting this upper bomb site. They've shown it throughout all this lineup's time together on Nuke. from loving the map, from watching the amount of times they hit it. Mouse is going to have to be prepared. This time they get beat. Torji's going to try and save the op, but Cello wants to have something to say about it. Smoke is still up, and Torji watching for this exact peak. He's got an easy one. Good heads-up play, and the op does last through the round.
Yeah, it's going to be a really important piece for Mouse, but got to sort of chat with Fury on the days off leading up into the playoffs, and obviously on a human level it's very exciting to sort of empathize with what they're going to be going through. I mean, if you look at Fallen's career in particular, it's the most famous, the most storied. It's great that he's found himself at this late stage of his career back into a position where he's on the top Brazilian side playing in the playoffs in 2024 in Rio de Janeiro. But you look at some of the other players, you look at Cello, who's played through so many Brazilian teams but hasn't necessarily ever found himself consistently at the top of his own nation, and now he finds himself in Furia walking out into a Brazilian crowd.
It's been a long time coming for Cello. I mean, he played all the way back at the ISO 1 Belo Horizonte tournament as well, with guys like FNX, with guys like Phelps and KNG, 7th to 8th at that tournament. But you're exactly right. He's been able to work his way up through the ranks of Brazilian Counter-Strike to have a really critical role within this Furia team as they've gotten better and better over the last few months.
Utility ready to go in towards this top side. Smoke out to main. Skulls throws the follow-up flashes. And they're ready to go. Cello again at the front. Gets caught by Torji this time. That saved AWP working out for Mouse already. But Skulls and Fallen, they have something to say about it. And Cacerado is right beside them. Furia tie this game up unless Torji can make the difference. Nice shot on Yuri.
Yeah, how much do they want to hunt? How much do they want to see if Furia is going to give him one more kill? The bomb has actually, it's delayed as well because Cacerado didn't want to plant front silos as the smoke was fading. So he takes the risk behind silos. There is one up in heaven. And Torji's going to hunt for an extra kill.
Looking to rip this round out of the hands of Furia. Solid openers. Great take of that upper bomb site. When Demaus decides to go, and it's now. With that shot from Yimpat, the round is certainly back on. He's paranoid about a flank down lower, but Cacerado now detected. Yimpat with another one. This is what we call Yimpact. It's Cacerado left to the clutch, and the king of Rio de Janeiro is brought down by Torji. That is one hell of a retake and recovery to the round from Mouse.
Yeah, the key is Yimpat, as we mentioned, as the desk mentioned as well. Yanko said they're going to need this guy, and once again, he steps up in the clutch. That's massive. They weren't even really sure they wanted to go for it. They were hoping for a mistake the whole time, and Jimmy just gets that one peek out, takes that kill at Squeak Door Vent, and then it's on.
I mean, the start of that round felt so good for Furia. They found themselves in almost perfect positioning.
Yeah, back-to-back rounds, you've abused the upper bomb site. I know it'd be great for Furia. They would love to be able to establish that as a point of weakness on the map. Not this time.
I'm happy to see Mouse not have that same quiet start that we've seen yesterday, but it's another quick play from Furia into a day. Nice opening shot from Cacerado. Torji coming in to plug the gap. He's got Bolin alongside of him, even trading as Torji dives down into the site. Exertion from main, straight through that smoke. Skulls no longer on the server. It's Fallen and Yuri, 2v3, and that AK goes down, leaving Fallen mortally wounded and taken down. 5 rounds to start this game from Mouse.
Yeah, beautiful recovery after losing the pistol, and you can really tell Furia wants to emphasize that upper bomb site and make it something that Mouse has to worry about, but it's actually swapped now. That clutch, there were back-to-back rounds that Furia blew up into that bomb site, but that clutch from Jimmy and Torji was absolutely perfect to kind of stall this idea out, because now if you're Furia, you say, we've gone there 3 times, we've lost 2 of them. It's not going to be as easy. This chaos that the crowd is providing, it's not going to be as easy to hold on to this bomb site as we might hope and we might expect. Now they've got to go into plan B. Now they've got to start working outside. They've got to start working ramp room a little bit. If they continue trying to break the wall of the upper bomb site, it can be an issue. Mouse has outlasted the first test.
Yeah, first time out for Coach Sida. Was the assistant coach for Furia for so long. Starting this season, got the jump up to the head coach position. Has talked about how that can be quite tough, but he's got one of the most experienced in-game leaders alongside of him. We'll see if his timeout makes a difference, because the initial game plan for Furia has run dry. We've got to see those adaptations you were talking about, Jason. We'll see if they come in now, but Tech9's out. They're leaving a little bit of extra cash left over here for Furia.
And actually, oddly enough, I think they will switch things up in the gun round. And a round like this, you can always envision some kind of an upper bust or an upper rush. Fury's going away from it even now. Back towards outside. Cacerado to hold on to lobby. 4 players of Furia streaming around the red box at the moment. Tech9's in hand.
Smoke blasted open. Torji not spotting much, but wow. Okay. Close towards that shot. nearly taking Skulls out of the server, who unleashes himself through the smoke and towards Exertion. That AK able to stand strong. So Furia down to 4 players and Yimpat down to the B-bomb site.
There's a lot of players around him, though, and he can hear these footsteps. Torchi's over in ramp room. He's going to come start taking a peek to support towards control side to give Jimmy a little bit of a break on this defense. But Fury, after making all the noise there, they want to set up Fallen for this flank, and they've got a good timing on the wrap. Unfortunately, Mouse 2 has cleared out lobby. They're going to come back around in through ramp room. Fallen out in the open. Now he's got to be the aggressor, forced his hand. And Mao's dictating the way this round is playing from the CT side.
Well, we bring it back to what Yanko was saying before this game started. I mean, if you're going to see Miles take the win today, Torchi's got to be a big part of that. He has been consistently an integral piece to the squad, and he's had a hot start. 9-2, and this AWP, it's been active. It's all over the show.
Especially on the CT side, Torchi's off does some of its best work. And a huge efficiency in terms of opening kills. I think he's up at 70%, something crazy like that. But obviously just very mobile. He's one of those AWPers that makes sure that you can feel his presence at different points on the map, so it's always a question of where he's going to be. Let's help get them a 4-round lead, Mouse. And Furia's next gun round coming in.
You say gun round, it's not going to be pretty. You've got a Galil and Cacerado, 3 AK-47s, and Fallen still only on a Tech 9.
Man, you gave the guy with the 1.56 rating a Galil. What's the guy have to do to get an AK-47 around here?
Exactly. Well, let's see what he can do with that Galil instead. Exertion has been disruptive. I think that's the key word to describe his playstyle. He's outside, pushed up at red. Torsi spots a glimpse. And that information is going to result in a kill on Cello, and also frees up Exertion to get around the back of the smoke. Nips in, gets eradicated by Skulls in response, but a 3v4, tough to recover this for Furia.
And there's not really a whole lot aggressive that Skulls can do. I mean, Fallen just joined up with him, but he had the bomb, so there's nothing he can do to react once he gets that kill, because he doesn't want to lose the bomb out in the open. Furia's given up complete lobby control. So Fallen, Skulls, and Cacerado hug the smoke wall close. There's a gap at the... Oh, this is the worst timing. Broken open, but not enough.
Yeah, not enough. That smoke stays intact just enough. Shot connects onto Fallen, but not enough damage to bring him down. But Torsi goes back out. And on the second time of asking, Fallen is toppled.
Yeah, but look at the way they're just getting whittled down as they progress across this map. They're nowhere close to challenging for a bomb site. They've already lost 3 players and still in danger of losing these 2. No smokes for them to do anything. Torji's got free reign of this outer yard. Peeks a little too wide.
So be careful there, Torji. But there's so many targets for Skulls to try and fight. Nice shot from Cacerado. That's why you get him on an AK. A lot more needed, just impossible. They double peek him from 2 different elevations. Impossible for Cacerado to make something out of that. Another round gone to the wind here for Furia.
And this is now the issue for Furia, is that these outside plays that they've ran haven't netted them anything at all. There's no success in that round to be happy about. The upper hits that you've been executing, Mouse has shown that they can handle and they can take them. So Furia need to find an answer, because Torji's picking them apart outside, stalling them out. Brolin's doing the same job at the upper bomb site. And Yimpat's always there to close the rounds out. 7-2.
Once again, Furia forced into pistols. They've lost Cacerado, at least from the dead. He's still impactful with a kill, but Shuei off the top with a hide. That's what we're talking about from Shuei. A double kill, stopping any sort of chance that Furia might have been able to develop into, and it's shut down. This wall, this sea of blue, his Mouse continue to rack up rounds in this defense.
And I'll tell you, for as loud as that crowd was to start the game, it's awfully quiet right now. Mouse has shut them up. A second timeout used by Furia, down by 6 to talk things over.
And this is where we maybe start talking about the pressure that Furia feel when you come out and you see all those people in front of you, and you know you're here to perform for them and you just can't get something going. That's going to start coming into your mind. Got to turn this half around.
It's a half in which they won the pistol round.
Yeah, only 2 rounds collected on this T side.
You can give yourself 1 or 2 more to close this half. It's all that's remaining. If you get up to 3, you've got a little bit of room to work with. 4, you'll start feeling a bit more comfortable as you switch over to the CT side. It's one of the last chances Furia have left in this first half. AK-47s across the board for round 11. Torji going to be outside again, because why the hell not? He's been an absolute nightmare for Furia to deal with.
It's just been a beast. Furia showing more outside presence. Now that they've returned to a buy round, their upper busts have run dry. Furia get a couple players out towards red behind those smokes. And Torji, he's looking for someone that might push through them. He's got eyes on this possibility. Ball makes it to secret. Noise made.
There's no smokes left for Furia, so this bomb coming back to Mini would be very difficult. The last two players outside Skulls and Yuri connecting with them in secret would be very difficult. I don't really know what the end finish is. Maybe they try and get down, force Yimpad away, and go up the vents to split the upper bomb site, but that's a huge ask.
Torj has got yet another kill, another opener for Mouse, followed up by Brolin, who just takes Kesserado down in the lobby. And if you're Furia, you've got to feel like you haven't really done anything in this round. There's been no opportunity. It's just one-for-one fights all across the map. Finally, Cello stepping in for a kill. But Yuri ripped off the top of main. Torzi once again ringing out in that kill feed. It's just Fallen and Cello left. Bomb at least planted. Cello's got to go massive. He goes aggressive and he catches Shui rotating down. But this flank from Brolin, they just weren't ready for it. And with Exertion beside him, Mouse continue to roll forward.
No problems at all for Mouse. Showing no issues on this stage in front of this crowd. It's been clean, it's been confident. There really haven't even been a whole lot of close affairs in this map. It's been just utterly all towards Mouse.
It felt like that clutch broke them, with Torji and Yimpact coming back in to retake that A site.
Yeah, that's the closest round. Everything else since then has been 3+ players surviving for Mouse. They've had no issues. Torji's 17-2.
Furia searching for one extra round to close out this first half. It's been a disappointing show, whatever way you sort of chalk it up, but one extra round can make the difference. Got to maximize this halftime break. Only 3 minutes to work with, but they need a pause.
As I mentioned when we started this series, like, it's unfathomable before this event began to think that Furia would be in the semifinals. When you look at the run that they had in the group stage as well, 2-0 over Na'Vi, 2-1 over Mouse, 8-13-7 over FaZe. Like, you can't mess with that run. They beat some incredible teams back to back to back to get to this position. And that's when you're just like, yeah, they can replicate this.
Going? Yeah. Torsi, though, he's waiting for the ramp. Oh, missed shot from Torsi.
Haven't been many of those today.
Yeah, no, there has not. But Cello got himself into secret. Exertion just walked in blindly, loses his life, and finally, Fury have got an opening kill to play with that goes untraded.
Yeah, and it's finally because they've been able to take map control and forcing people to move.
Again. He's just always behind them, Jason, in this game so far.
Yeah, he's been super proactive, but also Fury has taken their sweet time with this 4-man pack unit that's gone towards ramp room. So it's giving time for Mouse to react and search the map.
There's nowhere to back off to here for Torres. He's just got to be perfect in his angle selection.
4 kills, 1 for everyone, or 4 bullets, excuse me, 1 for everyone.
Oh, and gets one. He was very quick on the trigger to get that 1 kill, but Fallen making sure that he trades. But look who it is again. The Reckoning. Yimpad, double door swing wide open, bomb plant denied. And Furia with 15 seconds left, they've only got 2 up. It's the Fangs of Furia, Kesserado and Yuri. In this first half, they have been blunt. And with 9 seconds, Kesserado needs to sharpen himself. But as soon as that bomb plant attempt comes in, Mouse deny it. And it has been a silent first half from Furia. Mouse in full control.
Furia spent the last few days dreaming of this moment that they'd walk out onto this stage, the plays they'd make that would get their countrymen up on their feet, but that dream has turned to a nightmare. That fire turned to ash as Mao's come out hot, 10-2 lead, burying Furia, but it's beneath their own hopes. And now they've got to dig themselves out, but is it even possible?
It's got to start with a pistol. It's got to start with some life in this Furia squad. They won the pistol in the first half and just a sporadic round in the middle of that, but only 2 mustered on the T side. It's got to be one hell of a defensive half here from Furia. And Mao's come into this event talking about how they changed their strat book, they changed so much about their team. So far, it is working well.
It's been working great today. A few more struggles yesterday that they managed to overcome. They haven't had any of that difficulty this afternoon. Exertion's going to lead the way in towards ramp room. Fallen doesn't want the fight. There's already a player downstairs the lower site. That's Cello, but he is on his own.
Fallen drop it all the way back, but Cello has to be the player to step up, and oh my god, not really too much you could do about that.
And nobody's close by. Nobody's close by to try and recover this, to have helped out Cello, even if they were there. It's Torji up in the air, going to be able to get down safety. There's more fights as Mao's take over control side.
Under 1 minute left in this round. Mao's now putting that bomb down. Furia have got to play retake. How is Brolin always behind him? Once again, he had a chance, but Skull's able to turn back in time before Brolin sentenced the execution, and it's going to work out for Skulls in the end. Runs out of ammo, though. Kesserado has to come in and back him up. 2v2, remember, bomb still planted.
No kit.
And no kit on either of the 2 remaining players' backs. Yuri needed that. He needed it quick, and he hasn't got it. Even on the second time of asking, not chiming in. Kesserado has to go up next. Has to clear out towards. He certainly will. And now Yimpad again.
You have to stick it.
The Finn lines them up. Kesserado on that defuse, and Yuri will stop it. Furia win the pistol, but the time, it's close. Actually, it's real close. Just about. In the final seconds, that defuse is collected. That was close, Jason.
Yeah, that's going to have to get, that to bring some energy to Furia. A close win. Nice cover from Yuri after the struggled shots from ramp room. Him and Kesserado work it out. The body blocking and the headshot. So the second pistol for Furia, it's 3-10.
Wow. They couldn't have gone on at a more perfect time.
But hold the phone. Remember, they lost the second round in the first half. With that bomb plant, as we all know, Maus is going to have a solid buy. Galils are out in the field. Mac 10, Tech 9, and utility. And if Furia want to make this crowd starting to believe they can have a comeback, they have to capitalize here. They've got to give themselves a hot start on this CT side.
Little gap. Fallen. Lands the shot. Exertion, half of his health gone in an instant. Cello tested at ramp, does well to peel away with Brolin. He'll drop down and not fully into the bomb site. He's going to stay around ramp for the time being. Yuri defending. Exertions push forward into garage. Mao's not making the most of it just yet. Good start from Furia.
Cello's in the same spot as he was in on the pistol round when Yimpad gave him the jumping shot. I don't know if Yuri has that piece of information, though, because he's about to get sidelined.
Okay, this is a little rough. Now Yimpad's going to clear Yuri. We know how solid this can be when Yimpad gets going, and another kill, drawing it closer and closer to Mao's, pulling this one back, and they've got it into a 2v2.
It's a miscommunication somehow. Yuri had no idea that Cello didn't have him covered from ramp room. That's a free kill, and it's all come crumbling down. Kesserado, oh, he falls as well.
Oh, it was such a good start for Furia. Fallen has to recover it, and he's only got a scout. They can't afford to let this one go, and it's about to fall through their fingers.
I think he has to. Oh, he's got no kit, he's got no utility, and now Torji's gotten away as well. And you might as well save the M4 for the next round, because you aren't winning this.
That has got to be one of the most frustrating rounds for Furia. You mentioned how important it was to start building on that pistol when you can't afford to drop it. They got the 2 opening kills.
That was, I was going to say, that was either a 5-on-3 or a 4-on-3, but that level of miscommunication,
They're going to want that one back, but they just can't have it back. It's now 11 rounds for Maus. They are getting closer and closer to taking this first map away. This is Furia's map pick. They decided to go to Nuke in the group stages to open up this tournament just 5 days ago. Furia defeated Maus 13-8 on this map.
Well, that's why we always say it's so hard to beat the same team twice in an event, because you know Maus went back last night, this morning, when they realized they were playing Furia in this. They likely knew, we have to figure out this nuke. They trounced us on it. Let's look through it with this new lens of the new playbook that we're using and see what we can adapt and change to overcome them. And they're proving that they found the answers.
Fallen said that as well before this game started, saying how when you're playing that same team again, it's a different beast. It's very difficult.
Well, hey, I got bad news for Furia because it's going to be the same thing on the second map of Mirage. They played that as well in the other series. Now they've got it one more time.
They were crushed 13-5 on that. Great start here from Exertion. Yuri goes down and not the start Furia desire or require. Might as well take that 5v4. They'll settle into the round. There's lots of time to play with.
Skulls and Hut on his own. Try to hit a timing on the jiggle for someone to start swinging into his position. Doubled up over in ramp room, one boosted. Cello gonna try and lure them into the trap. He's got a good dink on Brolin, but he wants them committed.
Kesserado. Can this 5-7 really come together? It's one and not a second. Effective trading from Mouse again, and they stop Fallen from finding impact. Skulls into the lobby and destroyed. It is map point for Mouse on Nuke.
And there's a little bit of a stage factor in that round. You could see Kesserado boosted up, missing the first player coming beneath him who was able to take out Cello for free. Cello's expecting him to be able to stop that play.
I know you're really good, Jimmy, but calma. A little bit slowed down, you know what I'm saying?
But there is no slowing down in this situation.
Nice, Jimmy, fucking see, bro.
I just gotta keep going, and I'm working.
But that stage environment with the crowd going crazy will mask those footsteps, and Kesserado never heard it. 9-round lead now. And nothing to fight with for Furia. This is a last gasp that really has no strength behind it.
Well, those familiar conversational comms from Mal's even working up there on the stage. Why wouldn't they be? 12-3 up. The main competition in their communication right now is a battle between Torzi and Yimpat for who is going to top the charts of their own squad. Cello to defend ramp with a P250. He's got Fallen to come and help. That'll soften up the first player, but Cello unable to connect his shot to bring him down. And Furia fall to just 4. Another 5 versus 4 round for Mouse, and one that they feel comfortable to close on.
No one on Fury is even in double digits. Just the sheer fragging output for the Brazilian side is nothing. Yuri gets baited into an early shot. He finds one. That's his 7th.
Down to the door. It's just bad to worse for Furia at the moment. Won 2 pistol rounds. 2 out of their 3 rounds on Nuke are pistol round victories.
Had no conversion in either of them. This has been a dismantling of Furia. This is the Fury that we had in the events leading up to IEM Rio, not the Fury that we got in the group stage. And they're getting exposed.
Well, just Skulls. And they would have dreamed of this moment days off, building into the playoffs. But it is Mouse, the only squad that has turned up here in Rio de Janeiro. This semi-final is comfortably in control of the Mouse squad.
Morreu! Terra. Falei, Cat. Ei, terra. Pelando o Milo. Round é meu. Basta CT. Dá paquete, alguém? Dá paquete? Eu não. Dá pé, excuse. Tetras. Swing. Roda. Play on me.
3, 2, 1. Go.
Nice, good job, Adam. That's what I'm talking about, Adam. Well fucking played.
Bora, sai. O 3. Fura, em cima da fura. Esquerda da rampa. Bora. Turbo. Bora.
It's so funny, we win a round, we want to celebrate, and there is full silence. I love this shit.
Don't go, guys. Don't go. Tá bom. Nice. Good job, guys.
Well, you wanted a semifinal, and you got it, whether you like the outcome of this first map or not. 13-3. That is right. Almost, and basically a non-starter here for Furia. Let me bring you right on back into the Intel Extreme Masters. Live from Rio de Janeiro, down here in South America. That's Brazil, to be exact. Yanko, Steel with me, and yeah, a little bit of a non-starter situation.
That was pretty impressive from Furia, Trace. You win both pistols and lose 13-3. Like, that takes some effort, no?
Yeah, you're right. You know, we always talk about winning that first round, but that second one, you ain't getting that.
That's the dangerous one.
That is the dangerous one. Josh, what did you take from this, other than the fact it was a little lacking in certain areas?
Well, I think one big thing was Dinko was right. They got broken on that round 6. Basically, they just fell apart. It was like 3 upper hits in a row. The first one looks nice and clean. Second one, still a winnable situation, 3v2. Third one, they got stuffed, and then they just go eco rounds, avoid upper. They go outside. What does that mean? They walk into the Dragon's Den. Torzy out there with the op, starts just laying them out. I think right there, Furia got crushed. I mean, yeah, we talk about round MR12. We talk about getting that second round. Maybe they could have had a better approach, a little bit safer, not get split apart by those MP9s, but man, I mean, you're right. After you see that start, you're thinking, how do you only have 2 rounds in that first half?
It's true, and you brought up round 6. Take a look at this. This is what you're talking about.
I mean, look, this is incredible from Jimmy, right? I mean, you're wondering, first, do they really want to go for this 2v3? They seem a little bit out of position. Look at the movement from Jimmy. Look how he finds information on where the players. That's an incredible shot onto Skulls. Now he's solving the puzzle. No one is lurking. Okay, one guy has to be under me. He finds him, expects the double peek, expects fall and kills him as well. Now he waits for his teammate to come in, to come closer, right? Torzy does, trades Jimmy, and this is just a 2v3 that was really difficult, made look incredibly easy by the mouse players.
And we actually got the listen in for that play as well. They were talking about like making sure that the hut player was in position, and then they said 3, 2, 1, they double swing. So as Jimmy's coming out of heaven, his teammates actually also swing out of hut. They just didn't know exactly where Case Dorado was there.
Yeah, and it brings us to sort of a conversation we had yesterday. We talked and looked a little bit at map 1 for Miles yesterday. Really a non-starter as well, but that's not the case anymore. We can kind of look at these ratings and they'll tell you a little bit of that story. Shuei likes to play in the studio.
I mean, this is always skewed a little bit as well because you'll have better teams in the playoffs just inherently, right? So it's going to be tougher, and Mao's going through a little bit of a slump the last couple of months. Not a huge surprise there, but you could tell in the way they approached the game that they're no slouches anymore when it comes to the stage, right? Like, they were playing to win, they weren't afraid of taking initiative or being aggressive, and they just completely shut down Furia in this one.
Well, in that stage versus studio environment, there is a real consistency with one of our players, and I say one of our players as if he's one of our players. What I'm saying is our United States Air Force aim high player of the map is Torzy, and he does have those numbers to back up the idea that, hey, he's on this stage to play, Josh.
That's absolutely wild, his KD. I don't even know if he got to see anybody for the first like 7 rounds or so, but then it was just like unstoppable from that point onwards. Once he got that up and running, and as soon as they made Furia just so sad about losing that round 6 clutch, that 3 versus 2 in favor of Furia, that's when he was able to just start grinding round by round, just adding to that scoreboard, adding to that tally.
Yeah, and we were talking about him in the pregame, right? Especially on Nuke, his favorite map on the CT side, how impactful he can be. And he's shown it to us here, right? Like, as the half moved on, right, and Furia was pushed away from that upper box, they had to play a little bit more default. That's when you saw Torzy play more outside as well, because that's where the action is going to be, and a great game from him.
And some, missed fumbles, some things that go on there later stages of that second half Maybe even the beginning stages now I think about math. I'm talking about the 3v5 here in round 14.
Just missed opportunities for Furia in this game. They had opportunities to sort of get some momentum going, to string rounds together, to put Mouse on the back foot. But here completely unawares of what's open, what's not open, right? In a 5v3 situation, way too many gaps, players being isolated, you know, Mouse players getting duels, and all of a sudden they're in a 2v2 with planting the bomb, and Furia the one on the back foot.
It was really tough losing that first player outside. Everything snowballed from that moment. And yeah, it had to have been some sort of miscomm, that gap at ramp for that third kill to come in and open that area up so that that transition could happen to lower. But I mean, everything from Furia, that entire, especially first half, was quick tempo, or it was the first phase of the round. There was no like feeling out the round. There was no misdirection really. I mean, sure, they faked upper before they re-hit it, but there was no finding out where Torzy was with his op. So if we're going outside, we're going straight into it. There was no real value from it. And then on top of that, they were losing all the clutches. Yep. I mean, straight up, I mean, we were talking about stage versus studio. We were talking about Jimmy being a little bit quiet more recently, but I mean, he's really stepping up from the last map of the last series into this series today. He's stepping it up, especially in the clutch situations. You hear Torzy telling him, slow down.
Yeah, I think it's also people will sit at home and say, yeah, but does this really matter? You know, this one round, if it went the other way, wouldn't have been 13-3, would have been 13-6 or 7. But it doesn't really work like that, right? You don't know how the game would have went if Furia was playing from ahead, if they get some momentum. We see how quickly these games can turn on its head. We just saw Na'Vi being able to come back, being 7-0 down against Heroic. And sure, that's Na'Vi, but Furia, even in the second half, if they get rolling a little bit, you win the anti-force by now, they're on an eco, all of a sudden, you're starting to, okay, get into your own. All right, we're back, we're doing this, we can get it done. And that's going to be imperative on the second map for Furia to just get something going, otherwise they're going to get snowballed on Mirage as well.
I mean, we've seen time and time again where that first map will just be one side, it'll be a landslide, right? So when you think about that and going back to the locker room and you're coming back out for that second map, you've already wiped that away. When we talk about that second map of Mirage being the pick of Mouse, doesn't exactly bode well here for Furia.
It's not the greatest thing. I mean, also, you know, you start on Nuke, you have to start that T side. Mirage, okay, what do you want to start? Probably CT side. Maybe they feel a little bit more comfortable there, but so does Mouse. So it really comes down to what form are they going to be able to come into this map with, and we saw it in the last series that we just watched. It was Na'Vi. They were down against Heroic. First map, they got crushed. Second map, they're losing badly, but then step off the gas pedal, and then Na'Vi finds their way back in. Same thing could happen here, that if Mouse wants to keep crushing all the way through, Furia, as soon as Mouse lets off the gas pedal, that's when they can just come back and just counter-crush them.
I think also forget about Brazil for a second. When was the last time Furia played on the stage? I mean, they haven't seen that many arenas in the last couple of years, right? So it's maybe a little bit of just getting that out of your system, getting the nerves out, right? And just resetting. Now, the next map you lose, you're eliminated from the tournament, right? So might as well give it your best shot.
But the way you lost that first map, it's got to be somewhat frustrating to think that you never really got in the game. It's almost like you spawned, you died, and then the game was over multiple times, right? It makes it more awkward coming into that next one unless you have that veterancy. You have those captains like Fallen who can wipe away some of that stuff. Is that apt?
You just have to do better in key rounds. If you win both pistols, lose both second rounds, you're going to lose the game 4 times out of 6, let's put it that way. You know, like, and that's all Counter-Strike is. It's about minimizing mistakes and winning the key rounds.
They missed like 6 layups in a row, basically, is what happened. And it's just like, are they going to keep missing these easy shots, or are they going to keep, or are they going to rebound actually off of it? That's what it really comes down to.
Yeah, and that's what we keep our eyes on. Gentlemen, I just need to know, does the series end here? Does Furia get eliminated in Rio today quicker than any of us would like to see?
I think I have a 100% success rate at being wrong. So I'm going to say, I'm going to say yes.
Okay, all right.
I'm not sure about that. I think that Mouse wins the series no matter what. I think they have a big advantage on Inferno if it gets to that. So for me, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Let's just give the crowd a competitive game, you know?
Yes. You don't believe in Fallen running up mid with an op on Inferno?
No.
Okay, well, there we go.
We'll keep our eyes out for that. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Let's go ahead and head into that break. We can start to put a ribbon on this second map, and maybe we can get unboxed of Furia that decides to play here in Rio. We look at the next map of Mirage in a semifinal featuring Mouse and Furia. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Rio 2024.
first time hearing or seeing Snow was probably 2 to 3 years ago. I saw some tweets come out of his gameplay and how young this kid was and the type of organizations that he was getting signed to. And to see young prospects, people who are growing up with the game and flourishing at such a young age, I think it was an interesting storyline. So I actually started following him on Twitter a couple years ago, and now he's playing for Pain.
When it comes to the way he likes to express himself during games and how he likes to shout out and things like that, he probably was dreaming of playing those kind of games. You know, he was playing at his home on his own computer, having to develop himself as a player every day. I think it's completely normal for him to behave like that, because he must keep the fun as long as he can.
Eu sei que o pessoal compara eu com o Donk gritando, mas eu não dou trash talk, eu só apenas grito pra hypar meus companheiros, pra se a gente tiver uma situação difícil no jogo, se a gente ganha um round, eu vou lá e boto meus companheiros pra cima. E eu também me sinto muito melhor gritando, sinto que eu jogo melhor gritando, e é isso.
It's an expression of yourself and you want to be having fun. And if that's how he's having fun, if that's how he's pumping himself up, pumping his teammates up, why not? I think it's great to get loud. I think it's awesome to be in their face. And if you're going to unravel some softies out there, whether it's players on the other side or people on the forums at home, make more noise.
I would say from my experience that it's actually beneficial to him to be playing with Brazilians. I think there's a cultural difference, both in the way people play Counter-Strike and also in the way they behave outside the server. Maybe if he goes international too fast, I don't know exactly how it would be, because I have been playing for international teams already. I have seen some other players, and there is a big cultural impact that happens, the difference, there's some clashes. So for him to develop himself as a player and have some good leadership with him, I know he's playing with Big Zero, he has been developing a lot of talents before, so he's doing super well with him. So I think he's in good hands, and I think having someone like Big Zero to help him shape his first years of Counter-Strike is going to help him a lot.
Eu cresci assistindo no cenário brasileiro o Coldzera, eu gostava muito dos highlights dele, dos momentos de clutch, ele jogava muito bem. E no cenário internacional, eu sempre gostei de assistir o Donk, porque eu acho a movimentação dele muito boa e a mira dele é muito, muito boa. E sempre aprendo muitas coisas assistindo a tela dele.
If I had to compare Snowzine to someone from the past, it's very difficult, because many years ago, we'd probably remember of some younger players that started doing super well. And I think on my mind, I remember FNX, for example. FNX, since he was 15, 16, he was already playing the best teams in Brazil. He won his first title international-wise in 2006. But you know, if Pain is able to win like a Rio, for example, like that, he's not too far away from FNX. He might not be on the FNX level yet, but who knows? So maybe he can even surpass him.
Eu gostaria de jogar, se fosse para escolher um jogador para jogar no mesmo time, seria o Monese, porque ele é bem jovem, com certeza ia aprender bastante coisas com ele, e ele é muito bom, assim, de skill, e seria ele.
I think with the modern day Counter-Strike players, for them just playing online CS, you know, late into their quote unquote online careers, that's not great. The adjustment to LAN is important, so the fact that he's been able to play LANs from such a young age, I think gives him a bit of an advantage over some of these other guys.
He's playing some roles that are very difficult to play on Pain, and at first when I saw that they put him on those roles, I was kind of interested to see how he'd do. Like he's playing B on Dust 2, for example. There's a lot of sites where you have to hold on your own. A lot of times you have to decide things for yourself. So it's very cool to see him developing those things. And I think I can't really say which role is going to be best for him. I think it's the ones that he likes the most, and probably the ones that the team needs from him the most. And as a young guy, I know that he's probably very willing to learn a lot of new things and be the best player he can be for the team.
Quando eu vim aqui e tava apenas torcendo, tudo que eu tô vivendo agora era apenas um sonho. E agora eu tô vivendo o que eu sempre sonhei, com meus companheiros de time, sempre, todos os dias, realizando mais um sonho. E agora o maior sonho é ir pra arena e jogar em frente à torcida.
Furia fall flat on the opening map of this semi-final. It's their map pick of Nuke. They beat Mouse on it in the group stages, but a completely different story this time around, Jason. They won 3 rounds, 2 of which were pistol rounds, not converted. There was got to be just some crazy conversation that went down here for Furia to come out and become an entirely different team.
I actually hope it was a more chill conversation. I hope it was Fallen taking the boys inside and being like, look, guys, we just got punched in the face, and you know, that happens. It's happened to me plenty of times, and kind of help the guys wheel out of it, because obviously, as you mentioned, having spoken with Cello and how nervous he was to play in this environment in front of it in his home country as well, it is kind of, that's the game that lets us get centered. That's the game that lets us understand and gets you comfortable in the new environment that you're going to be in, and now we get to go forward with what we prepped. The problem being, Mirage in that group stage series that Furia won earlier this week is a map where Mouse dominated them on once already.
Yes, they have 13-5 that scoreline on Mirage. I guess you're right in terms of the conversation going down. I guess that is the worst that can happen on the stage, right? You get embarrassed like that in the opening map of the semifinal. That's the worst. Let's see if they can turn it around.
Yeah, we're already at rock bottom, boys. It's only up to go.
Just got to climb your way out of rock bottom. Not easy, but let's see if they can do it on Mirage.
And if you're Mouse, you're loving it. I mean, they didn't look like they were unnerved at all by being on the crowd, by having to deal with it, and obviously they kind of shut Furia down very early and just ran away with it. There wasn't any reason for this environment to get too hostile, too anti-Mouse.
And those initial nerves are now gone, right? Mouse have dealt with that first map. They've got the first map under their belt in astounding fashion, and now Mirage is being queued up. The second map of this series, we know some of the danger men to look out for this squad. We know Exertion is a big part of their T side especially. Yimpat, always a player you've got to keep an eye on inside of this Mouse squad. But Brolin having a great first map, Jason. Semifinals continue here. We'll see if that performance continues for Mouse as they are staring down the barrel at a grand final placing against Na'Vi, unless Furia can turn this ship around and get themselves back into this semifinal in front of their home crowd here in Rio de Janeiro.
They'll be starting on the defensive side of Mirage. If you want to have a little bit of a reason to feel good for Furia, this is the map yesterday that Mouse looked a little bit ugly in, let's call it. This was the slow start map to their series. They got trounced by Vitality. So let's find out. Is it something fundamentally wrong with Mouse's approach to the map, or was it just a bad day in the office when they entered the server on this map in their series in the quarterfinals?
Well, all those questions about to get answers as we get into this pistol round. Furia have won every pistol so far. Let's see if they can continue that trend.
It's not really that cool of a stat when you only get 3 rounds on the first map.
I'm clutching the straws here, Jason.
It doesn't quite have the impact it usually does. All right, well, Brolin spotted one jumping, and he's going to lead the way forward. There's 3 players essentially here for Furia, so defense couldn't be better. Good start from Yuri, traded back, and Fallen can't get the job done.
Well, Cello, good work. He's still alive. He's still a problem. And let's see, well, Yells can muster out of this USP. Inside of the site, multiple targets, none being taken until that headshot. He's chimed in. 2v2, bomb not planted. And Kesserado left on 1 HP. That's all that's left in this pistol round as Yimpat peeked and took Skulls out of the question. Bomb plant now going down as well for Mouse, and Kesserado is locked out of this.
Is he going to save for the armor? I guess that's the only play that truly makes sense. You aren't winning this with 1 HP. Might be trying to reposition and relocate to get a different angle.
Oh, Impact's close. There's nowhere to go for this one.
It's not going to do enough. Someone would have to literally walk into him not looking.
Okay, so that's one. Will he check the right corner? No, he won't. Surely not. Oh no, Exertion's just letting him run by. He's just buying the time. He's playing with Kesserado, but he's missed his shots, but it's time. And that is the problem. And Exertion gets that kill in the end. Kesserado made it close.
Yeah,
made it close.
Credit to him. I didn't think it was even going to be close. Did Exertion let him go by to go for the knife? Or
no, there can't be a knife. Surely he wouldn't do that.
He had it felt like he had like 10 different clean shots. Like a good 5 seconds in which you could have taken any shot that would have shut down the round, and you chose maybe the worst one.
Did he want to try and be #1 public enemy or public enemy #1? Maybe.
Yeah, why not?
I guess. Well, I like the attempt. Execute ready to go for Mouse towards this A-bomb site. You've got Kesserado, the only player here for Furia. So they don't even have the pistol rounds anymore. And this is unlikely to be able to hold off and fend off this Mouse attack into A. Furia pushed through B. Kesserado getting aggressive at Palace, and that was the only way. That was the only way.
It was his only option, being alone here as the defender. Obviously doesn't pan out. Fallen's going to back away. It looks like Yuri and Cello are coming in through T-spawn to maybe have an opportunity for a fast flank. They might feel like they have a really nice timing on this, and the bomb now is just going down, so they're going to give it an attempt.
Brolin is left over the top of the stairway. Now the flank comes in, so it's one headshot already. Furia desperately need this round. They're coming back in, but they need a little bit more than what they've got already, and there's still a player down. They're pinned. Both remaining players stuck at ramp, and a dink onto Yuri. Can't win this round anymore. They do damage, but that is it. A single kill and a bit of damage sprinkled across Mouse, but Furia unable to win their force buy. They're sent down to another eco scenario.
Yeah, just by virtue of Mouse's post-plant positioning, a lot of them sticking in the bomb site, a lot of them pushing forward toward the CT spawn stairs. That flank really didn't have a whole lot of targets to go to when it came to fruition.
Rapaziada, querendo ou não, nós só vamos ganhar esse jogo se nós comunicar muito. Mas muito.
Comunicar muito, é.
Not too much for us to take from that one, but
not a lot, no.
No, nothing back, but if you understand Portuguese, let us know. Full eco though for Furia. P250s and a deagle. Gotta hope for something magic in moments like this. B-bomb site's been taken by Maus. They've selected the empty target. Shuei fumbles in middle, so at least something for Furia. But given the fact that they have lost B, I'll just take that AK. Torzy looks to try and remove it from their hands.
Yeah, but equally, he's alone too, so he doesn't really want to risk it whatsoever to go for that. It's a low percentage one. Nice shot from Exertion. Good job from Torji as Fallen pushes in. And yeah, the only saving grace Fury have in this round is that AK-47 brought forward. So a little economic help, providing some assistance going into the gun rounds.
Well, the gun rounds are coming up next. Furia have enough money to get a really solid purchase going into the next round, and they've got to start winning gun rounds. They haven't done it yet. I mean, there was a moment on Nuke where their initial game plan was clearly try and abuse that A-bomb site, try and bring a fast style of play to the game, and they were getting into the site, then lost a clutch, or lost a retake, and that broke them for the rest of the game.
Yeah, no fleshed out plan B that could have an impact on Nuke. Don't really have to worry about that on the T side until the second half for Furia. For now, it's to see if this defense can withstand the pressure that Mouse is going to bring.
Fallen's got his AWP out. Signs in the crowd of his legacy.
And upside down, right side up, right at the end.
There you go.
Yeah.
Figured it out.
It happens.
Nailed it. Torch has got his sniper. He was a problem, a real problem in the first map. Let's see if he can continue that on Mirage. Skulls, good movement, gets himself up short. Solo position to take early.
Furia looking motivated to fight mid. Break open the smoke so K Serato can peek it. That's a nice spam. Shuei's lining up the utility. And K Serato catches a freebie. Torji slides in behind the boxes with the AWP, but with that weapon, you're not going to be aggressive in the middle of the map. You're going to be there to punish any kind of a peek, any kind of a move, any kind of a rotation if it comes into your vision. But Maus have to cause that rotation by pressuring this A-bomb site. Yimpat, Exertion, and Brolin gonna look to get some work done here at A.
Fallen waits. Oh God, what a shot from Exertion. Fallen could not stop that. Lead fills his head, flash being set up for Caserado to get blinded. He's spotted. Ooh, Exertion not comfortable in that scenario, but Yimpat certainly is. Off the top of Tetris, it's Caserado down. He was a player to start this round well for Furia, but it collapses in a blink of an eye. Shello and Yuri doing what they can. They've drawn this back to a 2v2, and Yuri is a long way off, but the bomb has only just gone down.
And Torji is now finally saying, okay, it's my time to get involved in the round. He's shifted up towards Chair.
Yeah, but he's not with his teammate in the site.
He doesn't have to peek anything. He stays safe, and Yimpat's essentially going to be his eyes and ears. He's going to be telling him when they're moving into the bomb site, when he needs to start getting active in connector. There is a Molotov for the bomb after the fact. There's no smoke, but there is a kit on Cello.
Torji now coming into play, and there's a shot that Yuri just wasn't ready for. And now Yimpat down and ramp. Torji's got them both from short, and there's no way Furia were predicting that position from Torji this late into the round.
What a shot from Exertion. That is the opener that Maus needed. Fallen doesn't even have a chance to react.
Yeah, he gets a taste of what youthful players are capable of.
First bullet headshot. Even K Serato gets dropped by Yimpat. And Torji gets to chill all round until it's his time to close things out. Double kill from the AWP at the end of the day. Fallen's got another AWP. The He's gonna get a second chance at it. First time around, Op didn't produce anything. That saved AK-47, helping out massively to get this weapon out, and a hero attempt to reverse their fortunes with a low buy.
It's off, clearing out connector. Fallen not far off that shot. The Mouse have found themselves in powerful position. Shuai, oh, the timing. Yuri was tucked around that corner, and as soon as he looks away, Shuai goes down. 5v4. Furia desperately needed an opener. They've got it. Now a minute left for Mouse to work with.
Mouse is
center sides on the B-bomb side.
Yeah, realign over these B-halls for the moment. Skulls and K-Serrato just pushed and cleared a ramp. They've got information at the moment, not all that deep, so they don't feel comfortable cheating over and rotating. Cello's alone with his P250, and he's gonna need help quick. Fallen and Market with the up. Yuri at Catwalk with the AK-47.
Another shot chimed in by Fallen. 30 seconds, Mouse bailing out a B. They're going down into the underpass.
They might just want to save this.
Yeah, it looks like they've called it off. They don't see the way in.
You'd really have to hustle and put utility down on Cat to make it up connector. You never know what you're going to find over there. So Maz just say, well done, you win this one. First round for Furia. Comes with a low buy, a hero up. And at least the Mirage CT side has gotten started early.
Perhaps the beginning of building morale. Sid asking for a timeout. Don't know if Fallen has agreed to it. Maybe doesn't feel like they need it right now. And obviously, being in Sid's position, you've got to respect that. Just let him get rolling.
Well, he's Presente. Is the Professor Presente is the question today. Not on the first map. 2 kills for Fallen here in the early going of Mirage.
Okay, Serrato and Skulls moving in towards ramp. They elected not to go for a timeout at the start of this round. Furia just want to get this ball rolling. Fallen peeking into the underpass. No peek coming his way. Utility, in fact, distracting him. And he knows there's a timer on this of how long he can stick around. Then he gets an important kill in exertion and gets back to safety through connector.
Oh, look at Roland and Yimpat as well. They're saying, you know what? We just lost a player in middle. Maybe we can start timing this. We can probe it. They're holding the angle, though. I think he spotted
He did. And now that's why he doesn't extend into the open. He holds this tighter angle, and Mouse realized that possibility of being spotted by the sniper, so they don't want to continue their walk into the B-bomb site.
Yeah, they've called it off as well, and it's a good call. Cello is still over in ladder room. He can be at the B-bomb site very quick. Yuri has slid over towards bench. Fallen is here with the op. B-bomb site's going to be very tough to break into, so Mal's readjusting, but it's going to take a lot of time for them to move all the way across the map. Plenty of time for Furia to figure out what's coming, but they still seem very concerned about the B portion of the map. Skulls shifting in CT spawn, coming back now. Thankfully, it's a good timing. It'll be him and K-Serrato on this initial thrust.
How much can an MP9 really do this far back in CT spawn? Now that you've lost Cello as well, numbers even, 25 seconds.
They won't expect
goes in towards Ticket, but the distraction has set up K-Serrato, but he had to sink the kill. And he did not collect it. That sinking feeling now for Furia as they fall down to just 3 players. Shuai leaping through the window, Fallen retreating back to spawn. Skulls is gone, and so are Furia's chances at a round win here. Fallen will go down, the AWP gone, and Yuri stuck with nowhere to go. He's got to battle through Poland. He'll do that, but a second player he will not get past. It's Shuai to get another round here for Mouse.
A nice simple readjustment. I think Furia kept 3 players in that B bomb site a little bit too long, and they were then at that point they were kind of like Skulls started to shift over, and they realized they had no clue what's happening on the map. So the guy they send out to get information, Cello, pushes middle where Shuai's been for a minute, waiting for that exact play. Perfectly managed round from Mouse to hold themselves off of overcommitting into the B bomb site and finding the perfect hit elsewhere.
Well, they didn't call the timeout in the last round. They have now gone for this timeout. Furious, their first use in this half. Now, they burned through them quite quickly over on nuke for obvious reasons. It was a terrible start to the game. I think we're getting to that point again here for Furia, where they might find themselves in a hole so deep, they might not be able to climb out of it. We're going to see a double up setup present on the server. Fallen and Cello wielding those. Fallen with a more advanced peek into Palace is gathering info with every second that he sticks around. No one's there. No one's home. Cello's over at B. Peering into the apartments on polar opposite ends of the map, but Mals have occupied middle.
Good utility to give them access over to Catwalk. When Furia figure out what's happening, they're not going to have a whole lot of time to react. If Yuri goes down, oh, good off angle. He's got the first kill. Second player swings. That's 2 kills. Off can't trade it off finally. But now Mouse don't want to commit. It was too costly.
And it left. Another kill coming in, this time for Skulls in the connector. Exertion tried to be that playmaker to get Mouse back into the round, and his play is canceled out, and so they stall out. It's 2 players left for Mouse with nowhere really to go.
It's all about this Cello and Yimpat engagement once the smoke clears. Que Serato found in market. Is he going to expect Cello to be up on top? Now he will.
Cello's under a lot of pressure here because Toji's moving through short. And that grenade lands right on his head. He's down to 6 HP. Can Cello deliver with the up behind the van? Oh, Yimpat, he comes over the top. Cello couldn't stop him, and Mouse back into it again. Fallen on the rotate over. Is this op going to be able to make the difference in the round? Fallen chimes in. Torji jumps into the open, and look who it is. He's become the nightmare of so many teams. The player you can never count out of a clutch. This young Finn plays well above his years, and he's got a headshot on Falling. Just Skulls from the apartments, and Yimpat did not read that position.
Skulls so quiet, the whole flank. That's a nice job in the 2v1. Fallen goes down, but no chance, as you mentioned, for Yimpat to do anything after the fact. But the fact they even got into that B bomb site that clean. Cello just knew he was pinned down from Catwalk, just tries to hunker down at the van. Good nade. Jimmy cleans him up. And Furia just barely hold on.
And you can see that they barely held on because their money is, again, a little questionable here and there. They're going to have 3 rifles. Cello has to go to an MP9. Because that expensive double-up setup came out, they can't obviously go for that again.
At least Fallen's got his. But Mao's going to do other things. No more default this round. No more spreading around the map and challenging things. They've thrown utility in middle just to show it's the very same round, but they're lining up for an A execute.
A volley of utility being primed and ready to go into, as they say, sight.
4 defenders here. Furia, this is the defense you'd want.
This is the best case scenario for Furia. Brolin comes out of Palace. Skulls is lost. No one's looking at it. What? How has Brolin got away with this? Furia collapsed. No ferocious hold. Brolin just delivers 3 kills for Mouse, and the final blow for Furia in this round. It is just Fallen. You have 4 players on the right side of the map, and it is not enough.
You can just see how disconnected they are, how nervous they are about that hit warning, and everyone wanted to be the player, the guy to make a play. Skulls cut out, swing it out into the open through a smoke inside the bomb site, trying to be in a position where he can be involved and help his teammates, and just caught for free. Brolin never even truly has to do any kind of wide swing. He just gets to chill by the entrance, right on the edge of the smoke, and an easy triple kill. That's so deflating.
Yeah, you know you've got 4 players in that bomb site. You were ready for the direct A hit. And it was just so disjointed. So nervous from Furia.
Well, Fallen at least managed to save the AWP. Got a kill on the way out as well. Low impact frag.
There's nothing else around it though, is there?
You can invest into a light pistol. You have a decent losing bonus built up, 3 rounds, so they'll be getting a good amount of cash in the next round, 2,900. So you can go for armor and pistol on a couple of players. Que Serato could have done it. But I think at this point, if you're Fury at the same time, you're just like, you know what? Let's not go for the pistols for the most part. Let's save as much money as we can, because we need to win all the gun rounds when this is over with.
Oh, chance for Fallen. He'll take that chance. Xerxin gone. Fallen realizes he can't just fall back. There's got to be more from this op. He's got to make it sing the song of death for Mouse. And he'll wait in and around the cloud cover in middle, but those will start to fade away. Will it be blue skies for Fallen Sniper?
This is the bomb as well, and only 2 mouse players.
Oh, God.
My God, Torji. That's a massive shot. Shuei, he's going to clear up to the left. He's spot. No, he does not. No, he does not. Torji, you're alone, and you got him on catwalk. You got him in window. It's just Yimpat and Brolin.
And they can still pull this back. They can still reel this in if you're Mouse. So Furia have to stay composed and take this opportunity, but Yimpat through that smoke. Yuri gone. You can't let this one go if you're Furia, but suddenly, once again, it's just pistols. There's no recovered weapons until Cello gets his hands on an AK-47, and it must be the weapon to win this round. Cello warms up, but he's got peaked. Brolin clears him off the stairs, and that was a round that opened up for Furia. An opportunity presented to them that they just can't capitalize on.
Yeah, 4-on-2, I think, at one stage in that round provided out middle as well. Mao's able to handle the situation without a whole lot of difficulty. So another buy for Furia, but they're still scrambling in this series to get anything going.
Yeah, I mean, so quickly can a dream scenario turn into a nightmare with a performance like this. Furia did not make it past the semifinals of the Major in 2022. They didn't make it past the quarterfinals last year in Rio. They've made it to the playoffs every time, but yet to really break through.
What's crazy about this right now from Furia is, like, the group stage, there were so many good individuals, and you're not even getting individual sequences out of Furia. Where's the K Serato that put up an insane stat line with such a beast in the group stage? Where's Yuri, who was his right-hand man through the group stage? Where's Skulls, who provided impact during the group stage?
Well, at least Yuri getting one, Fallen there alongside of it. Some hope in this round again for Furia. Oh, it's not clean from Cello. A little bit of damage done. Nice shot from K Serato. Rips Yimpat off the top of the van, and this should be a Furia round. But Exertion, he's often the player that can get himself into these positions behind enemy lines and be the first threat pull to unravel this round, as Exertion is now alone. His teammates are gone. His resources of support no longer here. So it's all on him alone.
It's a lovely round from K Serato. He's got a double at the moment. Exertion's not done yet. Takes down Fallen. That was the op. Skulls is going to say, I don't want to give you a fight either. Look how much space Exertion is being given by Furia. Everyone so far back, just saying, at the very least, we're not going to lose this round. You can have the bomb plant, but we'll play this 3-on-1 after the fact, and he's got a lot of time. He's almost confused, probably.
Yeah, they're letting him have a go at this. Can he separate them somehow into 1v1 fights? Can he somehow get favorable fights for himself? Currently in this position, surely not! And he nearly flicked back to the apartments with a nice headshot at Market, but Furia don't let it go. But a nice try from Exertion.
Really hard. The only way to win that would have been to have gotten hyper-aggressive somewhere and found some semblance of safety. But you have no information all through the 1v3. Nicely done from Furia. This time, Mouse, even though they get out, they aren't able to progress really past the van whatsoever. Fallen and Cello delivering the initial kills.
All Furia are hoping for is that they get a half out of this, they can actually start to build in this game. It's clear they're nervous at the moment, and the performance of the first map, like we've seen, is not going to help that. But if they have some sort of runway out of this first half, perhaps Furia can build something. 2 rounds left in this half. They search for 5. If they win this round, it is likely that they get that 5th round as well. Fallen's had some great moments of his AWP. Some really crucial kills. Even in rounds that they've lost, he's provided opportunities.
Remember, the first round they won was with the hero AWP, but now he's pinned down. Not for long. K Serato bails him out.
Ooh, a long-winded spray for Brolin, but eventually gets his reward on Fallen. The sniper down. K Serato's going to pick it up. Torsi looks back at short, and surely not again. Furia keep getting into these numbers advantages and letting it go, and it just keeps happening from Palace. Brolin again. Another kill. It's just Cello. And this round could have made something of this half, but it is taken away by Mouse. Furia let it slip again, despite a good start to the round.
I think Shikron's just shaking his head like, he probably feels similarly, where he's like, we don't really deserve to be in this round, but the boys are finding all the solutions. But look, Brolin has been a monster on this T side. He's done such good work from Palace. He had that triple kill earlier, but his ability to lurk out of these smokes time and time again, find good impact. This is him peaking on the knowledge that Fallen had just taken a shot. He's going to be in transition in terms of his positioning, an awkward moment for Fallen. But they're not allowing Furia to build out any kind of breathing room. Another half in which they get buried.
And they're running out of chances. They're running out of time. Skulls with an opening kill, traded back onto Chaos Dorado in middle by Shuei. You can see the pain in Yuri's eyes when we cut to his cam, as they know that this opportunity is slipping away from them very quickly indeed.
It's not even slipping away. It's not in their hand anymore.
It was never in their hands,
They gotta find a way to pick it back up.
Push into Palace from Yuri. He's taking some space all the way there, but Mounds once again, they've got mid control to play with.
Smokes deployed, top con and window access to Catwalk is opened up for Mal's in the mid-round. How aggressive does Exertion want to be on this play? The answer is very, as he tries to slide through the smoke, and that'll pick up the pace at the B bomb site. Shuei and Torji coming up Catwalk.
Well, rotation coming in for Skulls, but he's gone. That rotate is dead immediately, so it's all on to this MP9, this little Cello play.
And they know Cello's still alive.
He's inside that smoke. The impact is going to find him. Homing missile straight to the head. It is collapse for Furia. Again, it is going to be a half that Mouse will leave comfortably with a 9-3 scoreline. Yuri will attempt this, but with a measly MP9 and less than half of his health, he's going to fall to Torsi. Mouse in full control of this semi-final. The fairy tale for Furia is about to end, and Mouse look to do it in the second half.
Furia had of a spot in the grand finals has been shattered. It has been broken and destroyed by Malz over the span of these last 3 halves of Counter-Strike. It's been a team affair for Malz. Everyone showing up, strategically looking sharp, and Furia have had absolutely no answer all the way through.
And that's what Malz have been saying. They've been focused around the team effort, and the team is delivering. And this squad look like they are destined to play against Na'Vi. It would be a miraculous turnaround if Furia are able to get back into this series. Well, let's see what they can do. Torsi starts off the affairs with a kill on Skulls in Palace. Furia flooding through the connector, attempting to overrun this A site. Brolin and Torsi just unstoppable. Still yet to be removed. The bomb site is Torsi, a play underneath the wood. Finally dealt with by Yuri and Caesarado. But Brolin dealt with. Finally, Yuri stepping up. Could this be the moment that Yuri finally breaks through? A 4K teed up. As that USP slips away to the jungle.
You don't beat Yimfat in the clutch. You don't beat this kid in the clutch. He's already reading exactly what you're doing. Moving over to the B bomb site slowly and quietly in case Yuri is just lurking. There's a minute on the clock, but Yimfat is so convinced.
Yeah, but the way that Yuri's taking as well, it's oh, he could actually just win it by the rotation, but you're right. You don't beat Jimmy in the clutch. A headshot at range, instantly landed, and the pistol falls away from Furia.
It's got to be so frustrating if you're Furia right now. 7-round lead for Malz. They are just walking over Furia to claim their spot in the grand finals. That's against Na'Vi in a best-of-5 tomorrow.
Tem que ser um milagre, mano.
Tem que ser um milagrezinho agora.
Tem que ser um milagre.
Mano, não dá pra rolar, velho.
All right, well, we've been told that they need a miracle to win is the communications going on in the Furia camp right now, and I can't say that they're wrong.
No, they've got it spot on.
That might be the thing they're most right about today.
Yeah, absolutely. It does feel like that is the only way that Furia will find their way in. Perhaps in the shadows of the Redeemer, they can find their way back into this, but it's just so far away from becoming a reality. AK's bought, and at least the players broken through double figures. Yuri and Fallen, they've gone beyond that number. It's just been too flat from Furia. Sometimes the pressures of the big moment can get to you, and you see the return to the form that you mentioned that we had seen most of this year, most of this season.
Tell you what, it's been crazy seeing Malz dominate Furia like this, and it'd be easy to make some jokes about it, but all that's going through my mind right now is the kind of bad time the Furia players will have tonight. This is going to be such a disappointing feeling and experience that they reflect on after this loss. And there's no way.
You're right. How many chances, if you're Fallen at this point in your career, are you going to have to come back out to this crowd? You know what? The best Brazilian squad, you know?
I'm not even thinking about Fallen. Fallen's doing fine. Yeah. But guys like Skulls, guys like Cello, Yuri and Caesarado as well that haven't had the kind of career that Fallen has had, this is going to be such a bad taste in their mouth. When it's one thing to lose on a stage like this in front of your home crowd. It's another thing entirely to just get destroyed and to have no chance in the match.
Well, good shot from Cello, but a lot more needed. And Torsi's coming in short side. It's Caesarado to go down and start a connector, leaving just Cello in this 1v3. There's 35 seconds left. The ball now in his possession once again. He has the right read to check for exertion in that corner. He'll deal with that first threat. Flash going up. Shue already too tight on the angle. Cello was hoping he was a little further away. Can't get that clutch going. It is map and series point.
He has stopped blowing your mind. He has stopped doing it. I'm sorry, I made a joke.
Yes, you're right. I think, you know, it's a coping mechanism, Jason, at this point, yeah. I mean, we all got to cope somehow with what we're seeing.
I wasn't going to do it.
But you did it. You lied. No miracles in sight. Just Malz. Malz barreling through. The team shaking off the shackles and the accusations of choking on the stage, being unable to play in front of the masses. They look up from their monitor now and they see a sea of Brazilian fans wishing for their defeat.
It ain't happening it ain't happening today. But I think for this Malz, you'd hope that this run they've been on especially backed by this stylistic and playbook change that they've talked about coming into this event. You've now beat Vitality, one of the best teams in the world, on the stage in the quarterfinal. You've now beat Fury in the semifinals with ease in their house.
Yes.
But you'd hope this is going to be that moment, that impetus that just says, you know what, we've got it now. We don't worry about stages any longer.
And they finally beat FaZe as well. They got that team that they could never defeat off of their backs. Furia with the last-ditch effort, the last hurrah here in Rio. They charge into the A-bomb site, and they are met by Brolin, who has the first. That young Swede returning to this Mouse squad, returning to the top of Counter-Strike. Torsi's alongside him.
Okay.
And this is a little bit of fight back from Yuri and Kez Serrato, but it's stopped in a blink of an eye. Kez Serrato left alone. The last stand, and he is down. This Mouse squad, it feels different. They say believing is seeing, and I'm believing in what I'm seeing. Furia's fairy tale belongs to Mouse. They will meet Na'Vi in the grand finals here in Rio de Janeiro. And for Furia, they will awake tomorrow, and this nightmare will be a reality.
Yeah, but for Mouse, you got to give all the credit in the world. The things that they did leading into this event, the different approaches they've had to try, the new playbook that they've had to work through obstacles. Yimpat is playing excellent right now. Brolin is playing at the top of his game. Exertion is still a force. This Mouse team is so dangerous. And for all the flat performances we've seen from them heading into this event, they've just reminded you that when they hit their peak, they are one of the best teams in the world.
For Furia, obviously, it's going to sting. It's going to feel like a moment they just wish they could get back. They did not perform on the day when it mattered most to them. Mouse will destroy them. They will move forward into that grand final to play against Na'Vi, and that is a tantalizing final, Jason.
It is a very tantalizing final. I think it's going to be an awesome final. The tough part for Furia is just the fact that now you have that excellent group stage, so it's positives to take from there, but it's going to be really hard to see those positives with the depressing state of the loss in this game.
Mouse Sports came through better than ever on this stage, and that's what I want to start with. How good did that feel to play like that on a stage where the completely crowd is against you?
It felt amazing, to be honest. I think this crowd is amazing. Their passion towards Furia is really amazing, and I respect it. We respect it because how they cheer for Furia is insane. So yeah.
It seemed though like you guys were almost unstoppable. You got things rolling on you and you just kept going. What was the communication like at this point?
Yeah, basically our game plan was to focus on communication because we knew they will be really loud, and we didn't want that to play in chaos. So we wanted to make sure our communication is really solid and clean, and that we understand each other, and that was our focus for this game, and it worked out really well.
And it didn't seem like across both maps that you were stressed at all. Did it feel like you were in full control?
Yeah, it felt like we are in control throughout the game. I mean, in the beginning it was a little bit frightening to play in front of this crowd, you know, they were really loud, but in the end we managed to keep it calm and win it, so yeah.
Now, you've won an EPL before, right? Not a big crowd. You came second place in China, good crowd there. Tomorrow, going up against Na'Vi in a best of 5, what would it mean for you to be able to lift this trophy?
It would mean a lot. It would mean to the team and the organization a lot to lift this trophy, and we will do it, I'm sure. I think versus Na'Vi will be a great game, a close game, especially BO5. I'm really excited about it, and yeah, I feel like we are prepared for this grand final in front of this crowd, and we will make sure we will show up.
I'm sure you will, as you have been doing it so far. I'm going to give you the pen as well. Go and sign that one down there. Making it through to the grand finals, it's Mouse!
Well, hate it or love it, the underdog has been stopped, and I do mean that in the side of Furia, absent on the page today in their semifinal against Mouse, or Mouse just the heavier-handed team. Gentlemen, how do you treat this?
I mean, just a shellacking.
Just
for Mouse.
worked them.
Really, 13-3, 13-3. There was only one team on the server today, a masterclass from Mouse, Brawl, and Jimmy Torji, all over 100 ADR on the series. Torji in the best of 3 had 100 KAST, right? Involved on every level, all the time. Just not much to be said for this one.
I got nothing to say. I'm just happy to be here.
I got nothing, saw nothing.
This is the worst case scenario, right?
Yeah.
At least make it competitive. Furia,
I mean, they got
right?
6 combined rounds over 2 maps. It's just, what do you even start to talk about or break down besides them breaking down?
Yeah, there is definitely some breakdown on that side. And it leaves that question, you know, what happened here? This will be something we probably don't get answers for a little bit later on from Furia, but surely there's something, right?
Yeah, you know, you point to the mental a little bit because they had rounds with advantages. They had good openings at times. Sure, not all the time, but they had opportunities. Just couldn't convert, you know, players being lost, communication breakdown, not hearing, you know, movement from the opponents and all that sort of a stuff. And I think it's just, it starts creeping in once you start losing in front of this crowd, you know, on your home turf, right? A little bit, oh no, it's happening. Everyone believes in us, everyone wants us to perform, everyone's cheering for us, and we're failing all these people, right? And you start, you know, that sinking feeling.
Is it akin to, say, getting ready for NFL Sunday, right? And you've got to sit there and you've got to wait, and then you've got that big matchup. Not really. He's talking about being in here.
Okay, you know about NFL Sunday?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. I'm not losing him. I know I'm not losing him.
You lost
I'm just
me.
saying the idea that they have a big game in front of a big crowd and a big night otherwise.
It's a big night.
Like, yes, this was there was probably a lot of pressure building up this moment from each individual inside.
Yes, there was. Certainly, I mean, Counter-Strike is all about pressure, but you need to be able to harness it, right? That can't be an excuse for you not performing where it matters.
Yeah, well, performance is something that this next gentleman has seen plenty of today. He goes by the name of Jim Fat. We're going to be he's going to be joining us rather here on the desk. We'll get that headset on him. Hey, Jimmy.
Hello.
When does the second semifinal start?
It feels good.
Yeah, I bet.
Pretty great game, to be honest.
Yeah, you were all over the place. The numbers will back all that up. So tell me about playing in front of this crowd, because it's loud, right?
Yeah, I mean, I think first of all it's pretty amazing. No one was really cheering for us, but I think it's pretty obvious as well that we are playing against Furia. I think it's, I really like it, but I'm also a bit sad that Furia didn't play their A game today. I think it's a bit sad to see, and would be nice to see them final as well, but sadly not now.
Oh, sadly, man. Oh, man.
Yeah. Normally, people would say that you kind of like trail behind your teammates in a lot of times, and we got a listen in where Torzi's like, yeah, Jimmy, slow down a little bit. You don't have to keep going so fast. Can you tell me about what was going on? Was he joking about that, or was there something serious? What happened there?
Nah, I think it's, I can't remember the situation, but I think it was just full of jokes.
Okay.
Like, I mean, we had such a great game, so I don't think there was not that many serious situations in the end, like not that we could call out each other's, I mean. So yeah, I think it was just purely joking and having fun in the moment.
Yanko?
Yeah, also I want to talk you through as we play out around from Nuke, right? It wasn't a very close game, but there was a moment on Nuke where it looked like it could be close, and then you and Torji pull off this 2v3. Can you tell me a little bit how the comms were like and what you were thinking in this round?
Yeah, I mean, this situation actually was pretty funny because I was saying to Torji that let's go to save, but then he convinced me that let's go, we can win this. And then we went for the clutch or the retake, and it worked out perfectly. I mean, yeah, I mean, we were going to save, but then Torzi said that no, let's go win the round, and that's what we did.
Did you know that Fallen was hot, or did you just expect it in there because of the setup?
After I killed the T-Vent guy, I heard him. He made a step, and then I was holding him, and then he peeked me.
All right, well, that pretty sick round in total. We heard you also talk a little bit about, in the HLTV interview, about getting more confidence on the stage, enjoying it, sort of playing a little bit more aggressive and being that bad guy on the stage, right? I think it's great to see. How did it feel, you know, after today, after a performance like this?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's really nice. Today, it definitely felt like we were the villains because no one was cheering for us really, and everyone was kind of booing even. But it's still nice that it's so loud. We really enjoy it, and we knew that before we even came to the stage that it will be like this. So we knew what to expect and we knew how we prepared, and yeah, we played like we usually do, and that was enough for today.
And so you say preparation, and most of the time when we talk about preparation, we're talking about in-game and how the strategy is going to unfold. I do know that you guys have that special boot camp facility, right, to prepare you for environments like this. Did that play out today?
Yeah, I mean, I think it always helps a little bit in the stage games. Yeah, they cooked something in the Mouse headquarters. And it's just nice for us because I think it's something new, and not that many teams have something like that. So for me, I just it's kind of funny, but also at the same time, I think it's helping us a little bit too. But yeah, I think it's really nice about Mouse being there.
Yeah. Hey, speaking of Mouse and the Mouse fans, Josh, you have something?
Yeah, I was just going to ask. Every time we've spoken to anyone from your team, it's always been this statement: be better than we were yesterday. Can you tell me anything? I'm gonna try to grab this out of you. Anything about what that actually means? What are you guys actually doing in there, and why is this such a big secret?
What are you guys actually doing? I love that question. That's great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's that many secrets, but yeah, as many others said, we just try to be better as we were yesterday. Yeah. And yeah,
okay,
that's as simple as it. There is no secret behind it. Yeah.
Wow. All right. Well, the more you know, Josh. The more you know.
The more I know.
Those Mouse fans, you want to tell them anything? We're tuning in tomorrow. You got to play Navi. It's going to be a banger, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it will be a good game. But thanks for cheering for us and thanks for supporting. And tomorrow, the better Finn will win.
The better Finn will win. Wow, so poetic, so eloquent. Thank you very much, Jim Fat. For us, we have our DHL MVP. That's where I tell you to use your Twitch channel points. Let's check it out.
Who will be the DHL MVP? You decide. You can participate in the DHL MVP vote as it happens. Make sure to be tuned into the Twitch stream and be ready to have your say.
Yes, use those Twitch channel points, and then we can catch up with the winner of the vote at the very conclusion of the final.
I'm just looking at the 4.0 KD. That's just a ridiculous number, sorry.
Made me nervous, honestly.
40 and 10 for the best of 3, right? Wow, over 100 ADR. We already 2.08. I think the rating was in the end. Like, I think Torji is Mouse's best player on the stage.
Yeah, I mean, the stats back that up as well, and, Jimmy's not too far behind. But, I mean, oh, man. And Jimmy stepping up as well in a lot of the clutch situations, being able to, in this 3v5 as well, being able to get this opening kill. It's just impressive how much this command can change the server.
Also crazy that, he wanted to save. And
right.
It was Torji who told him to go for it. And even hearing, how does he hear Fallen step in this environment?
Exactly.
In HUT, just unbelievable. And Brolin, I mean, what a just feel-good story with him, right? Had a great time with Fnatic when he first came onto the stage. Then, NIP, no one has a great time there. Being benched, Mouse picks him up for one event as a stand-in, signs him long-term, had an absolute resurgence and a great semifinal.
Yeah, make sure you guys get those votes in. Now is the time to do so. Those are your Twitch channel points. Just use them. It's easy. It's the DHL MVP. We catch up with them tomorrow at the conclusion of that grand final. Speaking of which, we now have a grand final, right? We've concluded this second semi. We could take a look at our brackets, just a quick run through as to how we got in this precarious situation. Furia, not necessarily showing up today, VP yesterday, and so now what we've set ourselves up for is this.
Yeah, I think that first semifinal, man, Navi, I didn't think they had one more in them. I didn't think they had one more comeback in them. Watching that Dust 2 unfold, I thought that was going to be it. Heroic played well. They were going to be able to close it out, but Navi just proving people wrong yet again. Incredible mental fortitude. I can't remember I last seen a team with, being that good at coming back and just staving off the inevitable. And the way they come back, it's not like luck and set strats and stuff. It's methodical. It's, just believing in the win and players stepping up at key moments. That's what championship teams are made of.
When I look at Navi, I think the story there is you need to be able to close it out against them. Otherwise, they're going to be able to come back. And ironically, that's exactly kind of what happened against Vitality for the side of Mouse. So if Mouse is able to punish that, punish Navi and actually close out the game.
I think these are probably two of the most consistent teams this year, right? Yeah, Mouse had their slump at the beginning of second season, but in terms of just like the level of Counter-Strike and team Counter-Strike, yeah, Vitality had a couple of peaks here and there, right? Obviously, they have Zaiwu G2 with their individuals, but these teams, when it comes to playing good Counter-Strike and having good fundamentals have been at the very top. So that's why I think this final tomorrow is going to deliver, and we're going to have a great one.
And it's not just about good Counter-Strike as well. Obviously that helps. That's how you win these games.
But for me,
problem solving in that moment as a team and as a unit is what presses you for those troubles and those trials, I guess, that you might face when your back's against the wall, like Navi had earlier.
Navi did have that. I want to just kind of refocus that on MOUZ for a second, because MOUZ, yeah, they do play good Counter-Strike, but there was a period of time where it looked like their team play was completely off, that they did not look nearly like they did either now or they did earlier, I guess in like May or June, around the, just before Dallas. So what's actually happening there? There is a big, their floor was lowered. Maybe it's back up now and you're enjoying what you're seeing now, but it wasn't that for a few months.
You know how it is, Josh. It's peaks and valleys, right?
Sure,
with a team. Like, you're doing great, and then maybe people start figuring out, maybe players lose a little bit of, they don't have that same intensity, right? So then the results drop off. Then you get kicked into high gear, right? Like, kick in the behind, and you're grinding again, and you're figuring it out, and then you're peaking again. And it's like, it's always that sort of a struggle, right?
A roller coaster of emotions, we would like to call it, I think, in the workplace. Hey, speaking of which, I think we're about to get some, but I know it's going to be from the Furious side. Hard loss for him today, so we caught up with the coach afterwards.
The dream run is cut just a little bit short here for Furia. And Sid, I know it's very emotional for you guys, right? Especially after this. Can you talk to me a bit what you notice when you're sat behind the guys, when you're talking to them, and the difference between the group stage version of Furia and what we saw today on the stage?
I felt like we definitely lacked stage experience. I think the vibes affected the way we play. It made us play faster than we should, Nuke, and definitely our comms weren't on point. So everything affected our game, and I feel like we couldn't translate everything we wanted to do it to the comms and the vibes being affected by everything that was around us, I think that MOUZ, they have a lot more experience than us in games like this. They know how it works a lot more than we do, even though we have experienced players. It's been a while since we played a semifinal like this one. So I feel like they used everything they had in their favor better than us, yeah.
Now, bowing out this way and not making it to a grand final, are you still overall happy that this is a progression for Furia?
Yeah, when you look at the result of the tournament for us, the placement it's very positive, because it's such a stacked tournament. We had the best teams in the world here, and no one could have thought that we would make it to the semifinal. So yeah, overall I'm happy with the result. It's sad to lose like this, but when you look at the end result, it's very positive for us. It's a really nice placement in such a big tournament, yeah.
And how important is it for you now, though, to go to another event, not in Brazil, I don't know, look at the major, for example, and then hit some more like this, get some big names, big scalps taken. Do you feel like now you've done it here, it will open up the opportunity for you to do it more regularly and show a better Furia?
100%. When we have results like this, it just tells us that we can compete against these guys. And it's a really nice way to hype us up before the major. It's such a big tournament again, the greatest one, and we know that we can compete. Now we have that answer that we were looking for, We were trying to figure out how to play against these guys. I mean, we've been having really bad results against the elite teams, and this tournament we proved that we can compete. We just need to adjust some things, like I told you before. We need more stage experience, and we need to figure out how to use some of the elements in our favor, and I feel like we can be an elite team as well. It's just a matter of time, and yeah, it's a nice way to hype us up before the major.
How are you guys going to get ready for the major? What's next for you? Because I know you have the boot camp in Malta, right? Yeah. Are you going to spend a bit of time in Brazil and then go to Malta? How's it looking?
Exactly. We're going to stay a week in Brazil. We need to chill for a bit and also figure some visa stuff before the major, before the RMR rather. And we'll stay here for a week. We're going to chill for a bit, and then we have a 2 weeks boot camp in Malta, and that's going to get us ready for the major. Yeah.
That is going to get them ready for the major. That's what we like to hear coming out from him. Sid, very positive about Furia. I think we can all be very positive about Furia in the future.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, and that's what you have if you're Furia at this point. Yeah, you're going to walk away, and it's probably going to hurt a little bit after today, but yeah, you've got to get back on that horse.
Absolutely, looking at the teams that they beat in the groups, right? Number 5, number 6, they even beat MOUZ in the groups. They beat Navi 2-0. They dominated them, right? On the playoffs, just didn't show up today all as a team, and that's something we mentioned towards the tail end. you know, they don't have that much stage experience lately, right?
Yeah.
I mean, the players have, and especially this team all together. So it's been a rude awakening for them in the playoffs, unfortunately, but definitely they have a lot of positives to take away from this tournament.
We saw elements of growth, Josh.
Yeah, I mean, it's a somber exit for them, and we can see that they're optimistic about the future, that they've found confidence, or at least they say they do. So it's going to be interesting to see how they are able to press forwards. Like they said, next focus is the major.
Yeah, and for us, our next focus is a grand final, and that's going to be taking place tomorrow, a best of 5. That's correct. Mouse taking on Navi in what is sure to be one for the ages. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everyone.
You wanted violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. You wanted violence. You wanted violence. I've got nothing to lose, mistreated for a long time, sick of abuse. Stick a dynamite, roll tight, lighting the fuse. Gunpowder in a landmine, now it's your move. I'm giving you a head start, watch your back. You're just cutting me a clear path for the attack. I was choking on a short leash till it snapped. There's a panic in your eyes, now they're fading to black. So you say you want more, you wanna open this door. Careful what you wish for. You wanted violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. Sudden death for you and me. Blood, it tastes like victory. If this is what you wanted, then finish what you started. We're all starving for a fight. Fear just fuels our appetite. You wanted more, we told you before. Careful what you wish for. Violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. Manhunt ready to go. Cheap shots, throwing bombs. I'll be hacking the bone. Haymakers when the gloves drop, I'm gonna throw. Can't stop, cause it's all just part of the show. I'm telling you to run fast, you're gonna pay. I've been sitting for a long time, open the cage. I've been waiting for revenge, for the look on your face. Searching for a sign, I've been counting the days. So you say you want more, you wanna open this door. Careful what you wish for. You wanted violence, now it's getting out of control. Start a riot, now you're in the thick of it all. It's do or die, it's deadlier the deeper you go. We're barbarians, filthy animals. Sudden death for you and me. Blood, it tastes like victory. If this is what you wanted, then finish what you started. Listen to this arena sing! No way! Magic! Have you ever seen something like that?
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got us started well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strawless win it. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Navi! Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Hi, it's Bob with Faceit. Did you know you can customize your live stream experience on Faceit Watch? Yep, that's right. With the POV selector, you can choose up to 4 different perspectives, from the broadcast feed to your favorite player's view. So if you miss a kill, it's on you, no more T-Tours and chat. But wait, there's more. We've got a You Watch, You Win situation in here. Watch IEM Rio while having the chance to get skins and Faceit points. Woo, look at this one. Change the channel and control how you watch.